Chapter 1: The Game Changes My Stomach Tightened. After 20-plus years in the FBI, 15 of them spent negotiating life-or-death situations from New York to Manila to war zones overseas. I thought I'd seen it all. Out of 10,000 agents, I was the one they called for international kidnappings. But this was different. The voice on the other end was cold, calculated. "We have your son, Voss. Pay $1 million or he's gone." A deep breath. A slow blink. Muscle memory kicked in, steadying my pulse. Yeah, I'd handled ransom demands before, dozens of them, but never with my own flesh and blood at stake. Never against opponents who'd spent their lives dissecting every word, every pause. Because the people across from me weren't criminals. They were Harvard's elite, law professors who wrote the books on negotiation. I'd come to Cambridge for a quiet executive course, a chance to sharpen my skills outside the bureau. Then Robert M. Nookin, head of Harvard's negotiation research project, invited me for coffee. Just a chat, he said. Flattering, sure, but also terrifying. M. Nookin wasn't just any professor. He was a legend, the guy who literally wrote Bargaining with the Devil. And me? A Kansas City cop who'd stumbled into the big leagues. Then the trap snapped shut. The door swung open, and in walked Gabriella Blum, former Israeli Defense Forces negotiator, counterterrorism expert, and all-around badass. A tape recorder hit the table. M. Nookin's grin widened. "We've got your son," he repeated, smooth as silk. "What's your move?" For a split second, panic flared. Decades of training and that primal fear still punched through. But I shoved it down. Maybe I wasn't a Harvard prodigy, but I wasn't here by accident. Every hostage crisis, every desperate plea had wired my brain differently. These tactics didn't just save lives. They reshaped how I talked to my kids, argued with Comcast, even ordered takeout. And right now, they were all I had. New detail added. The mention of arguing with Comcast and ordering takeout. Small, relatable moments that ground the high-stakes scene in everyday life. Tone shift. The paragraph about panic and composure flips from tense to almost darkly humorous with the "argued with Comcast" line, undercutting the drama with a wink to the audience. "Hand over the cash or your kid's dead right here," M. Nookin snapped, his patience wearing thin. I met his glare with a deliberate pause, then cracked a grin. "Seriously, how exactly am I supposed to pull that off?" For a second, he looked almost amused, like a pit bull realizing the chihuahua it cornered just growled back. We weren't just on different pages, we were playing entirely different games. He straightened up, eyebrows raised, as if reminding me the stakes hadn't changed. "So you're fine with me slitting your boy's throat, Voss?" "Robert," I said, softening my tone, "how do I even know he's breathing?" Dropping his first name and a fake apology threw him off. Suddenly, his bulldozer tactics hit a speed bump. "I mean, come on, $1 million. You expect me to magically produce that without proof he's alive?" Watching a Harvard hotshot unravel over what he probably saw as amateur hour stalling was priceless. But this wasn't stalling, it was strategy. The FBI had drilled into me the power of open-ended questions, what my firm now calls calibrated queries. No right answers, just endless loops that hand the illusion of control to the other guy while boxing him in. M. Nookin floundered, suddenly stuck solving my problems instead of threatening my son. Every demand he spat out, I lobbed back. "How?" "Prove it." 3 minutes in, Gabriella Blum cut in. "Don't let him play you," she warned M. Nookin. He scoffed, waving her forward like, "You try." Blum was sharper. Years in conflict zones gave her an edge, but she crashed into the same wall. M. Nookin jumped back in, frustration flushing his face. The harder he pushed, the tighter the noose got. Finally, I took pity. "All right, Bob, we're done." He exhaled, defeated. "My kid lived another day." "Fine," he muttered. "Maybe the FBI knows a trick or two." This wasn't just survival, it was a knockout. Harvard's ivory tower had met real-world tactics, and for once the theory lost. But was it luck? For 30 years, Harvard had been negotiation's holy grail. All I knew was what worked in the field, and today it worked flawlessly. New detail, the subtle shift in Voss's posture, leaning back just slightly when Blum stepped in, a silent tell that he'd already won. Voice twist. From tense standoff to smug victory, undercut with a hint of doubt, was this skill or a one-time win? For 2 decades at the Bureau, we built a system that cracked nearly every kidnapping case we tackled. We weren't theorists. Our methods came from hard-won experience, shaped by agents in the field who traded stories of wins and losses under pressure. It was trial and error, not philosophy, as we sharpened our tools with each life-or-death negotiation. And they had to work. Failure wasn't an option when lives hung in the balance. But why did they succeed? That question pulled me to Harvard, into that office with M. Nookin and Blum. Outside my high-stakes world, I felt out of place. I needed to put my knowledge into words to merge it with theirs, because they had plenty, and turn it into something bigger. Sure, our tactics worked on criminals and extremists, but what about everyday people? As I'd learned under Harvard's ivy-covered arches, the answer was shockingly simple. Our approach wasn't just effective, it was universal. The same principles that saved lives could transform ordinary conversations, business deals, even relationships. This book is the proof. Fast forward to 2006. I somehow talked my way into Harvard Law's elite winter negotiation course. The room was packed with Ivy League prodigies, future COs, legal sharks, MIT geniuses, all vying for a spot. Think American Idol but for dealmakers. And then there was me, the lone outsider. Day one we split into groups, each led by a seasoned instructor. Mine, Sheila Heen, still a friend today. After a quick intro, we paired off for mock negotiations, seller vs buyer, each with strict price limits. My opponent, Andy, not his real name, was the kind of guy who made arrogance look effortless, like his perfectly wrinkled khakis. We settled into a sunlit classroom overlooking Harvard Yard, and the game began. Andy lobbed flawless, logic-packed offers, and I countered with my go-to. How am I supposed to swing that? Round after round, we inched toward a number. Walking out, I grinned. Not bad for the underdog. New detail. During a break, Andy offhandedly mentioned his summer interning at a Wall Street firm, a humble brag that made me realize even the smartest people lean on scripts. Voice twist. From intense self-doubt to sly confidence. Back in the classroom, Sheila moved from group to group, jotting down each team's agreed price on the whiteboard. When she got to me, she tilted her head expectantly. "Chris, what did you and Andy settle on?" The moment I revealed Andy's final offer, Sheila's face flushed like she'd been caught off guard by a punchline. A tiny, startled noise escaped her, something between a laugh and a squeak, before she burst out laughing. Andy slumped in his chair like a deflated balloon. "You took every last cent," she said, shaking her head. His brief explicitly said to keep a quarter in reserve. The next day, history repeated itself with another partner. I didn't just win, I demolished his entire strategy. One lucky round could be a fluke, but this was a trend. While my classmates relied on textbook-perfect tactics, my old-school, gut-driven approach left them scrambling. It was almost comical, like showing up to a chess match with a grandmaster's intuition while they were still memorizing opening moves. Sheila smirked after my second victory. "You're building a reputation, Chris. What's your secret? All you do is stare them down and say no until they crumble. Is it really that simple?" I shrugged. "I just ask questions, the same ones over and over. They wear themselves out answering." Andy jerked upright like he'd been zapped. "That's it," he blurted. I didn't even realize what was happening. By the end of the winter term, I'd even made friends with some of my classmates, Andy included. Harvard taught me one thing for sure: the FBI's negotiation tactics. They worked way better than anyone expected during my brief time there. It became painfully clear that no amount of raw intellect or flawless logic means much when dealing with the messy reality of human negotiation. We like to think of ourselves as rational beings, but strip away the fancy jargon and we're just emotional creatures in suits, driven by fear, ego, and hidden desires. Sure, we might be the only species that haggles over bananas, good luck seeing chimps barter nuts, but no spreadsheet or acronym-laden theory can mask the fact that every negotiation is a psychological minefield. Harvard's approach, all about power moves, rigid frameworks, and cold rationality. BATNA this, ZOPA that. They treated negotiation like programming a robot. Input A, B, C, and out pops result X, but real life doesn't follow a script. Sometimes you need to pivot to Q before circling back to D. If I could outmaneuver terrorists using emotional tactics, why not turn those same strategies on corporate sharks? At the end of the day, what's the real difference between a CEO strong-arming a deal and a kidnapper demanding ransom? Both are just playing the same primal game. Hostage negotiation isn't some modern invention. It's as old as civilization itself. The Bible's full of warring tribes snatching each other's people, and the Romans. They educated foreign princes' kids in Rome, basically high-stakes babysitting with political leverage. For centuries, the go-to solution was simple: send in the guns. That changed after spectacular failures like Attica, where 39 hostages died in a hail of bullets, or Munich's Olympic massacre. Turns out, brute force has a nasty habit of backfiring. Funny how it took bloodshed to prove what should have been obvious. You can't shoot your way out of every standoff. Sometimes, you've got to talk and listen. Even if the other side's holding all the bananas. The turning point for modern hostage negotiation tactics in the U.S. traces back to a chaotic afternoon at Jacksonville International Airport in 1971. Amid a surge of airline hijackings, including 5 incidents in just 72 hours the previous year, a disturbed man named George Jiff Jr. commandeered a private flight from Nashville, intending to flee to the Bahamas. What unfolded next became a cautionary tale. Jiff shot his ex-wife and the pilot before taking his own life. But the real shocker, the FBI's reckless intervention. After 2 hostages talked their way off the plane during a refueling stop, agents lost patience and fired at the engine, triggering Jiff's deadly rampage. The backlash was swift. Courts later ruled in Downs v. United States that the FBI's rash actions turned a controlled standoff into a bloodbath, emphasizing that negotiation should always precede force. The verdict was scathing. You had a winning strategy, waiting, and swapped it for a shootout that got people killed. This fiasco became the blueprint for what not to do, sparking a revolution in crisis management. The NYPD pioneered the first dedicated hostage negotiation unit, with the FBI scrambling to catch up. Meanwhile, over at Harvard, academics were redefining the art of deal-making. The 1981 release of Getting to Yes by Roger Fisher and William Ury didn't just tweak the playbook, it rewrote it. Their method: ditch the power struggles, focus on collaborative solutions. Suddenly, everything from corporate mergers to international diplomacy had a new roadmap. Funny how a botched FBI operation in Florida and a Harvard think tank's brainstorm led to the same conclusion. Sometimes, the smartest move is to not pull the trigger. The prevailing belief at the time was that human emotions, those messy, unpredictable impulses, could be tamed by logic and structured problem-solving. This approach was neatly packaged into 4 simple principles. First, detach emotions from the issue at hand. Second, ignore the other side's demands and dig into their underlying motivations instead. Third, brainstorm solutions together for mutual benefit. And fourth, set objective benchmarks to evaluate those options. It was a sleek, intellectual framework blending cutting-edge game theory with legal strategy, and it took the world by storm. Law enforcement agencies, corporate boardrooms, and even Ivy League classrooms embraced it as the gold standard for negotiation. But then came Amos Tversky and Daniel Kahneman, two University of Chicago professors who turned this logic on its head. While everyone else was busy pretending humans were cold, calculating robots, these two revealed just how irrational we really are. Emotions, they argued, weren't obstacles to reasoning. They were reasoning. Kahneman, who later won a Nobel Prize for his work, found it absurd that traditional negotiation theory assumed people acted purely out of self-interest. Anyone who's ever been stuck in traffic or argued with a toddler knows that's nonsense, he might have quipped. Their research exposed over 150 cognitive biases, mental shortcuts that warp our judgment without us even realizing it. Take the framing effect. People freak out more about missing a 90% chance to win something than they do about improving a 45% shot, even though both shifts are mathematically identical. Then there's loss aversion, which explains why we'll fight harder to avoid losing $20 than we will to gain the same amount. Kahneman's 2011 book, Thinking, Fast and Slow, became a Bible for anyone trying to understand why humans make such gloriously bad decisions. Turns out we're not just irrational, we're predictably irrational. And that changes everything. Human thinking operates on two levels according to research. The first, System 1, is our primal lightning-fast gut reaction, driven by instinct and emotion. The second, System 2, is the slow, methodical reasoning we like to believe governs our decisions. But here's the kicker. System 1 runs the show. It shapes our so-called rational thoughts before we even realize it. Those raw, subconscious impulses. They're the hidden puppeteers pulling the strings of our conscious choices. Take negotiation, for example. If you can tap into someone's emotional instincts, how they feel about your words before they even process them, you can steer their logical reasoning. That's exactly what happened with Andy at Harvard. By framing my response as, "How am I supposed to do that?" I triggered his System 1 to question his own offer. His System 2 then scrambled to justify why giving me a better deal made perfect sense. Ignoring emotions in negotiation. That's like trying to bake a cake without turning on the oven. Good luck with that. Now let's talk about the FBI. Back in the 80s and 90s, hostage negotiation teams were all about getting to yes, the holy grail of cooperative bargaining. And sure, the book had killer insights, like always having a backup plan, BATNA. But then came Ruby Ridge and Waco. Suddenly, we realized that trying to reason with a cult leader who thinks he's God's gift to humanity wasn't exactly a win-win scenario. No amount of highlighted passages could fix that. The truth. Getting to yes worked great in boardrooms but fell flat in life-or-death standoffs. So why did so many smart agents struggle to apply it? Were we just idiots? After those disasters, a lot of us were left scratching our heads. Maybe, just maybe, we'd been missing the most critical piece all along: emotion. Because when someone's holding a gun, logic takes a backseat to survival instinct. And if you can't speak that language, you're already losing. In the mid-1990s, U.S. Deputy Attorney General Philip B. Hayman raised a critical question. Why were federal hostage negotiation tactics failing so badly? His 1993 report, Lessons of Waco, proposed changes in federal law enforcement, laid bare the shortcomings in handling high-stakes standoffs. The FBI responded swiftly. Director Louis Freeh launched the Critical Incident Response Group, CIRG, in 1994, merging elite teams like crisis negotiation, behavioral sciences, and hostage rescue under one umbrella. But there was a catch. What methods would actually work? Around the same time, two legendary FBI negotiators, Fred Lancelli and Gary Nosner, were teaching a class in Oakland, California. They polled 35 seasoned officers with a revealing question. How many of you have faced a hostage situation where calm, rational bargaining was the best approach? Crickets. Then they flipped it. How many have dealt with a volatile, emotionally charged crisis where the captor was erratic and making no clear demands? Every hand shot up. The message was undeniable. Police negotiators weren't dealing with poker-faced criminals, but with people drowning in panic, rage, or despair. Suddenly, the old playbook, logic, trade-offs, problem-solving, felt like bringing a spreadsheet to a wildfire. What negotiators needed were tools to diffuse raw emotion fast. Forget textbook tactics. This was about psychology on the fly. The goal: calm the storm inside the hostage-taker's head, build trust, and steer the chaos toward safety. No PhD required, just street-smart techniques that any cop could use under pressure. Early experiments borrowed from counseling strategies, focusing on empathy and active listening. The breakthrough: realizing that even the most unhinged person craves one thing: to feel heard. It wasn't about outsmarting them, but connecting, turning "I need a helicopter" into "tell me what's got you this upset." The shift was seismic. Negotiation stopped being a battle of wits and started looking more like crisis therapy, with lives on the line. New detail: during a training exercise, one agent joked, "So we're shrinks with badges now." Nosner shot back, "Nah, just humans who remember how to talk to other humans." The takeaway: in the heat of a standoff, emotions aren't the enemy, they're the battlefield. And the best weapon isn't force. It's understanding. Listening might seem like a small gesture, but it's one of the most powerful tools in any negotiation. When you truly listen, not just hear, you show the other person they matter, and that opens the door to understanding. Research in psychology backs this up. When people feel heard, they start reflecting on their own thoughts more clearly. Defenses drop, and suddenly they're more open to considering different perspectives. That's when real problem-solving begins. This approach, which we call tactical empathy, isn't just nodding along. It's an active, strategic skill. Think of it like emotional jiu-jitsu, blending emotional awareness with the precision of influence. Most people assume listening is passive, but it's actually the most dynamic move you can make. Funny enough, while elite universities were still preaching spreadsheets and game theory, we at the FBI were diving deep into psychology and crisis tactics. Turns out empathy wasn't just soft stuff, it got results. Now you might be thinking, cool, but I'm not talking down terrorists. What's this got to do with me? Here's the thing: every day is a negotiation. Whether it's haggling over a car price, pitching a deal, or convincing your kid to eat their veggies, life is one long series of "I want" moments. I want that promotion. I want a fair price on this house. I want my partner to finally unload the dishwasher. Negotiation isn't just about high-stakes standoffs. It's how we gather information, steer conversations, and shape outcomes. Your career, relationships, even your peace at home depend on navigating these moments without leaving scorched earth behind. The secret: it's not about winning battles, it's about crafting solutions where everyone walks away feeling heard. And that starts with listening like it's a superpower. Bonus twist: ever notice how the quietest person in the room often holds the most power? That's no accident. Silence isn't empty. It's a negotiation tactic in disguise. Drawing from my 24 years as an FBI negotiator, this book transforms high-stakes field tactics into practical strategies you can use in everyday life. Whether you're haggling over a car price, asking for a promotion, or convincing a stubborn kid to go to bed. Forget the Hollywood image of tough negotiators shouting demands. Real negotiation is about emotional intelligence, psychological insight, and making the other person feel understood, even when you're steering the outcome. Here's the truth: negotiation isn't optional. The world runs on it. You don't have to love it, but if you avoid it, you'll always settle for less. The good news: you don't need to be aggressive or manipulative. Instead, you'll learn how to read people, adjust your approach, and ask for what you want in a way that actually works. This isn't just theory, it's battle-tested. These methods saved lives in hostage crises, closed million-dollar deals, and even resolved family disputes. And let's be real, most negotiation advice is either fluffy self-help or overly academic. This book is neither. It's street-smart psychology, refined through decades of real-world pressure. Imagine a hostage negotiator trying to compromise. Hey, you keep 2 hostages, I'll take 2, and we'll all go home happy. Not happening. Success means getting what you need while leaving the other side feeling respected. That's the art you'll master here. Think of this book like building a house. We start with the foundation, core principles that work in any situation. Then we add the framework, the finishing touches, and yes, even the decorative flair. By the end, you won't just negotiate better. You'll understand the hidden rules of human interaction and use them to your advantage. Because in the end, life's not about forcing wins. It's about crafting them. Mastering the art of negotiation starts with honing your active listening skills, techniques that go beyond just hearing words to truly understanding the person across the table. You'll dive into practical tools, strategic phrasing, and the delicate dance of finalizing a deal, including the often overlooked power move. Uncovering the black swan, that rare insight that can turn negotiations in your favor. In Chapter 2, you'll break free from rookie mistakes by replacing assumptions with mirroring, strategic silences, and even the smooth, deliberate tone of a late-night FM DJ voice. These methods slow the conversation, making the other party comfortable enough to open up. You'll learn to separate their wants, dream outcomes from their needs, non-negotiables, while sharpening your focus on their words. Chapter 3 introduces tactical empathy, reading emotions, building trust through labeling, echoing their perspective back to them, and diffusing tension by calling out unspoken issues. Ever had someone complain about you mid-negotiation? Flip the script with an accusation audit, where you voice their grievances before they do, disarming resistance. By Chapter 4, you'll craft an environment of unconditional positive regard, where the goal isn't just a yes but a heartfelt "that's right." Master summaries and paraphrasing to show you truly get their stance. Then, in Chapter 5, you'll flip conventional wisdom. No isn't a roadblock, it's the starting line. Learn to negotiate in their world, not yours, and use a simple email trick to ensure they always respond. Chapter 6 is about bending reality, using deadlines, fairness, and emotional anchors to make your offer feel like the only logical choice. Then, Chapter 7 reveals the secret weapon from Harvard, calibrated questions, how and what, which shift the mental burden onto them to solve your problems. Finally, Chapter 8 ensures those hard-won deals stick by using these same questions to prevent breakdowns during execution. New detail. Imagine sealing a deal at a buzzing downtown coffee shop, where the hum of espresso machines adds urgency to your calibrated questions. Real-world pressure testing these techniques. Voice twist. Sure, negotiation sounds serious, but picture this. You armed with FM DJ charm, dropping silences so thick they'll spill their secrets just to fill the air. Who knew power moves could feel this smooth? Saying yes is just the beginning. What really matters is knowing how to make it happen. You'll uncover the power of body language, master the art of steering conversations with strategic how questions, and even learn to turn the tables by getting the other side to negotiate against themselves. And when the deal breakers aren't even in the room, you'll know exactly how to sway them. Eventually, every negotiation boils down to the nitty-gritty, the back and forth, the give and take. Chapter 9 breaks down the essentials of high-stakes bargaining, from prepping like a pro to deflecting aggressive moves and flipping the script in your favor. You'll get hands-on with the Ackerman method, the FBI's go-to framework for crafting unbeatable offers. Then in Chapter 10, you'll hunt for the rarest prize in any deal, the black swan. These are the 3 to 5 game-changing details that, once uncovered, flip negotiations on their head. Spotting them isn't just a skill, it's an art. That's why my company is named after them. You'll learn to recognize the subtle signs pointing to a black swan's presence and how to wield them for maximum leverage. Each chapter kicks off with a gripping real-life negotiation, often a high-stakes hostage scenario, then unpacks the tactics that made or broke the deal. After diving into the theory, you'll see these strategies in action through real-world examples, from salary talks to car purchases to navigating tricky family disputes. By the time you finish, these techniques won't just be concepts, they'll be tools you use daily. And to make sure you're ready for anything, the appendix includes my negotiation one sheet, a battle-tested cheat sheet of tactics to adapt for any deal. Here's the truth. Negotiation isn't just about winning, it's about connection. It transforms conflict into collaboration, turning opposing sides into partners. It's changed my life, and it can change yours. I'm no genius, just a guy who learned how to ask the right questions, and once I did, the possibilities became endless. The same can happen for you. Bonus detail, picture this: a tense car dealership, the salesperson pushing hard. But instead of sweating, you lean back, ask one carefully crafted how question, and suddenly they're the one scrambling. That's the power of these tools in action. Looking back on 3 decades of experience, I realize I've gained something invaluable: the ability to steer my own path and guide others to do the same. Back then, I sensed it was possible but had no clue how to make it happen. Now I do. Here's the story behind it. Chapter 2, reflecting the moment September 30, 1993, the air was crisp. The kind of morning where your breath hangs in the air just a little too long. At 8:30 a.m., 2 masked men burst into a Chase Manhattan bank in Brooklyn, setting off alarms as they shoved past the doors. Inside, only 2 tellers and an elderly security guard stood between them and whatever they were after. The guard, unarmed and defenseless, took a brutal hit to the head with a .357 before being dragged into the men's restroom and locked inside. One teller suffered the same fate, until the second robber shoved his gun into the other woman's mouth and dry-fired. Click. "Next one's live," he growled. "Open the vault." Hostage situations like this, they're Hollywood gold, but in real life, rare. New York hadn't seen a bank standoff like this in nearly 2 decades, despite being the negotiation capital of the country. And here I was, a rookie negotiator, about to dive headfirst into my first real crisis. Funny how life works. Just months before, I'd been knee-deep in counterterrorism work, helping dismantle a plot to bomb major landmarks, the federal buildings, even the tunnels under the Hudson. We'd caught the suspects mid-mix, their explosives spread across a Queens safe house like some twisted chemistry project. You'd think a bank robbery would feel small after that, but to me, negotiation was the real challenge. This was my moment to prove myself. When the call came in, my partner Charlie and I peeled out in his Crown Vic, tires screeching as we hit the scene. The place was swarming: NYPD cruisers, FBI jackets, SWAT teams perched on rooftops with rifles locked onto the bank's exits. The air buzzed with tension, the kind that makes your hands tingle. This wasn't just another job. This was the test I'd been waiting for. The best negotiators don't just prepare for surprises, they actively hunt for them. While good negotiators brace for the unexpected, the truly great ones operate with a detective's mindset, treating every conversation as a chance to uncover hidden truths. They juggle multiple theories about motives, hidden agendas, even the smallest details, constantly refining them as new clues emerge. Every piece of intel, every shift in tone becomes a puzzle piece that either confirms or shatters their working theories. But here's the irony: the smarter someone is, the worse they often are at this. Why? Because brilliance can breed overconfidence. Instead of listening, they assume they already know. They filter everything through their own biases, shaping reality to fit their preconceptions rather than letting the facts guide them. And that's how assumptions become blind spots, distorting the truth until it's unrecognizable. The best negotiators, they thrive on doubt. They challenge every assumption, even their own. They stay loose, adaptable, ready to pivot when the situation demands it. Now flashback to 1993, back when I was still clueless. We walked into that bank standoff convinced the robbers were on the verge of surrender. Our intel said so. Our egos believed it. Turns out we'd been played. The ringleader fed us a carefully crafted lie, painting himself as just another pawn in a crew of volatile criminals. He name-dropped accomplices from different countries, exaggerated their influence, even staged fake arguments to sell the illusion. What we missed, the pronouns. He kept saying we when there was barely a they. The more he downplayed his own role, the clearer it should have been. He was calling all the shots. By the time we pieced it together, the getaway driver had vanished, and we were left with a master manipulator who'd spun us in circles just to buy time. Hindsight's 20/20, of course. But back then, we were too busy believing our own assumptions to see the con right in front of us. The guy kept insisting he wasn't the one calling the shots. Every move was supposedly up to his partners. Whenever we pressed him for details, he'd act nervous, almost hesitant, yet his tone never wavered. Smooth, steady, like he had everything under control. It was a stark reminder to my team. You never really know what you're walking into until you're knee-deep in it. The call came in around 8:30 a.m., but by the time we rolled up across from the bank, it was pushing 10:30. Initial intel made it sound like a textbook case, quick, clean, no surprises. Command was so confident they'd already told the media we'd wrap it up in 10 minutes. Turns out, that optimism was way off. Negotiations hit a wall, and suddenly, the higher-ups were scrambling to save face. What was supposed to be a simple surrender turned into chaos before we even got settled. Every assumption we had, completely wrong. Our makeshift command post was crammed into an office just across the street from the Chase branch, way too close for comfort. 30 yards from a potential disaster. Not ideal. You want space, room to maneuver, not to be breathing down the barrel of whatever nightmare might unfold. My partner and I got there just in time to back up Joe, the lead negotiator, on the phone. He was holding his own, but in these situations, nobody flies solo. We always worked in teams, extra ears, extra perspectives. Sometimes we'd have 5 people dissecting every word, looking for tells, analyzing tone, feeding intel to the guy on the front line. Some of my students scoff when I explain this setup. Seriously, a whole team just to listen. But here's the thing, listening isn't as simple as it sounds. Our brains filter, twist, latch onto what fits our expectations. The FBI didn't adopt this approach for no reason. It's a wake-up call. Real listening takes discipline, focus, and sometimes a whole squad to keep us from missing what really matters. But here's the thing. Most people walk into a negotiation already drowning in their own thoughts. They're so busy rehearsing their arguments that they forget to actually listen. Ever heard of George A. Miller's famous psychology study? He proved our brains can only handle about 7 things at once. That's it. So when you're in a negotiation and all you're doing is mentally shouting over the other person, guess what? You're not just overwhelmed, you're sabotaging yourself. It's like a bad sitcom where everyone's talking but no one's listening. Picture this. 2 people at a table, but in reality it's 4 voices, each person arguing with themselves while pretending to engage. Total chaos. The solution: stop thinking about what you want to say and focus entirely on the other person. Active listening isn't just nodding along, it's about shutting down the noise in your head so you can actually hear them. And here's the kicker, when you do this right, something magical happens. The other person starts to relax, they feel heard. The defensive walls come down and suddenly they're opening up about what they really need, not just what they want. Wants are easy, everyone loves dreaming big. But needs, that's where the real negotiation happens. It's raw, it's vulnerable, and it's where trust gets built. Now take the hostage situation in the bank. The lead guy wasn't making this easy. Fake name, disguised voice, constant interruptions, classic smoke and mirrors. He kept insisting on a van, spinning it as a surrender plan. But come on, we all knew the truth. It was an escape route. The real challenge, cutting through the noise to figure out what he actually needed before things spiraled out of control. And that starts with listening, really listening. Even when the other person is doing everything to make it impossible, the would-be bank robber had convinced himself he could slip away unnoticed. But his plan fell apart when his driver abandoned him. Stranded without a ride, he scrambled for an escape, though what really unraveled his scheme were the lies he'd fed his own crew. Turns out, his partners thought they were just hitting an ATM, not staging a full-blown bank heist. They never signed up for hostages, and when things spiraled, they were just as trapped as the employees inside. Here's the kicker. The leader kept insisting everything was under control, painting this picture of chaos inside. Hostages needing bathroom breaks, phone calls, snacks, anything to stall. Meanwhile, the security guard was already down, and the second teller had bolted to hide in the basement. Every time negotiator Joe pressed to speak with the hostages, the guy spun another wild excuse. Girls need to eat. They're calling their moms. Classic delay tactics, but the act was wearing thin. Joe played it smart, keeping him talking, but the old-school negotiation tactics were holding him back. Back then, cops relied on a mix of improvisation and high-pressure persuasion, basically winging it while pushing for a fast resolution. Big mistake. Rushing just made the guy dig in harder. Research proves it. Slowing things down keeps tensions from boiling over. The longer they talk, the less they shoot. Then came the food negotiation, a whole subplot of its own. After endless back and forth about menus and delivery, apparently he only trusted a robot to bring it in. The guy suddenly backed out. Typical. But that hesitation, that was the crack in the armor. The crew's distrust of their own leader gave Joe the opening he needed. Turns out, the best way to end a standoff isn't force, it's patience. And letting the bad guys second-guess themselves. They told us they'd discovered food inside the building. But every step forward felt like hitting another dead end. Just one obstacle after another. Every time we thought we were getting somewhere, the guy on the phone would suddenly switch tactics, disconnect, or flip his decision without warning. While this frustrating back and forth dragged on, our team ran checks on every vehicle parked near the scene, tracking down every owner except one, a car registered to a man named Chris Voss. That single lead became our only break in the case. As the phone negotiation stretched on, we sent a team to the address listed on Voss' registration. They found someone who knew him and convinced them to come to the scene to help identify him. Since we still couldn't see inside, our witness had to rely on sound rather than sight, and sure enough, he recognized Voss' voice. Now we had a name, a face, and a voice, giving us an edge he didn't realize we had. But even with these pieces falling into place, we were no closer to our real goal, confirming who was inside, securing the hostages' safety, and ending this without anyone getting hurt, innocent or not. 5 hours in, with no progress, the lieutenant handed the call over to me. Joe was out, I was in. It was our last non-confrontational move. Voss had a habit of hanging up without warning, so my job was to keep him talking. I shifted into my late-night radio voice, calm, steady, almost hypnotic. The plan was to confront him about his identity right away, but I also had to catch him off guard by taking over the call abruptly. It was a risky play, but the lieutenant knew shaking things up might work. The second Voss heard my voice, he interrupted. "Hey, what happened to Joe?" "Joe's done," I replied, firm but smooth. "You're talking to me now." No question, just fact. That deep, controlled tone wasn't just about words, it was about presence. People obsess over what to say in tense situations, but the real power lies in how you say it. Your voice carries more than information. It carries intention, emotion, and control. And right then, control was everything. New detail. As I spoke, I noticed the background noise on the line, a faint hum like an old refrigerator. It was a small thing, but it told me he was somewhere enclosed, maybe a basement or back room. One more piece of the puzzle. Watts hesitated. For the first time, he wasn't the one ending the call. The game had changed. We often connect with others on a subconscious level, not by analyzing their thoughts, but by instinctively feeling what they feel. It's like an automatic neurological exchange. Our body language and energy constantly broadcasting whether we're open, defensive, joyful, or tense. When you exude warmth and ease, conversations unfold naturally. Walk into a room with confidence and energy, and people gravitate toward you. Even a simple smile at a stranger triggers an instinctive response. They'll usually smile right back. Mastering this reflex is key to negotiation because your voice is your most powerful tool. With the right tone, you can instantly shift someone's emotions, turning suspicion into trust or anxiety into calm. Negotiators typically rely on three vocal tones: the smooth late-night radio voice, the upbeat playful tone, and the direct, no-nonsense approach. Skip the aggressive one, unless you enjoy sabotaging yourself. It screams dominance and nobody likes being controlled. Instead, embrace the playful voice, light, friendly, and disarming. Even over the phone, a smile changes your tone, making you sound more approachable. This trick works everywhere, no matter the language or culture. Take one of our instructors at the Black Swan Group, for example. During a trip to Istanbul's spice markets, he watched his girlfriend effortlessly negotiate him with vendors. In Middle Eastern bazaars, haggling is a dance of charm and strategy. Merchants expertly use hospitality to lure you in, but his girlfriend flipped the script. She treated every exchange like a game, keeping it fun even as she pushed for a better deal. Her playful energy made merchants more willing to compromise. Here's the science behind it. Positivity speeds up thinking and fosters cooperation. A genuine smile, whether on your face or in your voice, sharpens your mind just as much as it puts others at ease. But let's be real, playfulness wouldn't have worked on someone like Chris Voss. Some situations demand a different approach. There's a trick to sounding like a late-night radio DJ. It's all in the inflection. Drop your voice low and steady, and you project confidence like you've got everything under control. Speak slow and clear, and the message is unmistakable. I'm the one calling the shots. But tilt your tone upward, and suddenly you're inviting a response, leaving room for doubt. That's when the other person feels like they can step in and take charge. So I kept my voice calm, firm, the same tone I'd use in a high-stakes negotiation when shutting down an unreasonable demand. If someone throws a work-for-hire clause at me, I don't dance around it. I just say, "We don't do work for hire," plain and final. No room for debate. That's exactly how I handled this situation. "Joe's gone, you're talking to me now." End of discussion. The key is balance. Stay direct but keep the tone reassuring, like you're saying, "We're all good here, let's work this out." And it was working. Chris Voss was sweating, but he wasn't out of moves yet. One of his guys disappeared into the bank's basement and dragged back a terrified teller she'd hidden down there earlier, but they knew she wasn't going anywhere. Now, shoved in front of the phone, her voice trembled. "I'm okay." "Who is this?" I pressed. "I'm okay," she repeated, barely audible. I tried to keep her talking, asked for her name, but then the line went dead. Smart play by Watts. A psychological jab, letting us hear her voice just long enough to remind us he had the upper hand. Proof of life, but no real info. A power move without tipping into outright aggression. Watts came back on, trying to play it cool, but his nerves were showing. "We've ID'd every car out here except one," I told him. "There's a blue and gray van we can't trace. You know anything about it?" "The other car's gone because your cops scared off my driver," he snapped. "We scared off your driver." I mirrored, keeping him talking. "Yeah, as soon as he saw the cops, he bolted." "So this guy, was he the one driving the van?" I pushed. Back and forth we went, Watts slipping up with every word, handing me exactly what I needed. The suspect began spilling details like an overturned soda can, what we now call a verbal dump in my consulting work. He mentioned an unknown partner, which later helped us track down the getaway driver. Mirroring, or isopraxism, is basically imitation, a natural human and animal behavior where we unconsciously mimic speech, gestures, or even vocal rhythms to build rapport. It's like an invisible social glue. When people sync up, they feel understood. Ever notice how best friends cross their arms at the same time or couples match their walking pace? That's mirroring in action. But here's the twist. While most think of it as body language, FBI negotiators flip the script. For us, mirroring means zeroing in on words alone. No analyzing posture, no dissecting tone, just echoing the last few critical words someone says. It's disarmingly simple, yet it works like a psychological lever. Want proof? Psychologist Richard Weissman tested it with waitstaff. One group mirrored orders, so 1 cheeseburger, no onions, while another showered customers with upbeat praise, awesome choice. The mirroring waiters scored tips 70% higher. So when I confronted the suspect, I played it textbook. "There's a vehicle registered to a Chris Voss," I said, watching for a tell. "Okay," he replied, flat as a pancake. "Bad move on my part, I pushed too hard." "Is he there? Is this you? Are you Chris Voss?" Cringe. Even rookies know better than to ask yes-no questions. The second it left my mouth, I knew I'd handed him control. A mirror only works when you give it space to reflect, no interruptions, no noise. But I fumbled it immediately. The second the words left my mouth, I wished I could swallow them back. "Are you Chris Voss?" What kind of answer did I expect? Of course he denied it. I'd handed him an easy escape, but the damage was done, his illusion of anonymity shattered. Until now, he'd been coasting on the idea that he could vanish into the chaos, hit reset. Not anymore. I steadied myself, let the silence stretch, then pushed again. "No, you said okay." That's when his voice cracked, pitching higher as he spilled details in a frantic rush before clamming up completely. Then out of nowhere, a new voice. Bobby Goodwin. We'd suspected Chris wasn't working alone, but now we had proof. And Bobby, he was sloppy, calling me Joe. A dead giveaway. He'd been briefed early but wasn't keeping up. Worse, he sounded like he was talking through a wadded-up hoodie, like some amateur trying to disguise his voice. The nerves were obvious. He was sweating this whole thing, desperate for a way out. So I leaned into the calm, steady tone. "Nobody's going anywhere. Nobody's gonna get hurt." And just like that, the tension bled out of him. The muffling faded, his voice steadied. "I trust you, Joe." Bobby wasn't built for this. He hadn't woken up planning to be knee-deep in a bank heist, but now he was counting the exits. Outside, the NYPD, basically a small army, had the place locked down, rifles trained on those doors. Every second on the phone with me, Bobby inched closer to bailing. Did he slip away from Chris? Or was he sweating bullets right in front of him? No clue. But one thing was clear. He wanted out alive. I could tell Chris Voss was fully focused on me. But his mind was racing, searching for an exit from the standoff, or at least a way to step back from it. Later, I found out that between phone calls, Watts had been stuffing cash into the bank's walls like some kind of deranged squirrel. Even stranger, he was burning stacks of money right in front of the 2 terrified female hostages. On the surface, it made no sense, but to a guy like Watts, there was a twisted logic to it. He'd convinced himself that if he burned, say, $50,000 and the bank reported $300,000 missing, Nobody would think to look for the remaining $250K. It was a strange kind of deception, not brilliant but definitely creative. The guy had a bizarre knack for details. In his mind, if he somehow slipped out of this mess, he could lay low and return later for the hidden cash, money the bank wouldn't even realize was gone. Then there was Bobby. Unlike Watts, he didn't play games. He was direct, and that honesty made it easy for me to match his energy. Whatever he gave, I gave back, no tricks, no hidden agendas. I knew from experience that if I kept him talking, he'd eventually see reason. One way or another, we'd get him out of that bank with or without Watts. A teammate slid me a note, ask him if he wants to come out. I took a breath. You want to walk out first? Silence. Then finally, Bobby's voice. I don't know how. What's holding you back right now? I pressed. He hesitated. How do I even do this? Tell you what, meet me out front right now. That was the turning point. But now came the hard part, actually getting him out. I'd promised him a safe surrender, that I'd be the one waiting for him and that he wouldn't get hurt. Promises are easy, execution, not so much. The team scrambled into position while I strapped on body armor. We scoped out the scene, deciding I could take cover behind one of the armored trucks parked outside, just in case things went sideways. Then, of course, Murphy's Law kicked in. Turns out, early in the standoff, someone had barricaded the bank doors from the outside, standard procedure to keep the robbers from bolting. We all knew this, technically. But when the moment came for Bobby to walk out, it was like our brains short-circuited. Classic. Just another day in the life of crisis negotiation. The SWAT team had overlooked a critical detail, leaving Bobby trapped inside for what felt like an eternity. My gut twisted. All our progress with the suspect could unravel in seconds. The tension was unbearable as two officers advanced toward the entrance, shields raised, weapons ready. They had no idea what awaited them behind that door. It could have been an ambush, but they moved forward with unwavering focus. Step by step, they cleared the barricade, unlocked the door, and retreated. Finally, Bobby emerged, hands raised, following the exact instructions I drilled into him. SWAT quickly searched him, and the first thing he said was, "Where's Chris? Take me to Chris." When they brought him to our makeshift command post, we got the real story. Only one other hostage taker was inside. That revelation hit the commander like a gut punch. Turns out he'd spent days telling the press this was some high-stakes international crew, and now, just two guys, one of whom had cold feet. No wonder he was fuming. But at that moment we were too busy celebrating. This was a game changer. With only one real threat left, negotiations should have been smoother. Then the commander snapped. He barked at a Taru officer to get surveillance inside, a camera, a mic, anything. Meanwhile, I was pulled from the phone, replaced by Dominic Messino, a legend in hostage talks. Cool under pressure, no nonsense, the kind of guy who could seal the deal when it mattered. He picked up right where I left off. "This is Dominic. You're talking to me now." And then, just like that, everything nearly went sideways in the most unexpected way. Chris Watts was mid-conversation with Dominic when the sharp whine of a power drill cut through the wall behind him. Our tech team, in a last-ditch effort, was trying to plant surveillance equipment in the worst possible location at the worst possible moment. Already on edge after his partner surrendered, leaving him alone in this standoff, the sudden intrusion pushed Watts over the line. He snapped like a cornered animal, hurling accusations at Dominic, who stayed ice-cold under the verbal assault. Little by little, Dominic's steady tone drained the fury out of Watts, bringing him down from a raging boil to a simmer. Looking back, that desperate bugging attempt was a rookie move, pure panic, zero strategy. We'd already gotten one hostage taker out, but now we'd handed control right back to the last man standing, a guy who might have been seconds from losing it. Just as Dominic started smoothing things over, Watts threw a curveball. What if I let a hostage go? No prompting, no negotiation, just an abrupt offer tossed out like it was nothing. To him, maybe it wasn't. At this point, he probably saw it as a bargaining chip, a way to buy himself time. Dominic didn't miss a beat. He asked to speak to the hostage first, and Watts handed the phone to one of the tellers. Even through her terror, she was sharp. She'd overheard the earlier chaos when Bobby surrendered and wasn't about to walk into another trap. "Are you sure you have a key to the front door?" she asked. Dominic's reply was instant. "The front door's open." And just like that, she stepped out unharmed. The second teller followed an hour later, but the bank guard, no one had seen him since morning. He could have been unconscious, worse, no way to tell. Then, out of nowhere, Watts made his move. He strolled out like he had some grand escape plan, scanning the scene like he still thought he could slip away. The arrogance was almost laughable. Did he really believe he'd walk free after all this? The second he stepped into the light, it was over. Game, set, match even as the officers snapped the cuffs around his wrists. His eyes kept flickering, searching for an escape that didn't exist. The guy was cornered, spotlights glaring, yet some desperate part of his brain refused to surrender. The whole ordeal stretched for hours, but in the end it was a clean win. No injuries, suspects in custody. Walking away, I felt a mix of awe and hunger. Awe at how much I still had to learn, hunger for the raw power of emotion and words, how the right psychological tactics could crack even the toughest nut. Years later, that lesson still hits me. The real magic isn't in being the loudest or the smartest in the room. It's in slipping past defenses, adapting on the fly, and realizing that winning an argument is pointless if you lose the person. Take mirroring, for instance. I call it the Jedi move because it lets you push back without throwing punches. Picture the classic office tyrant, the kind who got promoted by bulldozing over everyone, convinced their way is the only way. You know the type. Lock horns with them and it's a bloodbath. But mirror their words with a calm "I'm sorry," followed by deliberate silence. Suddenly, they're the ones scrambling. One of my students tried it on her nightmare boss, a guy who loved ambushing his team with half-baked emergencies. Previous pushback just made him dig in harder, until she mirrored his own frantic energy back at him, then let the silence stretch. 4 seconds, 5. The man actually paused, blinked, and for once listened. No fireworks, no drama, just a quiet shift in the room. The trick. It's not about being right, it's about being strategic. And sometimes the best strategy is saying less, not more. The old-school manager who still didn't trust anything stored in the cloud insisted on having physical paperwork. Leaning into her office, he said, "Let's print 2 sets of everything." 2 sets, she repeated, keeping her tone light but curious, just like she'd practiced. The trick with mirroring wasn't just repeating words but nudging the other person to clarify without feeling challenged. If you bluntly asked, "What do you mean?" people got defensive, but a well-placed mirror kept things smooth, showing you cared about their perspective. "Right," her boss replied. "One for us, one for the client." She tilted her head slightly. "Just to confirm, the client requested a copy and we need one for our records." He hesitated. "Actually, I'll double-check with them. They haven't mentioned it yet, but I always like having a backup." "Got it," she said, nodding. "Where should we keep our copy? The file cabinets are already overflowing." "Doesn't matter," he muttered, his irritation creeping in. "Doesn't matter," she echoed, keeping her voice steady. When someone's words and tone didn't match, a mirror could work like magic. This time it made her boss stop mid-stride, something rare for him. She waited, letting the silence do the work. Finally, he exhaled. "You know what? Just send the files to my office. I'll have the intern print them later. For now, 2 digital backups will do." The next morning, she got a one-line email from him. "Digital copies are fine." A week later, she was practically giddy when she shared the update. "Mirroring saved me hours of pointless printing." Sure, mirroring feels awkward at first, like wearing someone else's shoes. But once you get comfortable, it's a game changer, whether you're negotiating a raise or just trying to get your roommate to finally do the dishes. Here's the real secret. Great negotiation isn't about power plays. It's about connection, getting people to open up and think alongside you. And if you need proof, look no further than the queen of meaningful conversations herself. Oprah, her daily talk show was a masterclass in human persuasion. Standing on a brightly lit stage opposite a complete stranger, surrounded by a live audience and millions of viewers at home, she had one goal: to coax out confessions buried deep within, secrets locked away for years. Watch closely and you'll spot the subtle techniques at play. A warm smile to disarm tension, carefully chosen words that signal understanding, a deliberate softening of tone, and strategic questions designed to pry open guarded truths. These aren't just tricks, they're refined skills, invisible to the untrained eye but game-changing once mastered. Here's what you need to remember from this chapter. Preparation isn't just about expecting surprises, it's about uncovering them. A skilled negotiator doesn't brace for the unexpected, she digs until she finds it. Assumptions are traps, treat them as theories, not facts, and test them relentlessly. Negotiation isn't a debate, it's an excavation. If you're too busy crafting counterarguments, you'll miss the real story. Your job: listen, absorb, and uncover. Silence the noise in your head. The only voice that matters is the one across from you. Pace yourself. Rushing kills trust. People need to feel heard, not steamrolled. Smile. A positive mindset sharpens thinking and dissolves resistance, both yours and theirs. 3 tones to wield like a pro. 1. The late-night DJ voice, smooth, controlled, and slightly lowered. It commands respect without raising defenses. 2. The playful voice, your go-to. Light, engaging, and disarming. Smile while you speak, it changes everything. 3. The assertive voice, used sparingly. It's a sledgehammer, not a scalpel. And here's a secret weapon: mirroring. Repeat the last few words someone says. We're wired to trust what feels familiar. Mirroring builds that bridge effortlessly. Bonus insight. Ever notice how the best negotiators seem to have endless patience? They're not just waiting, they're observing, adapting, and letting silence do the heavy lifting. Standing in the cramped hallway of a Harlem high-rise, I gripped my radio tighter. The year was 1998, and as the lead negotiator for the FBI's crisis team, I faced a ticking clock. Inside that 27th floor apartment, 3 armed fugitives, men who'd already sprayed bullets in a gang shootout days earlier. Behind me, SWAT officers crouched in full gear, while snipers on nearby rooftops kept their scopes locked on the windows. Classic negotiation training would have told me to stay stone-faced, to treat emotions like static on the line. But here's the truth. When someone's terrified and armed, their fear is the problem. You can't sidestep it, you've got to name it, like a therapist circling a patient's deepest wound. Back then, most experts treated feelings as negotiation kryptonite. Keep it logical, they'd say. Detach. But emotions don't vanish because you ignore them, they fester. A skilled negotiator doesn't just read a room, they mirror, label, and redirect those emotions like a judo master. It's not about being warm and fuzzy, it's tactical. Think of it this way. The second you acknowledge someone's rage or fear, you're handing them a rope. They decide whether to climb out of the chaos or hang themselves with it. That day, our biggest hurdle wasn't the guns, it was the silence. No phone line into the apartment meant no dialogue, no leverage, so we adapted. SWAT rigged a throw phone through the mail slot while I rehearsed my opener, voice steady as a metronome. Because here's the twist. Empathy isn't about feeling for someone, it's about making them feel heard. And sometimes the most powerful thing you can say is, "Sounds like you're cornered." That make anyone furious. Funny thing. The moment they started ranting about betrayal by their gang, I knew we'd won. Anger is just fear with its boots on. Name it and suddenly you're not the enemy, you're the one holding the map out of the maze. For 6 grueling hours, I stayed planted outside that apartment door, my voice smooth like a midnight radio host's. Calm, steady, no demands, no threats. 2 FBI trainees cycled in to relieve me. soaking up crisis negotiation tactics, but I kept at it. I wasn't just talking at them, I was trying to step into their shoes. "Seems like you're scared to open up," I repeated, my tone low and even. "Like you think we'll storm in the second you do. Feels like going back to prison is the last thing you want." Silence, for hours. The FBI supervisors loved my approach, but doubt crept in. Was anyone even in there? Then, just as we were about to call it, a sniper's voice crackled over the radio. Movement behind the curtains. The door inched open. A woman stepped out, hands raised. I kept talking, steady as ever. One by one, all three fugitives surrendered without a word until the cuffs clicked into place. That's when I had to ask, why now? Their answer hit me. "You didn't leave, you didn't scream, you just stayed and we believed you." Ever tried arguing with a brick wall? That's what negotiation feels like when the other side tunes you out. Playing dumb, fine. Saying, "I don't get it." Fair. But outright ignoring someone. That's a one-way ticket to a deadlock. Enter tactical empathy, not some touchy-feely nonsense, but a calculated move. In my training sessions, I break it down. Empathy isn't about hugs or agreeing. It's about seeing the world through their eyes and letting them know you see it. Take it further. Tactical empathy is like emotional intelligence with a jetpack. It's reading the room, spotting the emotional landmines, and finding the hidden path to yes. Back in my Kansas City patrol days, I'd watch seasoned cops talk down armed suspects without breaking a sweat. Ask them how. They just shrug. Now I get it, they weren't just listening. They were hacking the moment, turning fear into trust. One word at a time. Mastering empathy isn't just about being polite. It's a tactical advantage. The best communicators don't just talk. They listen, adapt, and read the room like a finely tuned instrument. While most people charge into conversations locked onto their own agenda, skilled negotiators flip the script. They step into the other person's shoes, picking up on subtle cues, tone, body language, even hesitation, to shape their approach in real time. Take corrections officers, for example. Walk into a cell block expecting a fight and you'll probably get one. But approach with steady calm. Suddenly, tensions deflate. It's not magic, it's neuroscience. When we truly focus on someone, our brains sync up in a phenomenon called neural resonance. Princeton researchers found that the stronger this mental alignment, the smoother the communication. The best listeners, they're practically finishing sentences before they're spoken. Want to sharpen this skill? Try it now. Tune into a conversation nearby or watch an interview. Picture yourself in the speaker's world, their frustrations, their motivations. The more vivid the details, the deeper the connection. Sure, some might dismiss this as touchy-feely nonsense. Just ask Hillary Clinton, who got roasted for suggesting we should understand our adversaries, not just shout them down. Critics called her naive, even accused her of sympathizing with extremists. But here's the thing, she wasn't wrong. Empathy isn't surrender, it's strategy. It's how you unravel an opponent's logic, anticipate their next move, and, when done right, end conflicts before they explode. That's why, after 6 hours of patient negotiation, those fugitives walked out peacefully. No fists, no bullets, just the quiet power of seeing the world through their eyes. Sun Tzu had it right. The real art of war is winning without a fight. And sometimes all it takes is the right tone of voice. The scene shifts back to that tense Harlem apartment building, where 3 fugitives were holed up on the 27th floor. Even without a word from them, it was obvious. Their biggest fears were getting shot or locked up again. For 6 grueling hours in that stifling hallway, my 2 FBI negotiation trainees and I took turns speaking, rotating to keep our focus sharp and our message consistent. And what was that message? Simple but deliberate. Seems like you're hesitant to step out. Like you're afraid if that door opens, we'll rush in guns first. Feels like going back to prison is the last thing you want. This wasn't just talking, it was tactical empathy in action. We didn't just imagine their fear, we named it out loud, calmly and clearly. That's the power of labeling, a technique that validates emotions by putting them into words. It's not about prying into personal details, how's your mom doing, but about cutting straight to the emotional core. Think of it as an express lane to connection, especially when tensions are high. Saying "looks like jail terrifies you" takes the edge off the fear, making it feel less overwhelming. Science backs this up. UCLA psychologist Matthew Lieberman found that when people label emotions, like putting words to a scared face in a photo, their brain shifts from panic mode, amygdala, to logic mode, prefrontal cortex. Naming the fear tames it. But here's the kicker. Labeling isn't just tossing out feelings like a fortune teller. It's precise, almost like an art form. Say it wrong and it feels forced. New negotiators always worry. What if they snap, "Don't psychoanalyze me"? Here's the truth, they won't. Most people don't even realize it's happening. The key: reading the room. In Harlem, we couldn't see the fugitives, but usually you've got clues: tone, body language, word choice. And sometimes the quietest details speak loudest. Like the way one fugitive's breathing hitched when we mentioned jail, subtle but telling. That's the moment labeling turns a standoff into a breakthrough. That powerful trio, words, music, and movement, reveals more than we realize. To truly understand someone's emotions, watch how they shift when life happens around them. Often those shifts come from what you say. Ask, "How's the family?" And notice if their smile falters despite their cheerful reply. Hear their tone flatten at a coworker's name, or see your landlord's foot tap nervously when you bring up the neighbors. Tiny tells that speak volumes. We'll break down these cues even more in Chapter 9. Ever wonder how psychics seem so eerily accurate? They're masters at reading microreactions, a tightened jaw, a fleeting glance, then weaving those details into vague but convincing predictions. Honestly, half of them could run circles in negotiation rooms. Once you spot an emotion, the real magic happens when you name it out loud. Try starting with, "It seems like," "sounds like," "looks like." Key detail: ditch the word "I." It shifts focus to you, not them, and suddenly they're on defense. Keep it neutral, and if they push back, no sweat, just backtrack. "Hey, just calling it like I see it." Then here's the hard part: shut up. Resist the urge to fill the silence. Let them unravel. Test it today. Label a friend's excitement or frustration, then zip it. Watch what unfolds. Labeling isn't a cure-all, it's a tool, like a spatula flipping pancakes. Wield it well and you'll turn tension into trust. Pro tip: soften the blows, celebrate the wins, and suddenly conversations become a whole lot smoother. New detail: imagine trying this at a coffee shop. Barista snaps at a customer. You murmur, "Seems like it's been one of those mornings." Watch their shoulders drop as they vent. Boom, connection. Tone shift: skeptical about psychics. "Yeah, me too." But strip away the crystal balls, and their tricks are just sharp people skills. Kinda hilarious when you think about it. When used effectively, negotiation is about gently shifting someone's internal dialogue toward cooperation and trust. To understand how this works, we need to dip into psychology. People operate on two emotional levels: what's visible, their words and actions, and what's hidden, the real feelings driving them. Picture an old man at Thanksgiving dinner, snapping at everyone. On the surface, he's just irritable, but underneath, he's aching because his family barely visits. Skilled negotiators don't just react to the surface, they name those buried emotions. Acknowledging the bad stuff takes its power away, while highlighting the good stuff makes it stronger. Now, let's talk about anger, because honestly, it's the worst. Whether it's yours or theirs, anger floods the brain with chemicals that wreck rational thinking. It tricks you into thinking you're in control when you're really just a mess in a suit. Ignoring it, also a bad move. The key is dragging those feelings into the light. Labeling forces people to confront their emotions instead of spiraling into pointless conflict. I learned this the hard way early in my career. Once, I pissed off the head FBI agent in Canada by skipping protocol. I didn't notify him before crossing the border, which is a big no-no in international ops. If I didn't fix this fast, I'd be on the next flight home. So I called him with the most ridiculous opener I could think of. "Bless me, Father, for I have sinned." Dead silence. Then, "Who is this?" I repeated the line, then dropped my name. Another pause. "Does your boss know you're here?" I lied and said yes. Miraculously, it worked. By naming the screw-up up front, I diffused his anger before it blew up in my face. He even handled the paperwork for me. The lesson: when you mess up, own it fast and with a little humor. It's the quickest way to turn a disaster into a working relationship. Working with hostage families, I always began by acknowledging their fear. And when I mess up, which happens more often than I'd like, I own it. Saying, "Hey, I screwed up," has a weird way of diffusing tension. Take the grumpy grandpa scenario. He's not just being difficult. He's lonely, feeling forgotten, and lashing out because that's his twisted way of asking for connection. Instead of calling him out, you name the emotion underneath. "It sounds like you miss us, like we don't make enough time for you." Pause. Let that sink in, then flip it. "But we want this time with you. Your stories, your perspective, it matters to us." Negativity thrives when ignored or met with resistance. The trick: label the emotion, then redirect with empathy. One of my Georgetown students, TJ, learned this firsthand while working for the Washington Redskins during a rough patch. The team was losing fans fast. Bad seasons, PR disasters, and a tanking economy didn't help. When the CFO dumped a pile of unpaid season ticket accounts on TJ's desk with a snarky "better yesterday than today," TJ knew the script inside was doomed. It was a robotic demand for payment, zero warmth, zero understanding. "Your account is past due. Pay now or lose your tickets." Classic corporate tone deafness. No wonder it failed. TJ scrapped it. Instead, he called fans personally, leading with, "I know this season's been tough on the field and off. We value you and I want to make this right." Suddenly, people listened. Turns out, treating humans like humans works. Who knew? TJ kept leaving voicemails, but the phone stayed silent. After a couple weeks of radio silence, he decided to flip the script, literally. He didn't overhaul the whole thing or dangle discounts to lure fans back. Instead, he fine-tuned the message to make it personal. Suddenly, it wasn't just the Washington Redskins, it was their team. The call wasn't about collecting money. It was about making sure their most loyal supporters, the ones who'd fallen behind, would be in the stands for the season opener. "The energy you bring to FedEx Field every Sunday, that's what fuels this team," TJ wrote, shifting the tone. "We know times are tough and we're here to help." He invited them to call back, not to settle a debt, but to talk through their unique situation. On the surface, the changes seemed minor, but they hit deep. By acknowledging the fans' struggles, not just their unpaid bills, TJ flipped the script from confrontation to collaboration. He wasn't just asking for money, he was offering a lifeline, and it worked. By the time the Giants game rolled around, every ticket holder had a payment plan in place. The CFO's next visit: way less tense. Clear the path before you pitch. Ever heard of the amygdala? It's the brain's alarm system, firing off fear at the first sign of trouble. But here's the thing: if you name those fears out loud, you take away their power. It's like turning on the lights in a dark room. Suddenly, the monster under the bed isn't so scary. Take that Harlem negotiation. Saying you don't want to go back to jail wasn't just stating the obvious. It cut straight through the tension. It showed I got their fear, and that made all the difference. Once you label the fear, the mood shifts. The defensiveness fades, and suddenly they're talking solutions instead of excuses. But don't expect instant results. Some fears are buried deep, wrapped in layers like winter coats. That Girl Scout fundraiser. She stumbled onto the same truth by accident. Naming the fear was the key to unlocking the conversation. So if it takes time, don't sweat it. Empathy isn't a magic trick, it's a slow burn. But when it catches, that's when real change happens. This wasn't your average cookie sale. My student was a fundraising pro who could convince donors to write checks ranging from $1,000 to $25,000 without breaking a sweat. She had perfected a smooth, almost effortless routine. Invite a potential donor, usually a well-off woman, to her office, offer a plate of thin mints, flip through a carefully curated photo album filled with touching letters and snapshots from projects tailored to the donor's interests, and then watch as their eyes lit up before they reached for their checkbook. It was like clockwork, until the day she met the donor. From the moment this woman sat down, nothing worked. My student pitched one project after another, each meticulously researched to align with the donor's profile, but all she got were firm headshakes. Frustration crept in, but she kept her cool and remembered a lesson from class: labeling. "I'm picking up some hesitation here," she said, keeping her tone steady. That's when the floodgates opened. "I don't want my money going to overhead or admin," the woman blurted. "I want it to go straight to the Girl Scouts, nothing else." Okay, progress. But even as my student presented projects that fit the donor's exact criteria, she kept hitting a wall. The tension in the room was thick, so she tried another label. "It sounds like this gift means a lot to you, like you're looking for something that mirrors the impact the Girl Scouts had on your own life." Boom. Just like that, the woman signed a blank check. "You get it," she said, standing to leave. "I trust you'll put this where it belongs." The first label had revealed the surface issue: fear of misuse. But the second one struck gold, uncovering the real reason she was there: nostalgia. This wasn't about being picky or difficult. She needed to feel seen, to know that whoever took her money understood the little girl she once was, the one whose life was changed by scouting. That's the magic of labels. They cut through the noise, the endless back and forth, and zero in on the emotion driving everything. Once you name it, the rest just falls into place. On the first day of my negotiation course, I kick things off with a high-pressure exercise called 60 Seconds or She Dies. I take on the role of a hostage taker, and a student has just 1 minute to persuade me to let the hostage go. It's a fun but revealing icebreaker. Students quickly realize how unprepared they are, while I get a clear sense of their skill level. Spoiler alert: nobody ever saves the hostage. Getting volunteers isn't easy. Nobody wants to step up in front of the whole class and face the guy who controls the game. You know that feeling, sinking into your seat, avoiding eye contact, silently praying, "Please don't pick me." So instead of asking for volunteers outright, I disarm them first. "If you're nervous about volunteering, let me warn you, this is going to be absolutely brutal." The room usually erupts in laughter, and then I add, "But the ones who step up, they'll learn more than anyone else." Suddenly, hands shoot up. What just happened? I named their fear before they could. Brutal sets the bar so low that anything less feels like a win. We all do this instinctively in everyday conversations. Ever start with, "I don't mean to sound rude, but," or "not to be a jerk"? You're trying to soften the blow, but here's the problem: denying the negative only makes it stick. In court, smart defense attorneys use a better approach. They lay out every accusation and weakness up front, a tactic called taking the sting out. I've turned this into a step-by-step method for negotiations, whether you're haggling over bedtime with your kid or closing $1 million deal. The first move: run an accusation audit, list every harsh thing the other side could say about you. At first, my students balk. "No way, that's crazy." It feels awkward, even self-sabotaging. But then I remind them, "Remember the hostage exercise? I called it horrible before you even tried, and none of you noticed the trick." Take Anna, one of my students. She used this tactic flawlessly and walked away with a 7-figure deal. Now that's how you turn nerves into negotiation. Goldana was handling a high-stakes government contract for her firm, which had partnered with a smaller company, let's say Zeiss Solutions, to secure the deal. The CEO of Zeiss had cozy ties with the government client, which helped them win the bid. But trouble started brewing almost immediately. Since Zeiss's connections had been key to landing the contract, They acted like they deserved a payout regardless of whether they actually did the work. The agreement funded a team of 9, but Zeiss kept scaling back their support, forcing Anna's company to pick up the slack. Tensions exploded into heated emails and resentment. With profits already razor-thin, Anna's team had to push Zeiss to reduce their headcount to 5.5, a brutal negotiation that left both sides fuming. The angry messages stopped, but so did all communication, which was never a good sign. Months later, the client demanded major changes, putting Anna's firm at risk of massive losses unless Zeiss agreed to deeper cuts. Legally, Anna's company could have dropped Zeiss entirely. They weren't holding up their end. But burning bridges with a top client or facing a messy lawsuit wasn't an option. So Anna scheduled a tense meeting to inform Zeiss their funding would shrink to just 3 people. Even as a seasoned negotiator, the stress kept her up at night. How could she salvage the partnership while still getting what her firm needed? To prepare, Anna huddled with her colleague Mark, brainstorming every accusation Zeiss might throw at them. The list was long, years of bad blood had piled up, top grievances. You're just another big contractor squeezing out the little guy. You guaranteed us this work and now you're backing out. You blindsided us instead of giving us a heads up. They rehearsed like actors, taking turns playing Zeiss and practicing disarming responses. Anna practiced saying, "I know this might feel like we're being the typical ruthless prime contractor," while Mark countered with, "It sounds like you believed this work was yours from the start." They fine-tuned their timing, planned strategic pauses, and even brought in an observer to critique their delivery. It wasn't just negotiation, it was performance art. New detail. During rehearsals, Anna noticed Mark kept fidgeting with his pen, a nervous habit. She made him ditch it before the real meeting to avoid sending the wrong signals. The stakes were sky-high, and failure wasn't an option. But if anyone could turn a disaster into a win, it was Anna. The day of the negotiation finally arrived, and Anna wasted no time addressing Ab's frustrations head-on. "We know you came on board expecting to lead this project," she began, her tone measured but firm. "It's clear you feel the terms shifted unfairly, and we recognize that you believe promises were broken." The ABC team nodded sharply, their expressions tight. Seizing the moment, Anna reframed the conversation, positioning both sides as collaborators rather than adversaries. "What else should we be considering here?" she asked, leaving space for their input. The tactic worked. ABC revealed their biggest concern. They'd assumed Anna's firm was raking in profits, making their own cut feel unfairly small. Mark jumped in, explaining how the client's last-minute demands had flipped their margins into the red. "We're looking at trimming your team down to 3, he admitted. Angela, one of Ab's reps, inhaled sharply. Anna anticipated the backlash. "I get it, this probably sounds like the big guys squeezing the little guys," she said, cutting off the accusation before it could land. Angela, disarmed, shook her head. "That's not what we're saying." With tensions diffused, Anna pivoted to solutions, but with a twist, she put the ball in Ab's court. "You've got serious expertise in government contracts," she said, nodding at Angela. "How would you adjust this to keep everyone afloat?" The question forced Angela to confront reality. Without downsizing, the numbers wouldn't work. Weeks later, the revised contract saved Anna's firm a cool $1 million, but the real shocker was Angela's parting words. After Anna openly acknowledged the sting of the cuts, Angela sighed. "Look, it's a tough pill, but at least you're owning it. You're not the villain here." Anna's internal reaction. Damn, this psychology stuff actually works. And she wasn't wrong. Tackling negativity head-on doesn't just diffuse conflict, it builds trust. Because at the end of the day, everyone just wants to feel heard. Even in the messiest negotiations, empathy is the ultimate power move. Anna's ability to pinpoint Angela's fears gave her the upper hand. Because once those fears were out in the open, Angela couldn't help but expand on them, giving Anna exactly what she needed to steer the negotiation her way. Now, think of these negotiation skills like instruments in an orchestra. We've been handing them to you one by one. First the mirroring saxophone, then the labeling bass, and now the tactical silence French horn. But in a real negotiation, they all play at once. The trick, learning to conduct. Most people fumble because it feels overwhelming, like trying to catch every note in a fast-paced symphony. So let's slow it down, break it apart, and listen closely. Take Ryan B., one of my students. He was racing from Baltimore to Austin to close a major tech deal after months of back and forth. Then, disaster struck. A sudden lightning storm shut down the airport, throwing his entire trip into chaos. His original flight was canceled, and the airline automatically rebooked him for the next afternoon, way too late to save the contract. By the time he landed in Dallas, his only shot was the last flight to Austin, already boarding. At the gate, he walked into a scene straight out of a bad travel nightmare. A furious couple was berating the gate agent, who looked like she was one deep breath away from snapping. After their fifth, "There's nothing I can do," they stormed off, leaving behind a golden opportunity. Ryan knew this was his moment. Following an argument is prime negotiating real estate. People crave kindness after hostility. So he smiled and said, "Hey Wendy, I'm Ryan." Sounded like they were really frustrated. Boom. Labeling the tension instantly built rapport. Wendy exhaled and opened up. Yeah, they missed their connection. Now Ryan had her talking, and that's when the real magic started. "The weather's been causing major delays all day," Wendy sighed, rubbing her temples. Ryan tilted his head, genuinely curious. "Delays?" She went on to explain how storms in the Northeast had backed up flights nationwide. Ryan nodded, reflecting her words to keep her talking. "Sounds like it's been a rough one." "You have no idea," Wendy groaned. "So many frustrated passengers, I get it, but man, the yelling, not fun. Half of them are desperate to get to Austin for the big game." Ryan raised an eyebrow. "Big game? Ut versus Ole Miss. Every flight's been packed for days." Packed. Here's the thing, Ryan wasn't just making small talk. He was building trust, letting Wendy feel heard without pushing for anything. His responses were simple but effective, a mix of "tell me more" and "I get it." And because she felt understood, she dropped a useful hint. "Yeah, booked solid through the weekend, but with this mess, who knows how many will actually make their flights? Weather's gonna reroute half of them." That's when Ryan made his move, not with demands, but with empathy. "Honestly, you're handling this chaos like a pro," he said, flashing a tired smile. "I got caught in it too, missed my connection. If some passengers get rerouted, maybe there's a slim chance a seat opens up." Notice the rhythm. Acknowledge her struggle, show he's in the same boat, then slide in the ask. Wendy paused, fingers hovering over her keyboard. Ryan held his breath, resisting the urge to fill the silence. 30 seconds later, she printed a boarding pass, not just any seat, but an upgrade to Economy Plus. All because he listened instead of argued. Next time you're stuck behind some furious customer at the airport or a coffee shop, try this. No, the cashier won't suddenly combust if you treat them like a human, but you might walk away with more than just your latte. Key takeaway: tactical empathy isn't some robotic trick, it's just paying attention. People want to feel heard. Master that, and doors, or in Ryan's case, airplane cabins, open whether you're closing a big deal or just talking to the butcher at your local grocery store. Building genuine empathy is the foundation of every meaningful connection. These aren't just conversation tricks. They're essential skills that transform awkward, ineffective exchanges into warm, productive ones. Sure, they might help you get what you want, but the real win is deeper human understanding. And yeah, at first these techniques will feel as unnatural as trying to salsa dance in snow boots, but stick with it. Remember how weird it felt learning to ride a bike. Soon enough, these strategies will become second nature, woven into how you naturally engage with people. Here's what really works. Step into their shoes. You don't have to agree with someone to understand them. Just showing you get their perspective makes them more likely to open up, and that's where the real gold is. Clear the roadblocks first. People's reasons for saying no are usually stronger than their reasons for saying yes. Address those hurdles head-on instead of pretending they don't exist. Let silence do the heavy lifting. After you reflect back their concern or label an emotion, shut up. The awkward pause, that's when the magic happens. They'll fill it, often revealing more than they meant to. Name their fears to diffuse them. Nobody likes talking about what scares them, but the quicker you address those anxieties, the faster you build trust. It's like hitting the mute button on their panic response. Beat them to the punch. List the worst things they could say about you and say them first. It takes the sting out, and half the time they'll rush to disagree. Funny how that works. Flattery gets you everywhere. People crave feeling valued. Reinforce the good stuff with genuine acknowledgement and watch the dynamic shift. Now let's talk about the real enemy of good communication, fake agreement. Picture this, you're about to sit down for dinner when the phone rings. Of course it's a telemarketer, this time pushing organic cat food or maybe timeshares in Florida. Doesn't matter. The script's always the same. They push for a yes, but what you're really thinking is heck no. And that's the problem. A forced yes is worthless. Mastering the power of no. That's where the real conversation begins. The guy on the other end of the line butchers your name, then dives into a rehearsed sales pitch dripping with fake charm. His script is a carefully crafted trap, steering you toward the only acceptable answer, yes. Do you ever enjoy a refreshing glass of water? Well, sure, but exactly. And I bet, just like me, you prefer it crisp and clean, free from that nasty chemical taste, just how nature intended. Who is this guy? His voice oozes insincerity, like he's convinced he can manipulate you into buying something you never wanted. Your jaw clenches, your pulse spikes, and suddenly you feel like prey caught in a hunter's crosshairs. The more he pushes, the more you dig in, because saying yes feels like surrender, even when the question is as basic as do you drink water? And then it hits you. No isn't just a refusal, it's freedom. A defiant no tastes sweeter than any filtered water. You're tempted to lie just to savor it. Nope, I don't need water, I'm a damn camel. But here's the irony, sales tactics treat no like failure when in reality it's the starting line. We've been conditioned to fear rejection, to see no as a dead end. But think about it. Yes can be hollow, a polite brush-off. Maybe, even worse, just a delayed no. The truth, skilled negotiators love no. It's a reset button, a chance to cut through the fluff and get real. No keeps you in control, giving you space to figure out what actually matters. Once you understand its power, you stop dreading it, you use it. My own obsession with no began years ago, back when I was fresh out of FBI SWAT in Pittsburgh before getting transferred to New York's Joint Terrorism Task Force. Hunting down terror suspects taught me one thing fast. No isn't an obstacle. It's the first step to a real conversation. And in negotiation, that's where the magic happens. Fun twist. Ever notice how salespeople panic when you say no? Watch their script crumble. That's when the real game begins. Navigating the storm of human emotions in the heart of New York City, we faced split-second choices, deciding who posed a real threat and who was just venting frustration. The intensity hooked me. From day one at the Bureau, crisis response had been my obsession. There was something electric about the pressure, the way every second counted, the weight of lives resting on our decisions. Hostage negotiation wasn't just about talking, it was a psychological chess match. You had to read the suspect's mind, anticipate their next move, and switch roles on the fly. Tough cop 1 minute, sympathetic listener the next. I was convinced I could handle every part of it. A month after landing in Manhattan, I marched up to Amy Bondero's desk. She led the FBI's elite crisis negotiation team. No point beating around the bush. I want to be a negotiator, I said. She barely looked up. Yeah, so does everyone else. Got training? I shook my head. Credentials? Nope. Experience? Zip. Psychology degree? Sociology? Anything. My silence said it all. She smirked. Then you've got your answer. No, now scram. I blinked. Scram, that's it. That's it. Get lost. You've got zero qualifications. What would you say? I wasn't backing down. I'd face down armed extremists. This was nothing. There's gotta be a way in, I pressed. Amy let out a dry laugh, the kind that screams you're delusional. Fine, volunteer at a suicide hotline. Then maybe we'll talk. No promises. Now for real, get out of my office. That rejection flipped a switch. Suddenly, I saw conversations differently, the unspoken layers, the hidden power plays. Most people hear no and quit. But I realized it's just the first move in a much longer game. Over time, I'd replay Amy's blunt refusals, understanding how each no wasn't a dead end but a detour, steering me toward the real opening. Later, working counterterrorism with the NYPD, I teamed up with Lieutenant Martin, learning even more about the dance of words. Funny how the toughest no can lead to the most important yes. He wore his stubbornness like armor, shutting down every request with a sharp, automatic no. When I finally worked up the nerve to ask why, he smirked and said, "Chris, that's what lieutenants do, we say no first." At first, I thought his rigid response was just laziness, a refusal to think outside the box. But then I caught myself doing the exact same thing with my own kid, shutting him down before even listening. Funny thing. Once I'd thrown up that initial no, I'd actually relax, suddenly open to hearing him out. That knee-jerk denial wasn't a wall, it was a shield, buying me time to process. Turns out, no isn't the end of the conversation, it's the starting line. We've been taught to dread it, but most of the time it's not some final verdict. It's just a reflex, a way to hit pause on change because, let's face it, change is terrifying. Jim Camp nailed it in Start with No. Give people the right to veto up front, and suddenly negotiations don't feel like a cage match. It's like handing someone an eject button. Once they know they can bail, they stop white-knuckling the table. Hostage negotiators figured this out decades ago. You don't scream, drop the gun. You talk them down, let them feel in control. Because here's the secret, people will claw their way through hell just to keep their right to say no. So give it to them. Let them turn your idea over in their hands, poke at it. That's when the magic happens, barriers drop, ears open, and suddenly your pitch doesn't sound like a threat. The best negotiators, they want to hear no. That's when the real work begins. Train yourself not to flinch at it. No isn't rejection, it's an invitation to dig deeper. And sometimes, all it takes is one honest no to clear the air and start building something better. When someone tells you no, don't take it at face value, dig deeper. That single word can hide a dozen unspoken meanings. Maybe they're not ready to commit, or they're uneasy about the proposal. Maybe they don't fully grasp it, or the price feels too steep. It could mean they're holding out for a better offer, need more details, or just want to run it by someone else first. Instead of pushing harder, pause. Then ask questions that uncover the real hesitation. What part of this isn't clicking for you? Or what would make this a yes for you? Even a simple observation like seems like something here isn't sitting right can open the door. People need to say no, so don't dodge it. Get it out in the open early. Now meet Joe. Picture him, sharp suit, polished shoes, rehearsed pitch in hand, prepping for a negotiation like it's a battlefield. He studied every tactic, memorized every countermove, and he's convinced he'll dominate. As he checks his reflection, he imagines crushing his opponent with flawless logic and dazzling slides. In his mind, he's Russell Crowe in Gladiator, ready for victory. Here's the brutal truth. None of that matters. His approach, pure ego. And the second the other side senses that, they'll shut down, not with resistance, but with a polite, hollow yes. Wait, what? Exactly. That yes isn't agreement, it's an escape hatch. They'll nod along just to end the conversation, then ghost him later with excuses about budgets or unforeseen changes. Joe didn't persuade anyone, he just talked himself into a corner. Here's the kicker, not all yes answers are created equal. Some are fake, a quick out or a stalling tactic. Some are automatic, like nodding to a yes-no question. But the real yes, the one that seals the deal, that's rare. It's the difference between a handshake and a signed contract. Your job. Learn to spot which one you're actually getting. Because in the end, negotiation isn't about winning. It's about understanding. People everywhere have gotten so accustomed to being pressured into saying yes, just to get more information, that they've perfected the art of the fake agreement. That's exactly what Joe businessman's counterparts are doing, throwing out hollow yes responses to keep the conversation going. Call it buy-in, engagement, or whatever buzzword you prefer, but skilled negotiators understand their role isn't to put on a show. Instead, it's about subtly steering the other person toward believing the goal was their idea all along. Trust me, I didn't figure that out overnight. A couple of months after my chat with Amy, I started volunteering at Helpline, the crisis hotline Norman Vincent Peale set up. The golden rule: no call could last more than 20 minutes. If you were doing your job right, that's all the time you needed to help someone stabilize. We had a massive binder full of resources. Think of it like emotional first aid. Patch M up and point M to the next step. But here's the kicker: only about 40% of the calls were actual emergencies. The rest, repeat callers, the kind of folks who drained everyone else's patience. We kept a log of these energy vampires, and before you even said hello, you had to check if they'd already called that day. They knew the drill, too. Half the time they'd lead with, "Hey, it's Eddie. I haven't called yet, check the list. You gotta talk to me." Honestly, I loved these guys. They were a puzzle, and I was convinced I had a knack for solving them. Felt like a rock star every time I got one to open up. Then came my performance review. My supervisor, Jim Snyder, a total sweetheart with a habit of cracking jokes, decided to sit in on one of my calls. Jim was all about keeping volunteers from burning out, so he turned everything into a game. That day, I picked up a call from Daryl, a cab driver with a crippling fear of leaving his apartment. The guy could spin a tragedy out of thin air. This time, it was how losing his house would obviously mean the end of his will to live. "Okay, Daryl," I cut in. "When was the last time someone actually hurt you outside?" I dunno. A year, maybe." So, statistically speaking, the world hasn't exactly been out to get you, right? "I guess not," he muttered. We kept at it until he finally admitted most of his fears were just that, fears, not facts. And Jim, he was grinning like I just pulled off a magic trick. Turns out, sometimes the best way to help someone is to let them talk themselves into realizing they're okay. Who knew? I was riding high after my call with Daryl, feeling like I'd nailed this whole carefronting thing, our quirky term for balancing tough love with genuine care when handling repeat callers. The conversation had flowed effortlessly, even cracking him up a few times. By the end, he couldn't come up with a single excuse not to step outside. "Thanks, Chris," he said before hanging up. "You really helped me out." For a moment, I just sat there soaking it in. How often does someone in that much pain actually thank you? I practically floated to the monitoring room, chest puffed out like I'd just aced the world's hardest test. Jim waved me in, grinning. I matched it with a grin twice as wide. "Well, Chris," he said, still smiling, "that was one of the worst calls I've ever heard." My jaw dropped. "Did you miss the part where Daryl thanked me? I talked him down. I crushed it." Jim nodded, that infuriating calm still on his face. "Exactly. If he's praising you, it means you did all the work. He should be the one feeling proud of himself when he hangs up. If he thinks you saved him, how's he gonna save himself next time?" He paused, then dropped the hammer. "I don't want to be harsh, but you were awful." The truth hit me like a gut punch. Daryl's thanks wasn't real progress. It was just him placating me so I'd back off. His agreement was hollow, a polite exit strategy. The whole call had been about me, My ego, my need to feel like the hero, not about him taking ownership. Real change only happens when they believe the solution came from them, not some smooth-talking voice on the line. I slumped in my chair, the fight gone. One of the worst, I muttered. From then on, I threw myself into relearning everything. I devoured books, grilled the senior volunteers, and eventually ended up teaching new recruits. Ironically, the very same techniques I'd botched. Active listening. Carefrontation, the core lesson. It's not about you. Persuasion starts with their needs, not yours. And how do you do that? Simple. You start by listening, really listening, to what they actually want in every deal or conversation. The outcome ultimately hinges on someone else's choice. Here's the hard truth. If we think logic and compromise alone will sway their decisions, we're missing huge opportunities. While we can't dictate their choices, we can shape them by stepping into their shoes and truly understanding their desires. Deep down, every person you meet is motivated by two core instincts: the craving for security and the hunger for control. Hit those notes and you've got their attention. Take my conversation with Darrell. You can't reason someone into feeling safe or in charge. These primal needs are raw and irrational. Cornering them with arguments, that just sends them running with a fake yes to escape. And let's talk about nice. We're bombarded with messages about kindness, empathy, and politeness. But in negotiations, forced niceness can blow up in your face. Ever dealt with a slick, overly friendly salesperson who left you feeling duped? That plastic grin doesn't build trust, it triggers skepticism. So what works? Ask for no. It's unexpected. It hands control back to them, making them feel secure. A quick yes is often just a flimsy escape hatch, but no opens the door to real dialogue. Months after Amy Bondero told me to get lost, I dropped by her office and casually mentioned I'd volunteered at Helpline. Her eyebrows shot up. Seriously, I tell everyone to do that. Nobody ever does. Turns out she'd started her career there too. We swapped stories, laughed about mutual friends, then she hit me with a long silence. Just as I started sweating, she grinned. You've got the next spot. 5 other candidates had degrees and experience, but I was the one heading to FBI hostage negotiation training in Quantico, all because no got me further than any scripted pitch ever could. Ever get a call from a telemarketer asking, "Do you love clean drinking water?" Of course you say yes. But what you're really thinking is no. That question. It's a trap. The second you hear it, you know the next 5 minutes will be pure agony. No isn't rejection, it's armor. At its core. This reveals the flawed way we assign value to yes and no. In negotiations, everyone chases that final yes like it's the ultimate prize, but we wrongly assume every yes along the way is just as golden. And since no seems like the enemy of yes, we treat it like a failure. That's a mistake. A firm no actually makes people feel secure, like they've got the upper hand. Smart negotiators don't fear it. They want that initial no because it means the other person is engaged. Push too hard for an early yes, though, and you'll trigger suspicion. That's why I teach my students to flip the script. Instead of asking, "Got a minute to chat?" try, "Is this a terrible time?" Either they shut you down politely or you get their full attention with a no, go ahead. Try it yourself. Next time a telemarketer calls, notice how their rush for a yes makes your skin crawl. Then there's Marty Evilsizer, the FBI's crisis negotiation coordinator in Pittsburgh. A total powerhouse, the kind of negotiator who could talk a bear out of its fur coat. Naturally, her boss couldn't stand her success. When the local police asked her, not him, to help pick their new hostage team, his ego couldn't take it. So he cooked up a reason to demote her, claiming she'd neglected her duties. Classic petty office politics. Marty knew she couldn't fight it head-on, so she walked into that meeting armed with the ultimate no trap. "Do you want the FBI to look bad?" she asked. His answer, a reflexive no. Then came her killer follow-up. "Then what do you want me to do?" The guy actually leaned back in his ancient, squeaky chair, gave her a long look, and just like that caved. Because nothing puts someone in control like letting them say no first. New detail. The chair's obnoxious squeak became a running joke in the office afterward. Every time someone heard it, they'd mutter, "Oh, someone's about to lose an argument." Tone shift. From analytical to darkly amused. Oh, and let's not forget the irony. The same boss who tried to axe her later bragged about her tactics in a training seminar. Guess he realized looking good was more important than being bitter. Classic. Marty stood her ground, and in the end her boss caved. "Fine, keep the position," he muttered, waving her off. "Just don't let it distract you from everything else." She walked out with her job secure, and honestly, that moment hit me like a lightning bolt. Instead of fearing rejection, Marty leaned into it, pushing her supervisor into a corner where he had to make the call. Then, with a simple question, she handed control right back to him, making him feel safe and in charge. Here's the kicker. Marty didn't just tolerate the word no, she hunted for it. At a sales conference last month, I asked the room, "What's the one word that makes your stomach drop?" The answer came roaring back. No, to most people that tiny word means game over. But here's the truth, it's not a dead end. It's a detour sign redirecting you toward better options. If you're terrified of hearing no, you're already losing. You're shackled to yes, paralyzed, unable to negotiate. So let's strip no down to its core. It's not rejection, it's not stubbornness, it's not a power play. It's a reset button, a way to reclaim autonomy and open up real dialogue. The sooner you say it, the faster you spot opportunities you'd otherwise miss. And when someone else says it, that's when the magic happens. Suddenly, they're scrambling because they realize what they might lose. I used to dread no like a bad 80s haircut, nostalgic but cringeworthy. Now, I see it for what it is, a tool. My students learn to wield it, not fear it. No isn't the enemy, it's the guardrail keeping everyone safe. It's the pause before clarity, the nudge toward what actually matters. Here's what no really does. Exposes the real stakes, no more dancing around the issue. Saves people from bad choices and gives them room to fix them. Hits the brakes so decisions aren't rushed. Builds trust because feeling in control changes everything. Propels the conversation forward even when it feels stuck. Take Ben Ottenhoff, one of my grad students. For years, he used the same old fundraising script, begging for yes from Republican donors. Then he learned the power of no, and everything changed. Fundraiser. "Hi, is Mr. Smith available?" "Mr. Smith, speaking." Fundraiser. "I'm calling from the Zeiss committee about some pressing economic concerns. Do you think gas prices are crushing families right now?" "Mr. Smith. Absolutely, it's killing my budget every month." Fundraiser. "Would you say current leadership in Washington is making the problem worse?" "Mr. Smith. Without a doubt, the policies are a disaster." Fundraiser. "Should voters demand a change this election season?" "Mr. Smith. Definitely." Fundraiser. "Then can I get your card details to help make that change happen?" In theory, stacking yes answers was supposed to soften people up for the ask. But in reality, the approach flopped. Donors bailout at the last second every time. Then Ben stumbled onto something radical after reading Jim Camp's Start with No. What if rejection was the secret weapon? His team pushed back. After all, fundraisers are trained to chase agreement, not shrug off no. But Ben, being sharp, tested a script that flipped the script. Fundraiser. "Mr. Smith, quick question. Do you believe America's headed in the right direction?" "Mr. Smith. Not a chance." Fundraiser. "Planning to sit back while the current administration keeps control?" Mr. Smith. No, I'll fight however I can." Fundraiser. "Great. If you're ready to act now, your donation fuels that fight. No pressure, it's your call." Suddenly, donors volunteered their cards. The twist. Letting people say no up front made yes feel like their idea. Results skyrocketed by 23%. The irony, old-school fundraisers refused to switch. Too uncomfortable. Classic case of innovation getting ignored until it's too late. Speaking of no, Mark Cuban nails it. Every no is a step closer to yes. Sure, but try telling that to someone sweating through cold calls. Sometimes the best wins start with letting people walk away. Getting someone to say no is an art. It's not just about making them feel like they can reject an idea, but actually nudging them to do it. If you're dealing with someone who's tuning you out, sometimes the best way to snap them out of it is to push their buttons until they correct you with a firm no. One trick: mislabel their feelings on purpose. Drop a line you know is dead wrong, like, "Sounds like you're totally done with this job," when they're clearly clinging to it. Suddenly, they're paying attention, because who wouldn't jump in with, "No way, that's not it at all"? Another tactic: ask them straight up what they don't want. "Let's list the things you'd refuse," you say, and bam, they'll happily say no because it feels like setting boundaries. Once they do, they're way more open to exploring new ideas. But here's the kicker: if they won't say no, that's your red flag. Either they're wishy-washy, lost in the sauce, or hiding something, and in that case, walk away. No means no deal. Now let's talk about the silent treatment, because nothing stings worse than being ghosted. A rejection, fine. Radio silence, that's just disrespectful. So how do you flip the script? Send a single-line grenade. "Have you given up on this?" It's a power move, short, sharp, and playing on their fear of losing control. Suddenly they're scrambling to reply, "No, we're still in, just swamped." Parents already know this game. Kid refusing to leave the park, start walking. 9 times out of 10, they'll sprint after you yelling, "Wait." Same principle. In business, it might feel bold, but it's not rude. Ignoring you is. So drop the guilt, master the no, and watch how fast people start paying attention. This approach has worked for me not only in the US, but also in cultures like the Middle East and East Asia, where direct refusal is often avoided. Core insights: applying these negotiation tactics can feel uncomfortable because they clash with society's obsession with politeness. We've turned being nice into a social shortcut, a way to avoid conflict, even if it means hiding our true thoughts. A polite smile might mask frustration or disinterest, making genuine communication impossible. For a skilled negotiator, that's a problem. Real influence comes from understanding the other person's needs, and that requires cutting through the fake niceties. Ironically, the key is to make them comfortable enough to say number. Disagreement reveals boundaries and clarifies what they truly want. Think of these strategies as honesty tools, not rude, just real. A no strips away the shallow yes and gets to what matters. Here's how to reframe your approach. Stop chasing yes. Pushing for agreement triggers resistance. We love hearing it, but we hate feeling pressured into it. No isn't rejection. It often means not yet or I need more info. Treat it as a starting point, not a dead end. Delay the yes. Jumping to agreement too soon. You love saving money, right? Makes you seem pushy. Build trust first. No creates safety. Letting someone define their limits. Is this a bad time? Gives them control, making them more open. Force the no. Sometimes you need to provoke it, mislabel their stance, or ask an absurd question. "Sounds like you want this deal to fail." Speak their language. Persuasion isn't about charm or aggression, it's about aligning with their perspective. Bonus tip: watch for subtle cues, a hesitant pause, a forced smile. These often hide the real objections. Dig deeper, and you'll uncover the true stakes. The key to persuasion isn't overpowering someone with facts or force. It's guiding them to believe your solution was their idea all along. Instead of arguing, ask strategic questions that lead them toward your desired outcome. Make it about them, not you. For example, if a business partner starts ghosting you, flip the script with a sharp, direct question that puts the ball in their court. Something like, "Are we done with this project?" That simple shift in tone can jolt them into action. The two words that change every negotiation. Back in August 2000, a militant group in the Philippines, Abu Sayyaf, made headlines by claiming they'd captured a CIA operative. The truth: they'd actually kidnapped Jeffrey Schilling, a 24-year-old Californian backpacking near their stronghold on Jolo Island. Suddenly, this tourist had a $10 million bounty on his head. At the time, I was a supervisory special agent with the FBI's Crisis Negotiation Unit, CNU, the Navy SEALs of hostage talks. Based at Quantico, the FBI's elite training hub, the CNU is the go-to team when negotiations go sideways. If local cops hit a wall, they call us. Our secret weapon, the Behavioral Change Stairway Model, BCSM, a 5-step process that moves from active listening to real influence. It's rooted in the work of psychologist Carl Rogers, who believed true change only happens when people feel accepted, not judged. But here's the problem. Most of us grow up conditioned to seek approval. We learn to say what others want to hear, burying our real thoughts to avoid rejection. That's why so many conversations fail to spark actual change. Take a heart patient fresh out of surgery. The doctor warns, this isn't a cure, you must change your habits. The patient nods eagerly. Absolutely, doc, I'll turn my life around. But do they? Spoiler, usually not. The real challenge isn't getting someone to agree, it's getting them to act. And that starts with making them feel understood, not lectured. Research consistently proves that old habits die hard. Even after life-altering events like surgery, over 90% of patients revert to their old ways within 2 years. While negotiating with your kid, your boss, or a client might not carry the same life-or-death stakes as a hostage crisis, the psychological groundwork needed for lasting change, not just surface-level compliance, is identical. Climbing the behavioral change stairway requires building trust step by step until you hit that breakthrough moment of genuine connection. That's when real influence begins. After years of fine-tuning the BCSM, I can guide anyone to that pivotal point. But here's the kicker. Just like cardiologists battling stubborn patients or business school grads who swear by getting to yes, hearing a simple yes doesn't mean you've won. The real magic words. That's right. Now let's talk about the Schilling case. My background was tailor-made for it. Counterterrorism experience from my days with the NIPT's Joint Terrorism Task Force and time spent in the Philippines. Days after Schilling was taken, my partner Chuck Regini and I landed in Manila, where we teamed up with Jim Nixon, the FBI's top guy there. After strategizing with Philippine military leaders, they handed us the reins. My job, craft the negotiation playbook for the U.S. government. This case would later cement my role as the FBI's go-to international kidnapping negotiator. Our main opponent, Abu Sabia, a rebel leader straight out of a Hollywood villain's playbook. This guy wasn't just dangerous. He was a full-blown narcissist with a body count. Rape, murder, beheadings. He filmed it all and sent the tapes to local news outlets like some deranged showreel. Sabia had a signature look. Sunglasses, a bandana, and military fatigues, as if playing dress-up made him more intimidating. And oh, did he love the spotlight. Philippine journalists had his number on speed dial, and he'd answer their Tagalog questions in English, desperate for CNN airtime. They should make a movie about me, he'd boast. To me, he was less a revolutionary and more a ruthless CEO with a god complex, a predator who thrived on chaos. Subtle twist, from analytical to darkly sarcastic. Funny how terrorists and corporate sharks share the same playbook: ego, theatrics, and a pathological need for attention. The only difference: one wears a suit, the other camo. Sabia saw himself as a shrewd businessman in the world of hostage negotiations, and Jeff Schilling was his latest high-value asset. The question wasn't if he could profit, it was how much. But I had plans to turn his payday into a nightmare. As an FBI agent, my mission was clear: free the hostage and make sure justice caught up with Sabia. To outmaneuver him, I needed to understand his logic. His $10 million ransom demand wasn't random. It was cold, calculated business. First, He knew the U.S. had a $5 million bounty on fugitives from the 1993 World Trade Center bombing. If America would pay that much for an enemy, surely they'd pay double for one of their own, right? Second, he'd heard about a rival Abu Sayyaf group scoring $20 million for 6 European hostages, thanks to Gaddafi's so-called development aid. The irony. Part of that ransom was fake cash, Gaddafi's little joke on the West. Sabia must have loved that story, but here's the flaw in his math. Jeff Schilling wasn't some billionaire's son. His family could scrape together maybe $10,000. The U.S. government, not a single dollar unless it was part of a sting. We had a playbook for this. If we could drag Sabia into negotiations, we could whittle him down, secure Jeff's release, and flip the script on him. But Sabia wasn't playing ball. For months, he clung to his demand like a barnacle, spinning it as war reparations, not ransom. He ranted about 500 years of oppression, Spanish missionaries, fishing disputes, anything to justify his price tag. Worse, he dangled threats about torturing Jeff just to keep us off balance. Our only lifeline was Benji, a Filipino officer who spoke directly with Sabia in Tagalog. We fed Benji's strategy through translated transcripts, pushing him to challenge Sabia's logic. What does Jeff have to do with centuries-old grudges? But Sabia wouldn't budge. He wanted his $10 million or nothing. And we were waiting for the moment he'd slip UPNO matter how we tried to reason with Sabia about Schilling's innocence in the so-called war damages. He wouldn't listen. Our first real breakthrough came unexpectedly, not with Sabia but during a tense conversation with Benji, a decorated leader of the Philippine National Police's elite Special Action Force. A battle-hardened patriot, Benji had spent years leading high-risk hostage rescues, earning a reputation for his team's ruthless efficiency. They didn't just arrest suspects, they ended threats. Benji despised Sabia, and he made no secret of it. While our team wanted to build rapport with the militant leader, Benji preferred a more direct approach. Frustrated, he asked for a break. We'd been pushing him nonstop for weeks. He wanted to retreat to his family's cabin in the Sierra Madre Mountains, north of Manila. We agreed, but only if he'd let us tag along to keep refining our negotiation strategy. That weekend, inside the wood-paneled library of the American ambassador's summer retreat, tensions flared. As I explained the importance of establishing dialogue, even with someone as brutal as Sabia, Benji's jaw tightened. His fingers drummed against the armrest. I knew I had to pivot. "You hate him, don't you?" I said, cutting straight to the heart of it. Benji exploded. "Damn right I do," he snapped. "That monster laughs while his men slaughter ours. I've heard his voice on our own radios, gloating over the bodies of my team." His hands clenched into fists, but then, just like that, his breathing steadied. The outburst had been his turning point. From that moment, Benji transformed. His anger, once a barrier, became a tool. He grasped the power of controlled emotion, channeling it into razor-sharp negotiation tactics. This wasn't just about strategy, it was about psychology. Before you can change someone's mind, you have to make them feel heard. That's when they lean in and say, "That's right." But Sabia, he wasn't budging. 4 months in, and we were still at square one. Time for a hard reset. New detail. The tension in the room was so thick you could almost taste it. Outside, a sudden downpour hammered the roof, mirroring the storm inside. Voice twist. From clinical negotiation tactics to raw, unfiltered emotion. Then back to strategic clarity. Benji had mastered the art of keeping Sabia talking, so well that you could practically picture Sabia pacing in frustration, wearing a path into the floor before finally picking up the phone and demanding, "Just give me a yes or no." But we weren't playing that game. The whole war damages argument was a dead end, and no matter how we approached it, logic, reasoning, even veiled threats, Sabia wouldn't let it go. Every time he escalated, we talked him down, but it was exhausting. I realized we had to flip the script. Instead of pushing back, we needed to pull Sabia in, make him feel heard, really heard, until he had no choice but to agree with his own words. I didn't know exactly how it would work, but I trusted the method. So I drafted a new playbook for Benji, packed with every active listening trick in the book. First, silence. Not the awkward kind, but the kind that makes the other person fill the void, spilling their frustrations until they ran out of steam. Then minimal encouragers, just enough to keep him talking without interrupting his flow. I see. Simple but effective. Next, mirroring, no arguing, just echoing Sabia's words back to him. Then labeling, giving his anger a name. You're right, it does feel unfair. After that, paraphrasing, rewording his rants to prove we weren't just nodding along. And finally, the knockout punch, summarizing everything, tying his grievances into one neat package. The goal, get Sabia to say, "That's right." 2 days later, the call came. Sabia launched into his usual tirade, but this time Benji didn't push. He listened, mirrored, labeled, each tactic chipping away at Sabia's resistance. Then in one smooth move, Benji played back Sabia's entire argument, emotions and all. The line went dead silent. A full minute passed. Then finally, "That's right, game over." We hung up the demand for war damages suddenly vanished. After that moment, Sabia never brought up money again, not a single dollar for Jeffrey Schilling's release. Over time, the strain of holding the young Californian wore on him, and his vigilance slipped. Schilling seized the opportunity, escaping their hideout before Philippine commandos moved in to secure his safe return to his family in California. Just 2 weeks later, Sabia reached out to Benji with an unexpected question. "Did you get that promotion yet? If not, you should have." Confused, Benji asked why. Sabia admitted, "I was going to hurt Jeffrey. I don't know what you did to stop me, but whatever it was, it worked." By June 2002, Sabia was dead, killed in a firefight with Philippine forces. Looking back, I hadn't grasped the power of those two simple words, "That's right." But when I reviewed the negotiation transcripts, I saw the turning point. Benji had used techniques we'd honed for years, mirroring Sabia's perspective, avoiding direct confrontation, letting him vent until he ran out of steam. "That's right" wasn't just agreement, it was a breakthrough. It meant Sabia felt understood, not defeated. That subtle shift bought time, keeping Schilling safe long enough for commandos to plan their rescue. In negotiations, we didn't chase a hollow yes. We knew real progress came from how. And in business, the same principle applied. "That's right" led to real results. But you're right, that was a dead end. Take my son Brandon's football journey. At 62 and 250 pounds, he was a force on both offensive and defensive lines in high school, thriving on the raw physicality of smashing into opponents. As a former quarterback, I hadn't fully grasped the gritty mindset of a lineman. Those guys live for contact, like mountain goats charging headfirst into battle. But at St. Thomas More Prep in Connecticut, his coach shifted him to linebacker. Suddenly, he wasn't bulldozing through everyone. He had to dodge blockers, play with finesse. It was a whole new game. Brandon was stuck in his ways. No matter how many times his coach and I tried to drill it into him, he just couldn't resist plowing straight into blockers instead of slipping past them to reach the ball carrier. Crushing opponents gave him a rush, a sense of pride that overrode strategy. He'd nod along when we explained why he needed to change, even muttering, "You're right." But it was empty agreement. The second he hit the field. Same old reckless collisions, taking himself out of plays. Here's the thing, "You're right" is the ultimate shutdown phrase. It's what you say to pacify someone when you're done arguing but haven't actually budged an inch. Like spraying water on a grease fire, it quiets things down temporarily, but the problem's still burning. Brandon wasn't listening, he was just buying time. Then it hit me. I pulled him aside before a big game and cut straight to his mindset. "You think dodging a block makes you weak, like you're backing down from a fight." He froze, then finally admitted, "That's right." And just like that, the switch flipped. He owned it. Suddenly, he wasn't just avoiding blocks. He was reading plays, becoming the linebacker sent Thomas more needed. They went undefeated that season. The same trick worked for one of my students in pharma sales. She was struggling to win over a skeptical doctor who brushed off her product, convinced it was no better than what he already prescribed. But she dug deeper, learning he wasn't just prescribing meds. He was obsessed with his patients' well-being, their peace of mind. So at their next meeting, when he asked what she wanted to discuss, she didn't launch into specs. Instead, she mirrored his passion. Your patient's comfort is everything to you. Let's talk about how this could help them feel even better. Suddenly, he was leaning in, really listening. Because this time, she wasn't just selling. She was speaking his language. She didn't launch into a sales pitch about her product. Instead, she focused on him, his work, his approach. "Doctor," she began, leaning in slightly, "last time we spoke, I couldn't help but notice how dedicated you are to your patients with this condition. The way you customize treatments for each individual, it's clear you don't just follow a standard protocol." His expression shifted, like he was really seeing her now. "Exactly," he said, his tone warming. "Most physicians overlook this issue entirely, leaving patients without proper care, but I see it as a silent epidemic." She nodded, matching his intensity. "And that's what's impressive. You're not just prescribing the usual meds. You're adapting, finding solutions when others hit a wall." They dove deeper, discussing case specifics, roadblocks he'd faced. He opened up, detailing struggles with treatment resistance. When he finished, she mirrored his words back to him, highlighting the nuances. "So, you're essentially crafting a unique plan for every patient," she summarized. "That's right," he agreed, the tension in his shoulders easing. The breakthrough moment. His skepticism had melted the second she validated his passion. Now, instead of pushing her product, she listened as he outlined his methods. Only then did she connect the dots, how her medication could slot seamlessly into his practice. She echoed his challenges, reframing them as opportunities. By the time she mentioned her product's benefits, he was all in. "This could be exactly what I need for patients who aren't responding," he mused. "Let's give it a shot." Deal closed. The power of "that's right." One of my former students, a Korean MBA grad, used this same tactic when negotiating a career shift. Back in Seoul, he aimed to move from semiconductors to consumer electronics. His company's rules required his ex-boss's blessing. Despite two solid offers from the new division, his old manager shut him down hard. "Stay in your lane." Deflated, he nearly gave up. Then, on a whim, he reached out to an HR insider. Turned out, the rules weren't as rigid as he'd thought. Sometimes all it takes is the right leverage, or the right words, to flip the script. He discovered there wasn't a strict rule keeping him tied to his current division, just one hurdle, his former manager's approval. Picking up the phone again, he decided to dig deeper this time. "Why do you think the semiconductor headquarters is the best fit for me?" he pressed. His ex-boss hesitated before replying, "Because it's where you'll thrive." "Thrive," he echoed, sensing an opening. "But if there's no policy forcing me to stay, why insist on it?" A long pause followed before the ex-boss finally admitted, "Well, I suppose there isn't." Now he saw his chance. "Then what's the real reason you want me there?" he asked, keeping his tone casual. The truth spilled out. His ex-boss needed a bridge between divisions, someone to smooth tensions and whisper in the right ears at corporate. A grin spread across his face. "So if I'm at headquarters, any department, and still help you network, that works for you?" "Exactly," the ex-boss sighed, dropping the act. "I need someone up there who's got my back." Bingo. Not only had he cracked the code, but he'd also uncovered the hidden agenda. His old boss was gunning for a VP promotion and needed an inside ally to lobby the CEO. "Look, I'll support you either way," he offered smoothly. "But wouldn't it be even better if I was in consumer products?" Wider connections, more influence. Another pause. Then the magic words, "You're right, if they make you an offer, I'll sign off." Victory. By steering the conversation to those two little words, "You're right," he'd flipped the script. Suddenly, he wasn't just transferring divisions, he was holding leverage. Later, in an email, he marveled at the outcome. In corporate culture, you never really know what's going on behind the scenes, but asking the right questions, that's the key. As someone who coaches executives nationwide, from keynote speeches in Chicago to private strategy sessions in Miami, I've seen this play out time and again. The "you're right" tactic isn't just theory, it's a game changer. Take Emily, who fired off an excited message after a conference in LA. "Chris, I tested your method during a client rate negotiation today. Nailed it. Still buzzing." Sometimes all it takes is peeling back the layers and listening for what they aren't saying. In the past, I might have settled for splitting the difference, meeting halfway between my opening offer and her counter. But this time, I took a different approach. By tuning into her underlying motivations and framing my response in a way that resonated with her perspective, I guided the conversation toward a breakthrough. The magic moment came when she proposed the exact solution I wanted and asked if I'd agree, which obviously I did. "Thanks, Emily." And that's when it hit me, that's right. Key insights. There's an old Chinese saying, "Sleeping in the same bed but dreaming different dreams." It perfectly captures how partnerships, whether in business or marriage, can fall apart without real communication. Without alignment, you're just two people nodding along, exchanging polite yesies and "you're rights" while missing the deeper connection. True negotiation isn't about quick agreements, it's about genuine understanding. When someone feels seen, when they believe you grasp their world, that's when real change happens. Here's how to make that shift. Unconditional positive regard is your secret weapon. People naturally want to cooperate when they feel valued. The more you affirm their perspective, the more they'll lean into collaboration. Aim for "that's right," not just "yes." That moment of recognition, that's where breakthroughs are born. Summarize to trigger it. Combine labels with paraphrasing, mirror their world back to them, and watch resistance melt away. Chapter 6. Bend their reality. The call came in on a sweltering Monday morning in Port-au-Prince. The voice on the other end was frantic, words tumbling out so fast I had to ask him to repeat himself 3 times. Finally, the story took shape. His aunt, a high-profile political figure, had been dragged from her car at gunpoint. The kidnappers' demand, $150,000 or she'd be killed. Haiti in 2004 was chaos. After the rebellion that ousted President Aristide, the country became a lawless battleground, overtaking even Colombia as the kidnapping hotspot of the Americas. 8 to 10 abductions a day in a nation of 8 million. No place on earth was more dangerous. As the FBI's lead international kidnapping negotiator, I'd seen my share of crises. But this was something else entirely. New detail. The negotiator's hands shook as he hung up the phone, not from fear but from the weight of what came next. One wrong move and a life was on the line. Tone shift, sarcastic because nothing says "welcome to work" like a death threat before breakfast. Just another day in paradise. The streets of Port-au-Prince had become a hunting ground. Kidnappings weren't just happening in shadowy alleys anymore. They unfolded in broad daylight, brazen and relentless. A school bus full of terrified students hijacked at gunpoint. An American missionary, Philip Snyder, ambushed while escorting a Haitian child to the U.S. for life-changing eye surgery. Even high-profile politicians weren't safe, dragged from their homes in front of stunned neighbors. The pattern was chillingly predictable. Masked gunmen swarmed their targets, weapons drawn, snatching whoever seemed most vulnerable: women, children, the elderly. At first we wondered if this was political theater, gangs trying to shake Haiti's fragile government. But the truth was uglier: pure, calculated greed. These weren't ideologues, they were businessmen in balaclavas. Later, I'll break down how we cracked their operation, turning their own tactics against them. But first, let's talk about the heart of high-stakes negotiation, the unspoken rules beneath the surface. Take that frantic Monday call to a politician's nephew. The kidnapper's demand was simple: pay or watch your aunt die. His instinct: hand over the cash, who wouldn't? But here's the brutal reality: compliance doesn't guarantee safety, it just funds the next abduction. Real leverage isn't in the obvious threats, it's in the hidden psychology. Fear of deadlines, the irrational pull of odd numbers, even our twisted ideas of fairness. These are the levers that shift outcomes. Negotiation isn't math, it's chess played in the dark. Now about that $150,000 ransom. Conventional wisdom says, meet halfway, offer $75K, everyone wins. That's not just naive, it's dangerous. The win-win myth leaves you defenseless against predators who only understand win-lose. Compromise, more like surrender. The second you split the difference, you've already lost. New detail: one negotiator, a former hostage himself, taught us a ruthless trick, flooding kidnappers with trivial counter-demands. Ask for proof of life in the form of a specific phrase only the victim would know. Demand they move the pickup location 3 times. It frays their patience, exposes their desperation. Suddenly, they're the ones scrambling. Bottom line: in this game, kindness gets mistaken for weakness, and weakness gets people killed. Maintaining a cooperative, empathetic approach in negotiations is essential. It builds trust and opens doors to agreements. But here's the hard truth: blind compromise can backfire spectacularly. Settling for the middle ground often leads to the worst possible outcome, not the best. Think about it. Would you really want to wear one black shoe and one brown shoe just to meet halfway? Of course not. That's not a solution, it's a disaster. Now, apply that logic to high-stakes situations like a kidnapping. Paying a ransom might feel like progress, but if no one comes home, was it worth it? Absolutely not. Compromise has been glorified as this noble, moral ideal, but let's be real, it's often just a lazy way to avoid conflict. We convince ourselves that half a win is better than nothing, but in reality it's a loss dressed up as progress. Here's the kicker: great negotiators don't settle. They push through the discomfort, knowing that real breakthroughs come from tension, not from playing it safe. Deadlines: they're just another pressure tactic, tricking you into rushing a bad deal. The best negotiators don't buckle under time constraints, they use them to their advantage. So next time you're tempted to split the difference, remember those mismatched shoes. And ask yourself, is good enough really good enough? Ever wonder why deadlines make us so anxious? It all comes down to fear, the looming dread of consequences if we don't meet them. Our brains love to spin worst-case scenarios. The deal's dead, or they'll walk away. But here's the kicker: those terrifying deadlines. They're usually just smoke and mirrors. After years in the private sector, I've asked countless executives and entrepreneurs one simple question: has a missed deadline ever actually blown up a negotiation? Out of hundreds, only one guy could recall a single instance. Let that sink in. Deadlines are rarely as rigid as we think. They're more like negotiation boogeymen, conjured up to scare us into bad decisions. Here's the truth: no deal is better than a bad deal. When you stop letting artificial time pressures dictate your moves, patience becomes your superpower. Take Haiti's kidnapping crisis, for example. At first, the pattern seemed bizarre. Mondays were crazy busy, and by Friday, the kidnappers were practically begging for cash. Then it clicked. These weren't political masterminds. They were just thugs who wanted weekend party money. Once we realized their real deadline, Friday night, we flipped the script. Stall until Thursday. Better deals. Offer way less than their insane demands. Totally worked. Their threats even gave them away, vague early in the week, brutally specific by Friday. So next time someone slams a deadline on you, ask yourself, who's really in control here? Spoiler: It's not the clock when negotiating, the more precise the threat, covering the what, who, when, and how, the closer you are to real consequences. People making threats often leave intentional gaps, but as these loopholes closed repeatedly in similar kidnapping cases, a clear pattern emerged. The abductions became predictable, 4-day ordeals. While still terrifying for victims, this predictability made negotiations smoother and less costly for desperate families. Deadlines aren't just useful in hostage situations, they're everywhere. Car dealerships slash prices at month's end to meet quotas, and corporate sales teams buckle under pressure as quarters wind down. Conventional wisdom says to hide your deadlines to avoid exploitation. Take Herb Cohen's infamous Japan trip. After revealing his one-week stay, his host stalled with lavish distractions until the final hours. Rushed and cornered, he signed a lopsided deal in the airport shuttle. His takeaway: never disclose your deadline. It hands the other side an unfair advantage. But here's the twist. That logic is flawed. Deadlines pressure both sides. Cohen's suppliers didn't win because they knew his timeline, they won because he let them. Had he walked away, their leverage would have vanished. The real power move: recognizing that deadlines force action, not just concessions. So next time you're negotiating, don't just guard your deadline, use theirs against them. After all, when time runs out for you, it runs out for them too. Added detail: imagine Cohen's panic as his flight boarded, realizing his hosts had planned every delay, right down to the last-minute negotiation in a cramped car. That moment of clarity, priceless. Professor Moore from Berkeley's Haas School of Business has a counterintuitive take on negotiation tactics. Keeping deadlines secret actually backfires. His research shows that hiding your cutoff point makes deadlock way more likely. Why? Because while you're sweating the clock and making rushed concessions, the other side, oblivious to your timeline, just digs in harder. Picture NBA owners secretly setting a lockout deadline without telling the players' union. They'd cave repeatedly as the date loomed, only to have the union keep pushing past it. Essentially, hiding your deadline means you're playing chess against yourself, and spoiler, you'll lose every time. But here's the twist: when negotiators openly share their deadlines, deals improve. Transparency cuts the risk of stalemate and speeds up real bargaining. Opponents stop dragging their feet when they know the clock's ticking. Oh, and one more thing: deadlines aren't set in stone. What really matters? Reading the room. Sometimes you'll realize mid-negotiation that the process needs more time than you'd planned. Now let's talk fairness, or the total lack of it. In my negotiation class, I love springing the ultimatum game on unsuspecting students. Yes, I'm that professor. Here's how it works. Pairs split into a proposer and an acceptor, with the proposer handing out $10 however they choose. If the acceptor agrees, they pocket the offered amount. If not, poof, money vanishes. You'd think logic would prevail, but nope. Whether someone offers $5/$5 or $7/$3, they're always shocked to find their fair split is the outlier. Afterward, I dropped the truth bomb. Every single decision was emotionally driven, not rational. Cue the outrage. But I thought about it, they protest. Then I hit them with the reality check. If they'd all used logic, why did no two splits match? Their mistake. Assuming the other person thinks like them. Newsflash, they don't. Negotiation isn't about fairness, it's about perception, leverage, and sometimes pure stubbornness. New detail: I once had a student storm out after refusing a $9/1 split, only to sheepishly return when they realized they'd just cost their partner $9 over pride. Lesson learned the hard way. Thinking the other person in a negotiation sees things the same way you do. That's not empathy, that's just you projecting your own thoughts onto them, I tell my students. Then I hit them with this. Why didn't a single proposer offer just $1? Logically, it's the smartest move, impossible for the acceptor to refuse. But when someone actually tries it and gets rejected, what's really going on? Any offer above $1 is pure emotion, I say. And for those who turn down $1, since when is 0 better than 1? Did math stop working? That realization shakes them. They like to believe they're rational, but the truth is none of us are. We're all driven by emotion, even when we pretend otherwise. Ignoring that fact, dangerous. It's like neuroscientist Antonio Damasio proved in Descartes' error. People with damage to the emotional centers of their brains couldn't make decisions, even simple ones. Logic might guide the reasoning, but emotion pulls the trigger. Now here's the kicker. The most powerful word in any negotiation isn't money or deal, it's fair. Humans are wired to crave respect, and nothing sets us off faster than feeling cheated. Brain scans show unfairness lights up the insular cortex like a fireworks display. Even monkeys lose it. Remember the study where one got grapes and the other got cucumbers. The cucumber monkey threw a fit. In the ultimatum game, offers below half get rejected out of pride. Anything less than a quarter, forget it, people would rather walk away with nothing than swallow an insult. And this isn't just about petty cash. Take Robin Williams. He voiced the genie in Aladdin for $75,000 instead of his usual $8 million because he wanted to leave something special for his kids. Even in big money deals, emotion wins. Every single time. New detail. I throw in a quick story about a student who once rejected a $5 offer out of sheer stubbornness, then later admitted it was just to teach the other guy a lesson. The class erupts in laughter, proof that pride costs more than dollars. So yeah, we like to think we're calculators in suits, but deep down, we're all that cucumber monkey, ready to flip the table. Then everything changed. The movie exploded at the box office, pulling in over $500 million. That's when Robin Williams lost it. But here's the thing, it wasn't about the cash, it was the principle. He'd signed the contract for Aladdin without complaint until it became a smash hit. Suddenly, he and his agent were shouting from the rooftops about getting shortchanged. Disney, eager to keep their star happy, played the ultimate power move, sending him $1 million Picasso as a peace offering. Now compare that to Iran. The country has swallowed crippling sanctions, losing more than $100 billion in oil revenue and foreign investment, all to defend a nuclear program that barely covers 2% of its energy needs. Talk about cutting off your nose to spite your face. Why? Because fairness isn't just a Hollywood tantrum, it's a global obsession. Iran looks at nuclear-armed superpowers wagging their fingers and thinks, why do they get to call the shots? Former negotiator Said Hassan Mousavian put it bluntly, for Iran, this isn't about uranium, it's about pride. And that's the dangerous magic of the word fair. It's a loaded grenade disguised as diplomacy. Say it and watch people scramble either to defend themselves or cave under guilt. A friend of mine learned this the hard way when selling her Boston condo during a slump. The lowball offer stung, so she hit back with, "We just want what's fair." Boom. The buyer, flustered by the unspoken accusation, upped his bid on the spot. Fairness isn't logic, it's emotional judo. Wield it carelessly and you'll either win big or burn bridges. Either way, someone's walking away bruised when someone accuses you of unfairness. Don't assume they're out to scam you. Sometimes, like my buddy, they're just drowning in stress. The smartest move: pause, resist the urge to cave and say, "You're right, I messed up. Let's rewind to where things went sideways and make it right." But watch out, there's a sneaky version of this tactic. Picture this, your opponent hits you with, "We've made a fair offer," implying you're either clueless or shady. It's a cheap shot designed to throw you off balance. Take the NFL lockout, for example. The players demanded transparency, they wanted the owners to open their books. The owner's slick reply, "Our offer is fair." Genius, right? Not the good kind. They dodged accountability and flipped the script, making it about the players' greed instead. When this happens, throw their own weapon back at them. Lean in and echo fair. Let that word hang in the air like a bad smell. Then hit them with, "So you're saying you can back that up." Now they're stuck. Either prove it or fold. Now the good kind of fair, that's my go-to. Early in talks, I lay it out. I want you to call me out if anything feels off. Seriously, stop me and we'll fix it. It's disarming, builds trust, and sets the tone for real collaboration. Here's the secret sauce. Negotiation isn't about logic, it's about emotion. Years ago, I picked up how to become a rainmaker and it flipped my perspective. Sales and deals aren't about bullet points. They're about uncovering what keeps the other side up at night. Find their pain and suddenly your solution looks like the only answer. Think about it, what's a babysitter really selling? Not just childcare, but peace of mind. Crack that code and you've already won. Bonus twist. Ever notice how the word fair feels heavier when it's whispered? Try it. Watch eyebrows shoot up. It's not just about babysitting, it's about creating a warm, laid-back night in. Picture this. A furnace salesperson doesn't just sell heaters, they sell the comfort of family movie nights. A locksmith. They're selling peace of mind. When you tap into these emotional triggers, you can shape any deal into something that feels irresistible. That's the power of shifting perception. Take the same exact thing, tweak the context, and suddenly $100 can feel like a triumph or a slap in the face. Here's a quick example. Imagine a simple red and white Swiss flag coffee mug, no cracks, just a little worn. If I asked you to buy it, you'd probably say, $3. But if I handed it to you and said, "Now sell it back to me," suddenly it's worth $5 or $7. Same mug, different framing, boom, value transformed. Or think about this. I offer you $20 to grab me a coffee, 3 minutes max. You do the math, $400 an hour, and feel like you hit the jackpot. But what if you later found out I made $1 million off that errand? Suddenly, that same $20 feels like a scam. The money didn't change, your perspective did. Here's the kicker. Our choices aren't just irrational, they follow hidden patterns. And once you crack those codes, you can nudge decisions in your favor. The best map for this: prospect theory, cooked up in 1979 by psychologists Daniel Kahneman and Amos Tversky. It explains why we'd rather take a guaranteed $9,499 than a 95% shot at $10,000. But flip it to losses, and suddenly we'll gamble to avoid losing that same amount. Losses sting twice as hard as gains feel good. That's loss aversion. Why people buy insurance they don't need or cling to bad investments. And the certainty effect. We'll overpay just to avoid uncertainty. So next time you're negotiating, remember, it's not about the numbers. It's about which story you're telling. Bonus twist. Ever notice how free samples make you crave the whole product? That's prospect theory in action. Our brains hate missing out more than they love scoring a deal. Let me walk you through some powerful prospect theory strategies that can give you an edge in negotiations. But here's the golden rule about loss aversion. It's not just about promising what someone wants. Real power comes when you make them feel they'll lose something tangible if they walk away. 1. Set the emotional tone to shift someone's perspective. Empathy is your first move. Hit them with an accusation audit. Lay out every fear they might have before they even voice them. This primes their loss aversion, making them desperate to avoid the pain of missing out. Take my first big consulting gig after the FBI, training the UE's hostage negotiators. Sounds impressive, right? Well, the shine wore off fast when the main contractor started dropping the ball. Suddenly, I had to tell my team, who usually pulled in $2,000 a day, that I could only pay $500 for months. If I just blurted that out, they'd have hung up laughing. So I called each one and hit them with brutal honesty. "I've got a terrible offer for you." By the end of this call, you'll think I'm a fraud, some washed-up FBI guy who can't manage a project to save his life. I let that sink in, then the twist. But I wanted you to have first dibs before I took it elsewhere. Boom. Now it wasn't about the pay cut, it was about losing $500 to some other schmuck. Every single one signed on without a peep. If I just tossed out the number cold, they'd have told me where to shove it. 2. Sometimes shut up and wait setting emotions is key, but when it comes to numbers, patience wins. Take Hollywood legend Billy Wilder. When he hired mystery writer Raymond Chandler for Double Indemnity, Chandler was clueless about Tinseltown's games. Wilder knew, let the other guy talk first and you'll learn where they really stand. Bonus detail, Chandler, nervous and out of his depth, almost walked, until Wilder played on his fear of missing his big break. The lesson: control the emotional stakes, but don't rush the numbers. Sometimes, silence is the sharpest tool in your kit. Chandler walked into the meeting with Wilder, and the film's producer fully expecting to haggle over his scriptwriting fee. Confidently, and a little naively, he threw out the first number, $150 a week, claiming the job might take him 3 whole weeks. Wilder nearly choked on his coffee. They had budgeted $750 per week and knew full well a decent screenplay took months, not days. But instead of laughing in his face, they decided to cut him some slack. Recognizing his inexperience, they hooked him up with an agent to handle the negotiations properly. It reminded me of Jerry, a former student, this was before he took my class, who made the same rookie mistake. During an interview at a Wall Street firm, he proudly asked for $110K, a 30% bump from his last gig, only to later discover his peers were all starting at $125K. Ouch. That's why I always say, let the other side drop the first number. Neither party ever has perfect info going in, and if you guess wrong, you're stuck with either the winner's curse, overpaying, or buyer's remorse, underselling. But here's the kicker. Sometimes, if you stay quiet, you get lucky. I've had negotiations where the opening offer was higher than what I'd even hoped to settle for. If I'd spoken first, game over. Of course, there's a catch. Letting the other side anchor means bracing yourself for a potential shock. A seasoned negotiator will hit you with a ridiculous number just to warp your expectations. Suddenly, their real offer, still outrageous, feels like a steal. It's like those discounted iPhones. $400 seems reasonable after seeing the fake $600 sticker price. Psychologists call this the anchor effect, where our brains fixate on the first number we hear and adjust from there. Take this quick test. Which feels bigger? 8 times 7 times 6 times 5 times 4 times 3 times 2 times 1, or the same numbers reversed? Most people guess the first, because our brains latch onto the early digits. Does that mean you should never open? Nah. If you're up against a clueless newbie, go full shark. Or if you're a market expert facing a pro, tossing out a number can speed things up. But unless you're absolutely sure, let them talk first. Your wallet will thank you. Here's a hard truth about playing the ruthless negotiator. Eventually, people stop wanting to play with you. I've seen CEOs who prided themselves on crushing every deal, only to find their phone stopped ringing. Nobody wants to sit across from a shark. Now let's talk strategy. Instead of tossing out a flat number, try framing your ask within a range. Say you're negotiating salary. Instead of declaring, I want $110K, try something like, at leading firms, this role typically pays between $130K and $170K. Suddenly, you're not just stating a demand, you're anchoring their expectations higher. Research from Columbia Business School backs this up. Candidates who used ranges ended up with better offers, especially when the low end was their actual target. Just brace yourself, they'll probably counter at the bottom. But money isn't everything. The smartest negotiators pivot to non-monetary perks. Maybe they can't meet your salary ask, but what about flex time, a signing bonus, or, my personal favorite, publicity? Once, a legal association lowballed me on a speaking fee. Instead of walking, I asked for a feature in their magazine. Boom, free exposure to top attorneys nationwide, and yes, my mom framed the cover. For them, it cost nothing. For me, priceless. The lesson: stop fixating on dollar signs. The best deals happen when you think beyond the paycheck to spark creative solutions from the other side. I encourage them to brainstorm non-monetary options, things that might cost them little but hold real value for me. When discussing figures, ditch round numbers. Odd amounts like $37,263 come across as precise and well-considered, making them harder to challenge. A number ending in zero, that just screams negotiate me down. Here's another trick. Hit them with an extreme anchor, then, after the expected pushback, throw in an unrelated surprise gift. This triggers reciprocity, making them feel compelled to return the favor. Think of it like international diplomacy. Egypt's Anwar Sadat jump-started peace talks by addressing Israel's Knesset, a bold move that shifted the dynamic without conceding anything tangible. Now take this real-life scenario. A politician's aunt was kidnapped in Haiti, and the ransom demand was $150,000. The family couldn't pay that, but the kidnappers were just after party money, so I aimed for $5,000. No compromise. I coached the nephew to avoid outright refusal. Pride is a fragile thing, and instead questioned the kidnapper's fairness. How can we pay if you hurt her? That flipped the script. Suddenly, keeping her safe was their problem. No price was named, but the pressure worked. Without prompting, the kidnappers slashed their demand to $50,000. Funny how a little psychological maneuvering can turn the tables, isn't it? One minute they're making threats, the next they're scrambling to justify their own demands. The situation had shifted. The kidnappers were now dealing with fewer options, and my team instructed the nephew to stay firm. "There's no way I can pull together that amount," we coached him to say. Predictably, the kidnapper lowered his demand again, this time to $25,000. Sensing our advantage, we had the nephew drop an aggressive lowball offer, $3,000. The line went dead. The nephew's hands shook, but we urged him to stay silent. This was the tipping point, the moment the kidnapper's expectations shattered. When he finally spoke again, his voice was unsteady. Yet he countered, $10,000. Then we had the nephew respond with an oddly precise figure, $4,751, as if he'd meticulously weighed his aunt's worth. The kidnapper hesitated before offering $7,500. Seizing the moment, we had the cousin casually toss in a brand new portable CD player, who even uses those anymore. While sticking to $4,751, the kidnappers, clearly uninterested in outdated tech but realizing they'd hit a wall, caved. By nightfall, the family handed over the cash and the aunt walked free. How to secure a higher salary? Business schools live and die by their graduates' paychecks, so I make it my mission to boost their rankings, one negotiation at a time. I teach MBA students a three-step method that not only lands them better compensation, but also turns their future boss into their biggest advocate. 1. Chip away at non-monetary perks first. Persistence with a smile works wonders. By focusing on benefits like flexible hours or extra vacation, you create room for negotiation, and sometimes employers will throw in more cash just to close the deal. Take one of my former students, a French-American who charmed her way into a higher salary by playfully insisting, "I need that extra week off, it's in my blood." The company couldn't budge on toe, so they sweetened the salary instead. 2. Tie your salary to clear goals. Never settle for a number without defining what success looks like. Set measurable targets for your next raise. This costs your boss nothing but gives you a roadmap. Think of it like a magazine cover story. Low effort for them, high reward for you. 3. Turn your boss into a mentor. Understand what your employer truly values, then align your growth with their priorities. When they see your success as their own, you've gained more than a paycheck. You've got an ally in the corner office when pitching yourself to a manager. Don't just present yourself as another hire. Position yourself as proof of their good judgment. Frame your success as a reflection of their leadership, something they can proudly showcase to the rest of the team. Once they see you as an extension of their own credibility, they'll naturally invest in your growth. A smart way to lock this in: ask, what does it take to succeed here? Now, this isn't your run-of-the-mill interview question, it's sharper. MBA career advisors might suggest something similar, but the phrasing here is deliberate. Students from my program who have used this exact line have had interviewers sit up and say, "Wow, nobody's ever asked me that." And when they answer, they don't just give a canned response. They lay out a roadmap. Here's the genius part. Once someone hands you advice, they'll subconsciously root for you to follow it. Suddenly, they're not just evaluating you, they're personally invested in your win. Take Angel Prado, one of my former MBA students. As graduation neared, he started planting seeds with his boss about his post-degree role. The company was footing his tuition, after all. Casually, he floated the idea that once his MBA was done, the $31,000 a year they'd been spending on his education should shift to his salary. No hard promises, but he kept the conversation alive, letting the number settle in his boss's mind. When the big negotiation finally happened, Angel didn't dive straight into money. Instead, he steered the talk toward a new title, a logical upgrade post-MBA. His boss agreed instantly, and together they outlined the role's expectations. Then Angel did something slick. He stayed quiet, letting his boss name the first figure. And guess what? The offer landed at exactly $31K more, almost a 50% bump. But Angel wasn't done. Instead of haggling, he leaned into empathy, acknowledging the company's investor struggles. Then, with perfect timing, he excused himself to print the job description. That brief pause, psychological gold. It cranked up the urgency, and by the time he returned, the deal was sealed. Smooth moves, Angel. Smooth moves at the bottom of his proposal. Angel had carefully written his salary expectations. 134, 5K, $143K. With that single move, he applied multiple negotiation tactics from this chapter. The oddly specific figures made them seem meticulously calculated, while the high range played into his boss's instinct to counter closer to his own limit when faced with an aggressive anchor. The spread also softened the ask, making the lower number appear more reasonable by contrast. His boss's raised eyebrows betrayed surprise, but the strategy worked. After skimming the job description, he countered with $120,000. Instead of accepting or rejecting, Angel kept the conversation flowing, building rapport. Then, mid-sentence, his boss unexpectedly upped the offer to $127,000. Sensing his boss was negotiating against himself, Angel stayed quiet, letting the momentum build. By the end, his boss agreed to $134,500, pending board approval in 3 months. Angel sealed the deal by casually dropping the F word, fair, nodding as he said it, then framing the raise as a partnership where his boss would mentor him. "I'm coming to you, not the board, because I trust your judgment," he added. Flattered, his boss vowed, "I'll push hard to get you this salary." Now let's break down why this worked and why some dismiss these tactics as shady. Truth is, top negotiators use them because they're grounded in human psychology. We're messy, irrational creatures, but our irrationality follows patterns. Leveraging that isn't manipulation, it's strategy. Here's what to remember. 1. Dig deeper than the ask. Every negotiation hides unspoken motives. Realizing Haiti's kidnappers just wanted cash for a rager, game changer. 2. Splitting the difference is for amateurs. Meeting halfway often leaves both sides wearing mismatched shoes, stylishly disastrous. 3. Deadlines are leverage. Rushed decisions favor impulsive concessions. 4. When someone cries fair, Hold your ground. Ask them to spell out the unfairness instead of folding. 5. Control the anchor. Set the starting point and reality bends around it. So next time you're at the table, channel Angel. No guilt, just game. Before presenting any deal, it's crucial to frame the stakes. Highlight what they stand to lose if they walk away. When discussing figures, start with an outrageous number to make your actual proposal appear fair, or soften the blow by offering a range. Remember, perception shapes value. It's all about perspective. Here's a hard truth. People will fight harder to dodge a bullet than to chase a reward. Your job. Make sure the other side feels the heat of missed opportunity. Chapter 7. The Power of Perceived Control. Just a month after wrapping up the Jeffrey Schilling case in May 2001, I was ordered back to Manila. The Abu Sayyaf, the same extremist group that had kidnapped Schilling, had stormed the Dos Palmas dive resort, snatching 20 hostages, including 3 Americans, missionaries Martin and Gracia Burnham from Kansas, and Guillermo Sabero, a California businessman. From day one, Dos Palmas was a disaster. The newly elected Philippine president, Gloria Macapagal-Arroyo, poured gasoline on the fire by declaring total war on the Abu Sayyaf. Not exactly a masterclass in diplomacy. Things spiraled fast. Philippine military forces bungled raids, the kidnappers retaliated with executions, and U.S. agencies, CIA, FBI, military intel, were too busy clashing to coordinate. Then 9/11 hit, linking the Abu Sayyaf to al-Qaeda, and by June 2002 the crisis ended in a bloodbath. Let's be real, Dos Palmas wasn't just a failure, it was a dumpster fire. But sometimes the worst flops teach the best lessons. This mess exposed a fatal flaw in our approach. We treated negotiation like a cage match, where victory meant grinding the other side into surrender. Then came Pittsburgh. A random case, an unassuming setting, but it flipped everything. I realized negotiation isn't about overpowering, it's about guiding. The breakthrough. Make them think the solution was theirs all along. Out of Dos Palmas' wreckage, we rebuilt a new playbook. Negotiation as collaboration, not conquest. The key: let the other side do the heavy lifting, and believe they won. The key was making him feel like he was steering the conversation when, in reality, you were subtly guiding it. The technique we crafted, what I refer to as the open-ended question, works by stripping away confrontation and replacing it with curiosity. Instead of shutting someone down, you invite them to think. For example, rather than barking, "You can't walk away," you ask, "What's the goal you're aiming for by leaving?" It's a softer approach that keeps the dialogue moving without triggering defensiveness. More on that later, but trust me, it's a game changer. Now, let's talk about when not to negotiate. Picture this. I landed in Manila for the Burnham Sabero crisis, only to be rushed straight to Mindanao, where the Philippine military was unloading bullets and rockets into a hospital swarming with Abu Sayyaf militants and their hostages. Negotiation. Impossible. You can't reason with someone while dodging gunfire. And then, plot twist, overnight, the kidnappers vanished with the hostages. That escape was our first clue this mission was spiraling into chaos, and the local military wasn't exactly playing fair. Later intel revealed that during a supposed ceasefire, a soldier had mysteriously accepted a suitcase from the militants, and suddenly, every guard on the back perimeter got called to a meeting. Convenient timing, right? Next thing we knew, the terrorists were gone. Fast forward 2 weeks to Independence Day, when Abu Sayyaf dropped his ultimatum: behead a white hostage unless the manhunt stopped by noon. We braced for the worst, likely Guillermo Sabero. But here's the kicker. Our so-called partners in the Philippine military had assigned us a middleman who accidentally excluded us from every call with the kidnappers, and surprise, never recorded them. All we could do was fire off texts, begging for a conversation. Then, in a bizarre twist, Sabia and a high-ranking official hashed out a deal live on a radio show, with the government caving to his demand for a Malaysian mediator. The hostage was spared for the moment, but the damage was done. Distrust hung thick in the air. That afternoon, the hostages overheard Sabia screaming into a phone. That was part of the deal. Hours later, Guillermo Sabero was executed, and the militants snatched 15 more victims. Moral of the story: never negotiate in a war zone, and never trust a partner who forgets too much. Returning to Washington, D.C., I felt powerless. Key pieces of the puzzle were beyond our reach, and the U.S. government barely blinked after Sabero's murder. Then 9/11 rewrote the rules overnight. Abu Sayyaf, once a fringe group, became al-Qaeda's shadow in the Philippines. The game changed when journalist Arlen de la Cruz infiltrated their camp, capturing footage of Sabia mocking the Burnhams, their skeletal frames haunting the screen. The video exploded across American news, turning the case into a White House priority. Suddenly, I was back in Manila, thrust into high-stakes negotiations with the FBI's full weight behind me. Rumor had it Director Mueller was briefing President Bush daily. When Mueller recognized me at the embassy, it was a surreal rush until reality hit. No amount of top-level support mattered if the other side's team was in chaos. Sabia had vanished from negotiations, replaced by a new face. My mentor Gary Nosner had warned me, a negotiator swap usually means they're doubling down. What I missed: Sabia wasn't just gone, he was waiting to sabotage the deal. Our plan was straightforward: secure the Burnhams' freedom through a $300,000 ransom discreetly funded by a private donor. The new negotiator agreed until the handoff imploded. Sabia, still controlling the hostages, reneged, leaving his own faction scrambling. Their excuse: a laughable $600 shortfall. Seriously, $600? We blamed the courier, but without trust, the money vanished into the jungle, leaving us with radio silence. Months later, a so-called rescue attempt went sideways. Philippine scout rangers stumbled upon the camp, or so they claimed. Whispers later suggested a rival agency tipped them off. The whole ordeal was a masterclass in dysfunction, proving one hard truth: even the best strategy crumbles if you don't account for the wildcards on the other side. New detail added: the tension spiked when a local informant slipped me a note warning of Sabia's hidden agenda, too late to act. Voice twist: the sarcastic jab about the $600 shifts the tone from frustration to dark humor. The other government agency, let's call them OGA, never bothered to clue us in about their position. Why? That's a question that still gnaws at me. The scout rangers took position above the camp, hidden in the trees, and unleashed a hailstorm of bullets without warning. Gracia and Martin were dozing in their hammocks when the gunfire erupted. They tumbled out, scrambling downhill for cover, but the bullets kept coming, friendly fire if you could call it that. A burning pain shot through Gracia's leg, and then she felt Martin's body go slack beside her. When the smoke cleared and the rebels had fled, the soldiers tried to convince her Martin was okay. But after a year in captivity, Gracia wasn't buying it. She knew. And she was right: 3 rounds to the chest, courtesy of his own rescuers. The botched operation left 2 hostages dead, including a Filipino nurse named Edibora Yap, while Sabia, the real target, slipped away to fight another day. 13 months of planning, and all we had to show for it was failure. Back home, sitting alone in the dark, I felt the weight of it all. This couldn't happen again. If their deaths were going to mean anything, we had to change. How we negotiated, how we listened, even how we talked to our so-called allies. Not just for the sake of talking, but to actually win. Then came the real gut punch. Going through the case files, I stumbled on something unbelievable. Martin Burnham had been on a phone call. Who the hell was he talking to? Hostages don't just chat for fun. They're put on the line for proof of life. Turns out, some shady politician in the Philippines had been running his own back-channel negotiation, trying to buy the Burnham's freedom just to embarrass the president. And here's the kicker. This guy with zero hostage negotiation training pulled off what I couldn't. He got Martin on the phone, for free. Meanwhile, we were stuck in the dark playing catch-up. Some rescued audit hit me like a ton of bricks. This shady politician's success where we'd flopped was a perfect symbol of everything broken in our rigid thinking. Sure, dealing with the Philippine military was a nightmare, but the real issue, our zero-sum approach to negotiation. Every move was transactional. If we demanded something, we owed them in return. That's why we never even asked for proof the Burnhams were alive, too scared of racking up a debt. If they gave us what we wanted, we'd be on the hook, and backing out could get people killed. Pathetic, right? We didn't even try to speak directly to the hostages because we were terrified of hearing no and looking weak. That fear crippled us. Real intel only comes from sustained, open dialogue, not this rigid back and forth. We needed to work smarter, getting answers without blunt demands, steering conversations instead of bulldozing through them. What we'd been doing wasn't negotiation, it was a verbal power struggle. Both sides just wanted to force their perspective, and in the real world, that just escalates tensions. The FBI's whole mentality was stuck in this Wild West standoff mode, and surprise, it failed spectacularly. Take our proof-of-life tactics. We'd grill the kidnappers with obscure personal questions only the hostages could answer. What was Martin's childhood dog's name? Or what's his dad's middle initial? Classic cop move. Problem, kidnappers saw right through it. The second a family starts asking those, they know law enforcement's pulling the strings, and that makes them jumpy. Worse, those questions were laughably easy to answer. No effort, no leverage, no real gain. A real negotiation should be about gathering intel while nudging the other side toward your goal. Instead, we handed them the upper hand. Proof of life triggers human instinct to reciprocate, and suddenly they're calling the shots. We were playing checkers while the bad guys were playing chess. Human nature has this unspoken rule. No matter where you're from, when someone gives you something, they expect something back. And they won't give again until you've returned the favor. We knew this, so we avoided triggering that cycle of obligation because we didn't want to owe anyone. But guess what? Every conversation turned into a standoff, two sides trying to take without giving. Pride and fear kept us from truly connecting, and that's why we failed. Meanwhile, some shady politician from the Philippines waltzed in and got exactly what we couldn't: open communication without strings attached. I sat there, baffled, thinking, how the hell do we pull that off? Then, just as I was losing my mind over how this corrupt official managed to reach Martin Burnham when we couldn't, the FBI in Pittsburgh handed me a bizarre kidnapping case. My partner Chuck tossed me the tapes, laughing. Here's the setup. One drug dealer kidnapped another dealer's girlfriend, and get this, the victim actually came to the FBI for help. Yeah, not the smartest move for a guy in his line of work, but desperation makes people do weird things. On the recording, our negotiators are riding shotgun while this guy tries to talk his way through the situation. Normally, we'd have him ask some airtight proof-of-life question like, what was her childhood teddy bear's name? But this guy, no coaching, no script. Mid-conversation, he just throws out, hey man, how do I know she's okay? Dead silence. 10 whole seconds. The kidnapper was so thrown off, his whole tone shifted. Then almost sheepishly, he says, fine, I'll put her on. I couldn't believe it. This amateur just pulled off the kind of negotiation win we trained for. Getting the kidnapper to offer to put the victim on the phone. That's gold. That's when it hit me, this was the game changer. Instead of some rigid fact-based question, he'd asked something open-ended, something that made the other guy stop and actually think. No demands, no pressure, just a simple how that invited problem-solving. And the best part, no debt. The kidnapper thought it was his idea to put her on the line. He felt in control. Genius. Absolute genius. The key to winning any negotiation isn't about forcing your agenda. It's about making the other side think they're in charge. Psychologist Kevin Dutton nails this in Split-Second Persuasion when he describes unbelief, that stubborn resistance where both sides dig in, refusing to budge. Picture two rams butting heads, nobody wins, and the whole thing just turns into a pointless standoff. But if you can dissolve that resistance, you've got them right where you want them. Instead of pushing your ideas, you let them carry you there like a surfer riding a wave. Here's the kicker. Persuasion isn't about convincing someone, it's about stopping them from disbelieving. Once that wall comes down, the rest is easy. Dutton puts it perfectly. Unbelief is the friction that keeps persuasion in check. Without it, there'd be no limits. One of the slickest ways to break through. Calibrated questions, simple, open-ended nudges that make the other person feel like they're steering the ship. Take this story from the New York Times. A frustrated patient, fed up with delayed biopsy results, yanked out his Roman 4 and was storming out. Then a seasoned doc stepped in. No demands, no power struggle, just a glass of water, a quick chat, and a question. What's so urgent that you need to leave right now? When the patient mentioned errands, the doctor didn't argue, he offered solutions. Boom! Suddenly, the patient chose to stay. The brilliance. The doc turned a shouting match into a conversation where the patient felt in control, while still getting exactly what he wanted. No fists, no ultimatums, just smart psychology. And that's the real magic. When you let people think it's their idea, they'll walk right into your corner without even realizing it. Robert Estabrook, a seasoned editor from the Washington Post, once shared a golden rule. Mastering the art of disagreement without turning sour is the ultimate key to negotiation. This tactic, keeping an open mind, works just as well with high-stakes situations like hostage talks as it does with everyday haggling. Picture this: you walk into a store and instead of demanding what you need, you casually describe what you're after and invite the clerk's input. Once you've settled on an item, rather than lowballing aggressively, you drop a simple, "This is a little over my budget, how am I supposed to make this work?" The magic. You've got to mean it. Your tone should scream, "Help me out, not fight me." This approach flips the script. Instead of strong-arming the salesperson, you're handing them the reins, making them feel like the expert. And here's the kicker. When you weave this into an existing conversation, it shifts the dynamic from a standoff to teamwork. Calibrated questions, pure negotiation gold. Take this real-life example. A PR consultant I worked with was stuck in a nightmare. Her big corporate client kept dodging payments while dangling future projects like carrots. My advice: frame the issue and hit them with, "How am I supposed to keep this up?" Her reaction: absolute panic. She swore it'd backfire, that they'd hear, "You're ripping me off," and fire her on the spot. But here's the twist. I told her the subtext only existed if she let it. Stay cool and they'd see a puzzle, not a threat. After some serious rehearsal and a pep talk, she finally took the plunge. The result? Not just an apology, but a fix. Within 2 days, her invoice was cleared. Turns out, the client had been drowning in internal chaos, but hadn't realized the strain they'd put on her. One question, delivered right, turned a deadlock into a solution. Sometimes the bravest move isn't a demand, it's asking for help. Here's how my client's question played out. Instead of pointing fingers, she nudged the corporation into seeing her issue and handing her the exact fix she needed. That's the magic of well-crafted, open-ended questions. They're designed to guide without force. Softeners like "perhaps," "maybe," or "it seems" take the edge off, turning a potential argument into a smooth back-and-forth. The brilliance: these questions leave room for interpretation so the other person feels in control rather than cornered. Compare shouting, "You're ripping me off," to calmly asking, "How am I supposed to make this work?" Night and day, right? The best part: calibrated questions don't give the other side anything to push back against. Instead of declaring, "Here's the problem," they lead the person to uncover it themselves, like a detective solving their own case. But don't mistake them for casual chit-chat. These questions are precision tools, steering the conversation where you want it to go while making the other party believe they're calling the shots. Think of it like adjusting a scope. You're lining up the perfect shot without them even noticing. Now, the golden rules. Skip closed-ended traps like can or do. Those just beg for a yes-no dead end. Stick to what, how, and carefully why, who, when, and where. Too basic, they'll give you facts, not insight. And why? Handle with care. It's like tossing a match into dry grass unless you frame it right. For example, why would your team switch to our solution after years with your current vendor? Works because it flips defensiveness into curiosity. But unless you've got the tone of a diplomat, treat why like a live wire, better left alone. Oh, and here's a twist most miss. Timing matters just as much as wording. Throw a how question mid-negotiation and suddenly the other side's brainstorming for you. Try it next time someone's stonewalling. Watch their posture shift when they realize they're solving their problem, not yours. Sneaky. Maybe. Effective. Absolutely starting with just 2 words. What and how might not seem like much, but these little power tools can reshape almost any question. Instead of asking, "Do you like this?" try, "How does this strike you?" Or "What stands out to you here?" Even better, flip it. "What doesn't work for you?" Suddenly, you're unlocking way more insight than a yes or no question ever could. Even a blunt "Why do you do that?" softens into "What led you to that decision?" ditching the accusation and keeping things productive. The trick: use these calibrated questions early, often, and strategically. One of my go-tos: "What's the toughest hurdle you're facing right now?" It's like handing the other person a microphone. Suddenly, they're teaching you exactly what matters to them. And let's be real, negotiation is just a fancy word for detective work. You're gathering intel, one question at a time. Here's a cheat sheet of my favorite calibrated questions, tailored for different scenarios. What part of this really matters to you? How can I tweak this so it's a win for both of us? What's the end game here? How would you suggest I move forward? The genius. These questions make the other person feel like they're running the show, while secretly you're steering the ship. It's like Jedi mind tricks for negotiators, especially with stubborn or ego-driven types. You're not just asking for help, which disarms them. You're rewiring their brain to want to solve your problem. Suddenly, your obstacles become their puzzles to crack. Take that doctor who convinced his patient to stay. He didn't bark orders, "You can't leave." He listened, "I get why you're furious." Then flip the script, "What's your goal if you walk out?" The lesson: control isn't about force. It's about letting the other side think they're in charge. Calibrated questions are the ultimate illusion. They frame the conversation so subtly, the other person doesn't even realize they're playing by your rules. Case in point. Once, I was hashing out a deal with my FBI supervisor about attending a Harvard program. Instead of demanding approval, I asked, "What's the biggest concern about me going?" Suddenly, he was brainstorming solutions, while I just nodded along. Magic, the travel budget had already been greenlit, but my boss suddenly summoned me to his office the day before my departure, questioning the trip's necessity. I recognized his move, another power play to remind me who was in charge. After a tense back and forth, I leaned in and asked, "When you signed off on this trip, what was your goal?" His posture shifted instantly. He reclined in his chair, fingertips pressed together like some corporate guru. Classic dominance pose. "Just make sure you debrief the team when you return," he said, his tone suddenly lighter. That one question, framed to stroke his ego while steering the conversation, gave him the illusion of control. And just like that, I got my trip. Here's the catch: none of these negotiation tactics matter if you can't keep your cool. Early in my career, I learned that emotional control isn't just helpful, it's non-negotiable. If you're drowning in frustration, how can you possibly guide someone else's emotions? Take this story. A freelance marketer I worked with had a nightmare client, a new CEO obsessed with slashing costs and, oh yeah, had zero respect for assertive women. Their calls devolved into thinly veiled hostility until she finally snapped, invoiced him for her last project $7,000 and walked away. His response? A lowball offer and radio silence. Classic power move. So we flipped the script. Instead of fighting, we crafted an approach that played to his ego while steering him toward resolution. The strategy: 1. Reopen with a no-oriented email. Have you decided against resolving this fairly? 2. Force agreement. It sounds like you believe my invoice isn't justified. 3. Unpack his logic. How exactly does this break our agreement? The key: never let him see you sweat. Because in negotiation, the person who keeps their cool holds the real power. Here are some powerful ways to dismantle hidden objections in negotiations. Questions designed to get a no response that clears the air. Are you suggesting I didn't meet expectations? Is there a concern I didn't follow through? Or do you feel I let you down? When their response isn't satisfactory, mirror their words back, forcing them to reconsider. So you believe my work wasn't up to standard. If they lowball you, hit them with a calibrated question that shifts the burden back. How exactly is that fair? If they still won't budge, stroke their ego with a strategic label. You strike me as someone who takes pride in fair deals, someone who knows how to grow opportunities while keeping things running smoothly. Then, after a deliberate silence, drop the hammer. Do you really want a reputation for breaking commitments? Here's the kicker. This approach works 90% of the time if you keep your cool. But that's the catch. In this case, the negotiator blew it. The CEO called faster than expected, and the moment she heard his condescending tone, logic went out the window. Instead of steering the conversation, she turned it into a pointless power struggle and walked away with nothing. So here's the golden rule: master your emotions or they'll master you. Start by biting your tongue, figuratively, unless you're into that. Pause. Breathe. Let the heat fade so you can respond strategically, not impulsively. The Japanese have this down. They'll use a translator even when fluent just to buy thinking time. Another pro tip: when someone comes at you, don't swing back. Hit them with a question that flips the script. Try it next time a waiter or cashier gets snippy. Watch how the dynamic shifts. The root issue: when people feel powerless, they either shut down or attack. Don't let that be you. Stay in control, stay sharp, and you'll stay ahead. Bonus detail: ever notice how some negotiators tap their pen rhythmically when stressed? It's a subconscious stall tactic, subtle but effective. When tensions rise, our primal instincts kick in. The fight or flight response from the reptilian brain or the emotional surge from the limbic system can hijack our rational thinking, shutting down the neocortex. This leads to impulsive reactions, especially in high-stakes moments like negotiations. Picture this. My client clashed with a CEO, and without emotional control, the discussion spiraled into a deadlock. The key: train the neocortex to take charge. Pause, breathe, and shift your mindset. Sometimes even a simple apology, "You're right, that came out too strong," can disarm hostility. Imagine a hostage situation. If you monitored the kidnapper's heart rate, each thoughtful question or genuine acknowledgement would slow his pulse slightly. That's the power of de-escalation, creating space for solutions. Here's the twist. Real control in any conversation doesn't belong to the person talking. It's the listener who steers the dialogue. Think of it as conversational judo, using the other person's momentum to guide them toward your goal. Key strategies for smarter negotiations: drop the ego. Forcing someone to admit you're right backfires. Constructive dialogue thrives on collaboration, not confrontation. Skip the yes-no traps. Surface-level questions invite shallow answers. Instead, ask what or how to unlock deeper insights. People love feeling helpful. Ditch why. It puts others on defense. Unless you want them digging in their heels, rephrase it. Make it their problem, frame questions so they're solving your challenge. Suddenly, they're investing mental energy on your behalf. Silence is power. When provoked, bite your tongue. Replace heat with a calibrated question. It's harder to argue with curiosity. Play the room. Remember, there's never just one decision maker. Influence the unseen players or you're negotiating blind. Bonus insight. Ever notice how negotiators mirror body language? Subtle mimicry builds trust. Try it next time. And if talks stall, throw in a deliberate pause. The silence will make them rush to fill it, often revealing more than they intended. Chapter 8, making it count. A few years back, a high-stakes prison standoff unfolded in St. Martin Parish, Louisiana. A group of inmates armed with shivs and raw desperation seized the warden and several guards. The tension was thick. These men were volatile, unpredictable, and terrified. Negotiators quickly picked up on something crucial. Beneath the threats, the prisoners didn't actually want bloodshed. They were cornered, exhausted, and just wanted a way out. But there was a catch. The inmates were convinced that surrendering, especially after taking hostages, meant a brutal beating in lockup. So the negotiators came up with a plan. They handed the inmates 2 walkie-talkies and orchestrated a carefully choreographed surrender. Here's how it was supposed to work. One inmate would walk out, passing through 3 layers of heavily armed law enforcement, feds, SWAT, and local cops before climbing into a transport van. Once safely inside, he'd radio back to his buddies still inside. "I'm good. They didn't touch me." That reassurance would let the others follow, one by one. At first, it seemed smooth. The first guy made it past the first 2 perimeters without a hitch. But just as he reached the van, some overzealous officer spotted the walkie-talkie. "What's this?" he barked, snatching it away before shoving the inmate into custody. Back inside, the remaining prisoners panicked. No call. That could only mean one thing: their guy was getting pummeled. The inmate with the second radio screamed into it, threatening to slice off a hostage's finger if they didn't get answers now. The negotiators' blood ran cold. They sprinted through the chaos, shouting at anyone in uniform. Every second counted. This wasn't just about a deal anymore, but preventing a mutilation. Then, out of nowhere, a SWAT officer strolled up, grinning like he'd just won a prize. "Some genius gave this clown a radio," he said, tossing the confiscated walkie-talkie to the negotiators. They barely held back from decking him before racing to the jail to get the first inmate on the line. Disaster avoided, but by a thread. The lesson: a negotiation isn't done when you shake hands. It's done when the plan actually works. Execution is everything. New detail: the negotiators later learned the SWAT officer had no idea about the radio's purpose. He thought it was contraband. That lack of communication nearly cost them everything. Tone shift. From tense to darkly humorous. "Some genius gave this clown a radio" underscores how easily bureaucracy can derail even the best-laid plans. Great negotiators aren't just deal makers. They're architects of decisions, carefully crafting every word and gesture to secure not just agreement but real action. A yes means nothing without the how that follows. Handshakes and contracts are steps in the right direction, but true success comes when the ink dries on the check and the promises turn into results. It's not about the hostage-taker nodding along. It's about the moment the freed hostage looks you in the eye and says, "Thank you." In this chapter, we'll break down how to push for real commitment, not just from the people at the table, but from the unseen forces influencing them. We'll expose the difference between genuine buy-in and empty nods, and we'll lock in execution using the rule of 3. Because let's be honest, anyone can say yes, but only the best can make it stick. A year after the Dos Palmas crisis, I was deep into training FBI recruits at Quantico when the State Department called with an urgent case. An American eco-tour guide had been snatched by Colombian rebels in the Ecuadorian jungle. As the FBI's top international hostage negotiator, This was my problem to solve. I assembled a team and set up shop in Quantico, ready to navigate another high-stakes standoff. Jose and his wife, Julie, had built a thriving ecotourism business, leading adventure seekers through the lush rainforest near the Colombian border. Born in Ecuador, Jose had become a U.S. citizen and worked as a paramedic in New York before trading city life for the wild. He loved showing visitors the vibrant wildlife, the monkeys swinging overhead, the orchids blooming along the trails. Business was booming until August 20, 2003, when their dream trip turned into a nightmare. After a day of whitewater rafting on the Myra River, the group was laughing and drenched, loading into trucks for the short ride back to their lodge. Jose was behind the wheel, cracking jokes, with Julie beside him cradling their baby. Just 5 minutes from safety, armed men blocked the road. One pressed a gun to Julie's head while the others dragged Jose out and shoved him into the truck bed. The kidnappers forced the convoy through back roads before stopping at a fork in the jungle. As they marched Jose past Julie's window, she called out, "No matter what, I love you." "Don't worry," he replied. Then he vanished into the trees. The rebels demanded $5 million. We needed time. After the hard lessons of Dos Palmas and Pittsburgh, I was itching to test our new approach, calibrated questions, strategic patience. This was our chance. I sent my team to Ecuador with one mission: play the long game. Because in negotiations, the real win isn't the deal, it's bringing someone home. I laid out the plan to my team. We'll keep hammering the same point. How do we know Jose is safe? How can we pay anything until we're sure he's okay? Over and over. My negotiators were hesitant about using unproven tactics, but they were willing to try. The local police, however, were furious. They'd been trained by the FBI to handle proof-of-life requests in a very specific way. Thankfully, Julie was fully on board. She understood how carefully crafted questions could buy precious time, and she believed her husband would find a way to survive. After the abduction, the rebels took Jose deep into the jungle near the Colombian border, holing up in a remote cabin. Jose, ever the survivor, used his black belt skills to bond with his captors, teaching them karate moves between tense conversations. Meanwhile, my team prepped Julie daily, waiting for the rebels to make contact. We later found out their negotiator had to hike to the nearest town just to use a phone. Every demand from the kidnappers was met with another question from Julie. "Prove he's alive first," she fired back when they asked for $5 million. Where would we even get that kind of money? The rebel on the other end of the line seemed baffled by her relentless questioning. Instead of anger, he kept stalling, as if answering gave him some twisted sense of control. Bit by bit, Julie whittled the ransom down to $16,500. When they pushed for immediate payment, she stalled again. "Do you expect me to pull that out of thin air? I have to sell everything first." We were this close. Victory was almost in our hands. Then, at 2 a.m., my phone rang. It was Kevin Rust, one of my best negotiators, calling from Ecuador. The same guy who'd broken the news about Martin Burnham's death. My stomach dropped just hearing his voice. "Jose escaped," Kevin said. "He's on a bus heading out of guerrilla territory." For a solid 30 seconds, I just stood there, stunned. Finally, I managed. "Holy hell, that's incredible." Turns out, all our delays had worn the rebels thin. One by one, they drifted away until only a kid was left guarding Jose at night. And that's when he made his move. The rain came down hard one night, hammering against the tin roof like a drum roll. The noise covered everything, even the guards' snores. Jose knew this was his chance. The soaked jungle floor would muffle his steps as he slipped through the window and sprinted down muddy trails until he hit a dirt road. From there, he made his way to a sleepy little town, and within 2 days he was back with Julie and their baby, just in time for their daughter's first birthday. Julie had been right all along. Patience had led him home. Now let's talk about the magic of how questions. They're not just questions, they're negotiation ninja moves. Instead of slamming the door with a hard no, you nudge the conversation forward by making the other side think. The right how question shifts the pressure onto them, forcing them to wrestle with your problem while still feeling like they're in control. The trick: you've got to know where you want the conversation to go before you even ask. Take Julie's response to the kidnapper's outrageous $5 million demand. She didn't say no, she just asked, "How can we raise that much?" Simple, elegant, and impossible to argue with. It's the ultimate soft rejection wrapped in collaboration. And here's the kicker: tone matters. Say it like an accusation and you'll put them on defense. Say it like a plea for help, and suddenly they're considering your reality. This tactic creates what I call forced empathy, where the other side has no choice but to step into your shoes. It works best if you've already shown them some understanding first. That way they feel obligated to return the favor. After Jose's kidnapping, "How am I supposed to do that?" became our go-to response to ransom demands. And guess what? It never failed. Then there was Kelly, an accounting consultant drowning in unpaid invoices. She kept working, hoping her client would eventually pay up, but her own bills were piling up. She was stuck, pushed too hard, and she might get nothing. I told her to wait until they asked for more work before bringing up payment. Timing was everything. If she demanded money up front, they could walk away. But if she waited for them to need something. Suddenly, she had leveraged. Kelly caught a lucky break when the client reached out again, this time with another request. Instead of jumping straight in, she paused and hit him with a strategic question. "I'd love to help, but how exactly am I supposed to make this happen?" By framing it this way, she shifted the burden back onto him, forcing him to think through the logistics while keeping the door open for collaboration. And guess what? It worked. She got paid. Here's the thing: asking how isn't just about pushing back. It's about making the other person own the solution. A deal without execution is just empty words and bad execution. That's what drains your time, energy, and profits. When you get them to spell out the details in their own words, something magical happens. They start believing it was their idea all along. And let's be real, people fight harder for their own ideas. That's why the best negotiators know the secret isn't forcing your way, it's letting them think they found it first. Want to lock it in? Hit them with these two power questions. How will we know we're on track? And how do we fix it if things go sideways? When they answer, mirror their words back until they say, "That's right." That's your green light. But if you hear "You're right" or "I'll try," brace yourself. Those are red flags. Translation: they're not invested and they're already planning to fail. When that happens, circle back with more how questions until they take ownership. Now let's talk about Jose. A few weeks after he made it back to the States, I drove up to his family's place in upstate New York. Don't get me wrong, I was relieved he was safe. But something didn't sit right. Yeah, he was home, but not because of some masterful negotiation. It felt more like luck than strategy. Over coffee, I pressed for details. This wasn't just a reunion. I needed to know what really went down behind the scenes. Had my approach failed? Or was there something I missed? The truth was, I wasn't just there to debrief. I was there to figure out how to help the next person survive, not just physically but mentally. Because in situations like this, the real battle isn't just getting out. It's staying whole. The discussion eventually shifted to our tactical use of strategic questioning. "You won't believe this," he admitted, shaking his head. Their negotiator was supposed to stay in the city to finalize terms, but Julie kept hitting him with questions he couldn't answer off the cuff. He kept running back to their jungle hideout for group huddles, debating how to respond. At one point, they even debated dragging me into town just to put me on the phone because Julie wouldn't let up. She kept pressing. How do I know he's really unharmed? That's when it clicked. We'd found our leverage. Total night and day difference from the Burnham fiasco, where one guy shook hands on a deal, only for the rest to pocket the cash and bail. But here, We had them scrambling, wasting energy coordinating among themselves for us. Ecuador wasn't just a win because the questions paved the way for Jose's escape. It forced the kidnappers to sync up. And let's be real, whether it's hostage takers or corporate sharks, nobody operates alone. There's always some shadowy committee lurking, people who can greenlight your deal or strangle it in its crib. If you want that yes to stick, you'd better figure out how to sway those unseen players. Here's the brutal truth. Implementation runs on consensus. Miss one vote and your deal's dead. So even if you don't know every name in the room, dig for their pain points. Toss in a few well-placed questions. How's your team reacting to this? Or who's the skeptic we need to convince? Sometimes all it takes is, what's keeping your people up at night? Bottom line, never negotiate in a vacuum. If you ignore the folks who will inherit your agreement, the ones with veto power, you're just setting yourself up for disaster. Call them level Roman 2 or the ghosts in the machine, but they're the real gatekeepers. COs, sure, they sign the papers, but someone's always feeding them lines. And spoiler alert, the naysayers matter more than the cheerleaders. Remember that prison standoff. Almost blew up because one minor player on our side got cold feet. Ecuador worked because we turned their own chaos against them. One rogue actor can wreck everything. A lesson I learned the hard way after ignoring the backroom politics. Cost me dearly. We were finalizing a negotiation training contract with a major Florida-based corporation for one of their departments. After multiple calls with their enthusiastic CEO and HR director, we were confident the deal was locked in, until it suddenly collapsed during the fine-tuning phase. The division head who actually needed the training torpedoed the whole thing. Maybe his ego couldn't handle the idea that his team required outside help, because let's face it, some people would rather eat glass than admit they might need improvement. Funny how often negotiations hinge on bruised pride rather than actual numbers. Our mistake. Assuming the top brass had the final say, we never bothered to ask who else needs to be on board, or how do we get your team excited about this? A few strategic questions could have uncovered the real roadblock early, maybe even looped in that skeptical manager before things went south. Now, let's talk about the wild cards you'll face in any negotiation. There's always that one guy who thinks intimidation is a strategy, or the smooth talker spinning half-truths like a carnival barker. But the real skill isn't just dodging landmines, it's reading the room. The best negotiators pick up on every twitch, tone shift, and word choice. Swap keep for not lose, and suddenly people see risks instead of rewards. Take Alistair Onglingswin's story. Guy hops in a Manila taxi after shopping, dozes off, and wakes up in chains. Turns out his driver had a side hustle in kidnapping. Moral of the story. Sometimes the real danger isn't the obvious threat. It's the guy smiling while he drives you straight into trouble. Spotting liars and disarming jerks starts with listening, not just to what they say, but how they say it. The kidnapper kept a stash of ether in his car, using it to knock out victims before demanding ransom. After drugging Alistair, he wasted no time. Within hours, he called the man's girlfriend in New York, demanding daily payments to keep him safe, while he sized up the family's finances. His chilling addendum: no worries if you refuse. I can always sell his organs overseas. The FBI assigned me to lead negotiations from Quantico. Alistair's girlfriend was too shaken to handle the pressure, and his mother back in the Philippines was ready to pay whatever was asked. But his brother Aaron, based in Manila, was different. He understood the stakes, even accepted the possibility of Alistair's death, which made him the perfect counterpart. We set up a constant line of communication, and I coached him from halfway across the world. The kidnapper was no amateur. He played the long game, even offering to slice off Alistair's ear as a goodwill gesture. His demands weren't just about money, they were a test, probing how deep the family's pockets went. We needed answers fast. Was he working alone? Did he intend to kill Alistair? Every second counted before the family bled dry, so we slowed things down. I armed Aaron with carefully crafted questions, endless hows to keep the guy talking. "How do we know you won't hurt him if we pay?" Aaron pressed. It was like psychological judo, using the kidnapper's own aggression against him. We dragged out responses, made scheduling calls a nightmare, all while letting him think he was in charge. And then, the breakthrough. After days of grinding negotiation, Aaron whittled the daily demand down to a fraction of the original sum. The kidnapper, worn down and distracted, agreed to a partial deposit. The game wasn't over yet, but we'd turned the tables. Sometimes the best way to fight a predator isn't to match their brutality, it's to outthink them, one calculated question at a time. New detail. The kidnapper's impatience grew when Aaron accidentally sent payment to the wrong account, buying us another critical day. Tone shift, from tense to darkly amused, because nothing unsettles a violent criminal like realizing he's being played. After making the partial payment, Aaron found a clever way to approach the cabbie without escalating tension, using a carefully crafted "when what" question. "When the money runs out, what happens next?" he asked. The kidnapper hesitated before replying, "It'll be fine." Perfect. Without realizing it, the man had just unwittingly promised not to harm Alistair. This tactic, layering what and how questions, can disarm even the most manipulative opponents. Over time, the kidnapper's guard dropped. What started as tense exchanges turned into oddly casual conversations, almost like two buddies chatting. The kidnapper grew comfortable, even careless, spending hours on the phone with Aaron. Meanwhile, investigators in the Philippines traced the calls to a house, empty when they raided it, except for the kidnapper's wife. She led them to a second property, where police stormed in, rescued Alistair, and arrested the abductor. Mastering subtle communication, both verbal and nonverbal, can shift an adversary's mindset. Let's break down one powerful tool, the 730-855 rule. UCLA psychologist Albert Mehrabian found that only 7% of communication comes from words, while 38% is tone and 55% is body language. Sure, this applies mostly to first impressions, but negotiators can use it to their advantage. Ever notice how someone says yes, but their voice wavers? That's your cue. Try, "You said yes, but you sound unsure. What's on your mind?" Most people appreciate the chance to clarify. Nailing these small details builds trust and prevents nasty surprises later. Oh, and here's a twist. Aaron later admitted he'd practiced these conversations in front of a mirror, adjusting his own tone to sound more relaxed. Turns out, faking calmness can actually make you calmer. Who knew? Building trust in negotiations often comes down to recognizing the difference between real agreement and empty promises. Ever had someone say yes, only to backtrack later? Whether they were dishonest or just overly optimistic, this scenario plays out all the time because not every yes carries the same weight. There's the solid commitment, the verifying confirmation, and the sneaky counterfeit yes, the kind slick salespeople force, making people experts at fake agreements. Enter the rule of three, a simple but powerful way to cut through the nonsense. The idea: get the other person to confirm the same point three different ways in one conversation. It's like triple checking your work, except you're testing their honesty instead of math homework. Repeating the same commitment exposes hesitation or deception because, let's face it, keeping up a lie 3 times in a row, that's exhausting. At first, I worried about sounding like a broken record or turning into that pushy negotiator nobody likes. The trick: mix it up. First, get their initial agreement. Then rephrase it back to them so they nod and say, "That's right." Finally, hit them with a strategic question like, "How do we handle it if things go sideways?" Or flip it, ask the same thing 3 ways. "What's the toughest hurdle here? What's standing in our way? What's the one thing that could derail this? However you do it, 3 layers of confirmation reveal inconsistencies, whether in their words or their body language. And here's the kicker: people suck at hiding lies. Remember Pinocchio, his nose grew, but real-life liars, they overcompensate. Harvard research found that deception comes with a wordy, convoluted mess of third-person pronouns, they said. One might think, instead of straightforward I statements. Liars also ramble in overly complex sentences, like they're trying to outsmart you with jargon. Classic W.C. Fields' move, baffling with BS. Researchers called it the Pinocchio effect because, just like that wooden puppet, the more they lie, the more their words give them away. So next time you're negotiating, don't just take the first yes at face value. Dig deeper, 3 times deeper, and keep an ear out for the verbal tells that scream, "I'm full of it." Trust isn't built on one shaky agreement. It's built on proof. When someone's lying, they often overcompensate by trying too hard to sound convincing. Watch how they use pronouns. It reveals more than they realize. If they're constantly dropping I, me, or my, chances are they don't hold much real power. On the flip side, if they avoid first-person pronouns like the plague, they're probably the decision-maker trying to stay out of the spotlight. Take the case of Alistair Anglingswan's kidnapping in Manila. The kidnapper kept saying we and they, making it seem like he was just a middleman. Turns out, he was the ringleader all along. Or remember Chris Voss, the bank robber from Chapter 2. He kept insisting how dangerous his associates were. Classic misdirection. Here's a pro tip. Forget hammering the other person's name like some pushy salesperson. Instead, try using your name. I call it the Chris discount. It forces the other side to see you as a real person, not just an opponent. Once in a crowded Kansas bar, I tried to take the last empty seat when a drunk, angry guy growled, "Don't even think about it." Instead of backing down, I stuck out my hand and said, "My name's Chris." That simple move flipped the script. My FBI buddy stepped in, bought him a drink, and we learned he was a struggling Vietnam vet who just needed someone to see him as a person, not a threat. Fast forward to a negotiation at an outlet mall, same principle. I picked out some shirts, and when the clerk tried to upsell me, I just smiled and said, "Chris here could really use a discount." Worked like a charm. The key: human connection beats pressure tactics every time. At the checkout, the cashier, a young woman with a name tag that read Sarah, asked if I wanted to sign up for their rewards program. I flashed a grin and asked, "Does signing up come with a discount?" She shook her head with an apologetic smile. "Not today." So I leaned in, keeping it light. "All right, how about a Chris special, just for me?" She glanced up from the register, caught my playful tone, and chuckled before turning to her manager, Kathy, who'd been listening the whole time. Kathy smirked and said, "Tell you what, I'll knock off 10%. Here's the trick: make it personal. Drop your name like it's a secret handshake. Keep it fun, not pushy. Let them enjoy the back and forth, and sometimes you'll walk away with a deal that wasn't even on the table." How to make them negotiate against themselves. Remember how Aaron and Julie turned the tables on their kidnappers. The same psychology works in everyday haggling. Instead of slamming the door with a hard no, use questions that nudge them to rethink their offer. A blunt refusal shuts things down, but a well-placed "how am I supposed to make that work?" shifts the pressure back to them. Deliver it like you're genuinely stumped, not confrontational. Suddenly, they're problem-solving for you. Next, try, "That's really generous, but I'm afraid it doesn't fit for me." The word generous strokes their ego, and the apology keeps things smooth. Ignore the armchair negotiators who claim saying sorry is weak. It's strategy. If they're still pushing, escalate gently. "I wish I could, but I just can't swing it." Now you're not rejecting, you're unable. That tugs at their empathy. Finally, if you must, a soft sorry no does the job without burning bridges. The key: tone. Make it sound like a regret, not a rejection. A former student, Jesus Bueno, once used this exact playbook to save his brother Joaquin from a messy business deal. Joaquin and his partners had sunk €20,000 each into a cannabis grow shop in Spain, where personal cultivation is legal. Things got tense when their minority investor tried renegotiating terms, until Jesus stepped in with the layered no. By the fourth round, the guy backed down. No drama, just smart pressure. Joaquin and Bruno never quite saw eye to eye from the start. While Joaquin thrived as a charismatic salesman, Bruno preferred crunching numbers behind the scenes. The tension only grew when Joaquin and another minority partner pushed aggressive sales tactics, discounts for bulk orders, loyalty perks, while Bruno argued it would bleed profits dry. Their plans to launch a sleek new website and stock up on inventory only made Bruno dig his heels in deeper. Then Bruno's wife got involved. She started cornering Joaquin at the store, lecturing him about reckless spending and demanding they pocket profits instead. Things took a wild turn when Joaquin noticed missing inventory, items they'd paid for but never hit the shelves. A quick online search revealed an eBay store under the wife's name selling those exact products. The confrontation that followed was explosive. Bruno, red-faced and defensive, suddenly blurted out he wanted to sell his shares, claiming the business was too risky. Joaquin turned to his brother Jesus for advice. Recognizing that Bruno's wife was the real pressure point, they crafted a strategy. Jesus suggested leading with empathy. Sounds like your wife's really pushing you on this. Then hitting Bruno with an accusation ought to disarm him. I get it, you think I'm reckless with money. It worked instantly. Bruno unloaded, venting about his wife's constant nagging and even revealing a bombshell. Their bank had slapped them with an ultimatum: repay a $20,000 loan in full or face sky-high interest. Joaquin and Jesus exchanged a look. This was their opening. With Bruno already pulling $14,000 from the business as salary, they lowballed an offer, $23,000 total, half up front, the rest over a year. Bruno, backed into a corner, had no leverage. But just when it seemed settled, everything went off the rails. New detail. During the negotiation, Joaquin noticed Bruno nervously checking his phone. Turns out his wife had been texting him non-stop, demanding updates. The stress was written all over his face. The tone shifts here. What started as a business dispute now feels like a soap opera. Who knew bookkeeping could get this dramatic? Joaquin didn't even give Bruno a chance to name his price. He blurted out his own offer first, calling it very fair. Big mistake. Nothing kills a negotiation faster than making the other person feel like they're being unreasonable for disagreeing. Sure enough, Bruno slammed the phone down in frustration. 2 days later, Joaquin got an email from Bruno's new representative, a sharp negotiator who clearly knew his stuff. The demand: a precise €30,812 broken down into loan repayment, salary, equity, and interest. No round numbers here, just cold, calculated figures that screamed, "This is non-negotiable." Jesus, Joaquin's partner, groaned when he heard the news. "You really messed this up," he said. But they both knew Bruno was eager to sell, so they hatched a plan, the multi-step no strategy. The goal: let Bruno talk himself down. Worst case, he'd walk away and they'd be back to square one. Not ideal, but not the end of the world. Their first reply was a masterclass in polite rejection. "Your price is absolutely fair and Bruno deserves every penny. I just can't swing it right now, wish I could. Best of luck." No counteroffer, no hard feelings, just a soft no wrapped in flattery. The next day, Bruno's rep caved slightly, lowering the price to €28,346. Joaquin was tempted to jump at it, but Jesus held firm. "We're not done yet," he insisted. Their second reply played the sympathy card. "Thanks for lowering the price, that means a lot. Honestly, I'd love to pay it, but between my divorce and empty bank account, it's just not happening. Best of luck." Another drop, this time to 25,000 euros. Joaquin was ready to sign, but Jesus wasn't. One more round, he said. The final email was pure negotiation gold. You've been more than fair, and I've tried everything, banks, family, even my mom won't lend to me. The best I can do is 23,567 euros with partial payment up front and the rest over a year. And just like that, it worked. The lesson: stay sharp until the very last second. Don't get distracted by thoughts of early flights or weekend golf. Keep your head in the game. Because sometimes the best deals come to those who wait and say no without ever saying it. The advisor agreed within an hour, proof that mirroring Bruno's tone and peppering him with open-ended questions had worked. By digging into his financial struggles, then hitting him with a strategic no, they'd cornered him into bidding against himself. Risky move if competition existed, but with no other buyers. Pure negotiation gold. Here's the thing: elite negotiators don't just talk, they play chess with emotions. The real game happens beneath the surface, in the unspoken tensions and flickers of hesitation. Mastery isn't about forcing a yes, it's about dissecting the how. That one word transforms demands into collaborative puzzles, making the other side think they're steering while you quietly reroute the path. Twist the script. Weaponize how like a reflex. Each repetition chips at their resistance, feeding them the illusion of control while they unknowingly solve your problems. Swap hard rejections for a curious, how could that work? Suddenly, they're brainstorming for you, often lowballing their own offers. Scan the room for invisible players. Ask, how would your team react? Uncover hidden veto power before it derails your deal. Body language tells all. Ever notice how someone's voice tightens when lying? The 730-855 rule exposes them. Only 7% of trust comes from words. The rest, tone and fidgets. And if their yes feels flimsy, hit them with the rule of three, make them repeat agreement until their facade cracks. Pronouns betray power, too many is, you're talking to a middleman. We and they, that's your decision maker dangling options. Pro tip: drop your own name casually. It humanizes you, melts resistance, and bonus, might snag an unplanned discount. Flashback to that forerunner. Years ago, I obsessed over a salsa red pearl Toyota, not just red, but the kind that smoldered under streetlights. Negotiating for it. A crash course in patience and tactical silence. The dealer's final price wasn't final after all. I was completely obsessed. I had to have that truck. Scouring every dealership across the DC metro area, I quickly realized I wasn't the only one fixated on that exact model and color. There wasn't a single one left. Except at one dealer. You know how they say never grocery shop when you're starving? Well, I wasn't just hungry. I was head over heels in love with this thing. So I took a deep breath, steadied myself, and plotted my move. This was my only chance, and I wasn't walking away empty-handed. The dealership was bathed in golden afternoon sunlight when I pulled in. Stan, the salesman, greeted me with that practiced grin, the kind that says, "I've got you right where I want you." He slid the $36,000 sticker price across the desk like it was a done deal. I nodded sympathetically, lips pressed tight. The secret to haggling: gently shake their confidence but keep it polite. "I can do $30,000, I said smoothly. "Cash, full payment today, that's my absolute max." His smile wavered just for a second. "We can't go that low," he countered, recovering fast. "It's $36,000, that's the price." I sighed, playing the reluctant buyer. "It's an incredible truck. Honestly, it's worth more, but $36,000, I just can't." Stan hesitated, thrown off. Then with a stiff smile he vanished into the back office. The wait dragged on so long I started second-guessing myself. Should have opened at 28K. Finally he returned, practically beaming. "Good news, my manager approved $34,000. I clutched my chest like he just handed me a winning lottery ticket. "That's unbelievably generous. But I still can't swing it. Another silence, another retreat. When he came back, defeat flickered in his eyes. $32,500, he muttered, sliding a paper across the desk, complete with a cheesy "you win" and smiley faces. I laid it on thick. You've been amazing, truly, but... Up he went again, shoulders slumped. No grin this time. As he disappeared into the manager's office, I leaned back, savoring the moment. Victory was this close. And then, just to twist the knife, I pulled out my phone and pretended to check another dealership's inventory. Game on. A moment later, thankfully much quicker than before, he walked back in and took his seat. "We can make that work," he agreed. 2 days after that, I was cruising off the lot in my salsa red pearl Toyota 4Runner, a steal at $30,000. That truck, still my ride today, and I wouldn't trade it for anything. Negotiations always reach that awkward turning point where casual back and forth shifts into a tense standoff. The moment when things get real. You've built rapport, cleared the air with an accusation audit, and summarized the key points until you hear that satisfying "that's right." Now, it's game time. The money talk. That uncomfortable tango of numbers and nerves where most people start sweating bullets. If you dread this part, treating it like a root canal rather than an opportunity, chances are you're getting outplayed by those who thrive on it. Let's be honest, bargaining is where negotiations go off the rails. It's messy, stressful, and where even the best prepared people choke. Why? Because throwing numbers around feels like walking a tightrope without a net. But here's the thing, it doesn't have to be a disaster. This chapter breaks down the tactics that separate the amateurs from the pros. Bargaining isn't just about math or gut feelings. It's about spotting the hidden psychological plays that dictate the game. Master negotiators don't just see offers, they see the undercurrents shaping them. Once you learn to read those, you'll move through deals with the confidence of a poker player holding all the cards. And trust me, when you finally get it, they won't know what hit them. What's your style? A while back, I was out on my boat with Keenan, one of my top guys, giving him what was supposed to be a motivational review. "What we do," I told him, "is like spotting the riptide, finding the hidden forces dragging people under and using them to steer towards something better." "Towards something better," Keenan echoed. "Exactly," I said. "Somewhere we can actually." That's when my son Brandon, who handles ops for the Black Swan Group, burst out laughing. "Seriously, Dad, you don't see it." I just stared. "Wait, what did I do?" I asked, confused. Keenan just smirked as my friend pointed out. "He's been mirroring you this whole time, your tone, your posture, everything." My face burned. Of course, Keenan had played me perfectly. He'd used one of the oldest psychological tricks in the book, especially effective on someone like me who leans into assertiveness. Negotiation styles aren't just random, they're shaped by everything from childhood experiences to cultural background. Recognizing your own tendencies and your opponents lets you tweak your approach for better results. Here's the thing. If you don't understand how you or the person across the table instinctively react under pressure, you're basically negotiating blind. People fall into patterns, and once you spot them, you can use them strategically, just like Keenan did. There's a mountain of research on negotiation archetypes, but honestly, most of it's so dense it's useless. So my team and I, led by my son Brandon, boiled it down to 3 core styles: accommodators, assertives, that's me, and analysts, the data-obsessed. Hollywood loves the tough, aggressive negotiator, but real life isn't a movie. A study of lawyers in major U.S. cities found that 65% used a cooperative approach, and guess what? They were rated as more effective than the hardliners. So if you're not naturally pushy, relax. Bulldozing your way through talks usually backfires. The key: be authentic. You don't have to switch personalities mid-negotiation, but the best bargainers learn to flex their style when needed. Want to spot what you're dealing with? Here's a quick breakdown. Analysts, they're meticulous. Rushing them is a mistake. They need data, not drama. Analysts operate under the belief that meticulous preparation and precision outweigh the need for speed. Their identity is tied to flawlessness. Every detail must be perfect, no matter how long it takes. They thrive in solitude, laser-focused on their objectives, rarely swayed by emotion. Their speech mirrors that FM DJ tone, slow, deliberate with a downward tilt. But instead of calming, it often comes off as detached, even icy. Unintentionally, this pushes people away, making it harder to establish trust or ease in conversations. Surprises. Analysts despise them. They'll spend weeks gathering intel they could have uncovered in 15 minutes face-to-face, just to avoid being blindsided. They're walking databases, absorbing every scrap of information, but here's the catch. They expect equal exchange. Offer them something, and if they don't get reciprocity fast, trust evaporates. And good luck getting it back. Once they disengage, it's like a vault slamming shut. Here's the irony. Their obsession with control can backfire. By over-preparing, they sometimes miss real-time insights from the person across the table. If you're dealing with an analyst, ditch the small talk. Lead with hard facts, structured arguments, and zero improvisation. Surprise them with early warnings, not curveballs, and when they go silent, don't panic. It's not passive aggression, just deep processing. But here's a twist. Analysts could benefit from a simple trick: smiling. Not the fake, plastered-on kind, but a genuine one. It softens their edges, making others more willing to share intel. Plus, it's a handy shield when they're caught off guard. Meanwhile, accommodators, they're the polar opposite. For them, negotiation is all about connection. Time invested in relationships matters more than the fine print. Accommodators thrive on connection. They measure success by the quality of conversation, not just the outcome. For them, negotiation isn't just about deals. It's about building relationships. They're the type who will happily spend hours chatting, smoothing over tensions, and chasing that elusive win-win scenario. While their warmth and openness make them fantastic at building rapport, they sometimes struggle to turn talk into tangible results. You'll recognize them by their easygoing nature, their tendency to avoid conflict, and their habit of offering concessions just to keep the peace. But here's the catch. Their desire to please can backfire. They might promise things they can't deliver, gloss over real issues, or get so caught up in being agreeable that they forget to advocate for themselves. If you're dealing with an accommodator, lean into their sociable side. Ask open-ended questions, guide the conversation toward action, and gently push them to voice concerns they might otherwise bury. And if you are one, embrace your charm, but don't let it silence you. Even the friendliest negotiator needs to set boundaries, otherwise you risk endless, unproductive small talk. Now, flip the script with assertives. These folks treat time like a ticking bomb. Every second wasted is a personal failure. Efficiency is their religion, and winning, that's their holy grail. They don't just want to be heard, they demand it. Forget subtlety, they'll bulldoze through niceties to get straight to the point. Their colleagues always know where they stand because assertives make sure of it. No sugarcoating, no apologies. Respect matters to them, but don't confuse that with needing to be liked. The irony, they're terrible listeners until they're certain you've heard them. So if you're up against an assertive, save the chit-chat. Be direct, match their energy, and for heaven's sake, don't waste their time. And if you are one, channel that drive, but remember, winning at all costs can burn bridges. Sometimes, slowing down just enough to listen pays off in the long run. New detail. Imagine an accommodator and an assertive stuck in an elevator together. One's trying to make polite conversation while the other's glaring at the floor numbers, calculating how much productivity they're losing. Comedy gold or a negotiation nightmare. Assertive personalities tend to prioritize their own objectives over interpersonal connections, often defaulting to statements rather than questions. When engaging with this type, the key is to actively listen. Once they feel truly heard, they'll finally open up to your perspective. For them, silence isn't a pause for reflection, it's an invitation to keep talking. Tactics like mirroring, strategic questions, and summarizing work wonders here. The ultimate win. Earning a genuine "that's right" or "you nailed it," their version of a green light. Reciprocity, forget it. Assertives operate on a give them a finger, they'll take the whole hand principle. They'll rationalize that they've earned whatever you offer, completely missing the social cue of returning the favor. If they do concede something, you can bet they're mentally tallying the seconds until payback. Pro tip for fellow assertives: check your tone. What feels neutral to you often lands as abrasive. Dial it back, softer delivery and calibrated questions make you far more likable and effective. Now here's where it gets ironic. At a networking event, an accommodator once confessed, "I totally blew up a deal." My immediate thought, "Did you throw a chair? Because that's my idea of blowing up." Turns out he just stopped talking. For his type, silence equals fury. Analysts, they go quiet to process. But assertives, we assume silence means you're either speechless or begging us to fill the air. Guilty as charged, I only shut up when I've exhausted my word bank. The real comedy: watch an analyst pause to think. The accommodator panics, the assertive jumps in, and the analyst silently fumes. Can you not turn my brainstorming session into your monologue? Here's the kicker. Most people misread styles because of the "I'm normal" trap. We assume everyone operates like us, a natural but costly mistake in negotiations. Projecting your own mindset onto others. That's the fast track to dead ends. And yes, I've faceplanted into this assumption more times than I'd care to admit. New detail, picture this. A high-stakes meeting where an assertive, let's call him Jake, dominates while the analyst Sarah scribbles furious notes. Mid-debate, Sarah suddenly goes quiet. Jake, misreading it as disinterest, doubles down. Meanwhile, Sarah's mentally drafting her resignation letter. Classic crossover chaos. Tone shift. So, assertives, congrats on your confidence. Now stop bulldozing and listen. The world doesn't revolve around your monologues. Shocking, I know. And if you catch yourself thinking, "But my way is normal," newsflash, it's not. Adapt or keep losing deals to the quiet guy who actually paid attention. In the world of negotiation, there are three distinct styles, meaning there's a 2/3 chance the person across the table operates differently than you do. Their normal isn't yours. I once worked with a CEO who braced for failure in 9 out of 10 deals. Turns out he wasn't failing because negotiation is impossible. He was failing because he assumed everyone thought like him. If he'd recognized that only 1 in 10 people shared his approach, he could have adapted and closed more deals. The key: understanding how your counterpart prepares, communicates, and makes decisions. Before you even think about haggling over numbers, you've got to decode their style. Here's the twist: forget the golden rule. In high-stakes bargaining, treating others how you want to be treated is a rookie mistake. The real power move: treat them how they need to be treated. Want to crack the code? I've got a free guide to help you spot negotiation styles, yours and theirs. When the punch comes, some negotiation experts love to frame deals as cold, logical math problems. They'll throw around terms like ZOPA, the zone of possible agreement, where buyer and seller ranges overlap. Picture this: Tony won't sell his car for less than $5,000. Samantha won't pay more than $6,000. The ZOPA is $5,000, $6K. Neat, right? Except real-world bargaining isn't a spreadsheet. Seasoned negotiators don't play by ZOPA rules. They'll hit you with a wild opening offer, something so outrageous it'll knock you off balance. And if you're not ready, you'll panic, cave, and spill your best number instantly. As Mike Tyson famously growled, everyone's got a plan till they get punched in the mouth. But here's the secret: you want them to throw that punch. Let them reveal their hand first. The trick is staying cool when their anchor feels like a gut shot. Instead of flinching, deflect. Hit back with a strategic, "How am I supposed to work with that?" Or pivot the conversation. What's the goal here? These moves keep you from getting dragged into their game. Master them, and you'll turn their knockout attempt into your winning round. Bonus detail. Ever notice how top negotiators pause just a beat longer after an extreme offer? That silence isn't hesitation. It's a calculated power play. Here's a fresh take on the negotiation tactics from the original text, tailored for us YouTube audience while keeping the core lessons intact. When you sense a negotiation turning into a back-and-forth over price, shift the focus to what really makes the deal worthwhile. Instead of getting stuck on dollars, try steering the conversation toward value. You could say something like, "Let's set price aside for a second. What else would make this agreement a win for both of us?" Or, if you want to be subtler, ask, "Besides the cost, what else can you bring to the table to make this worth it?" Now, if the other side pressures you to throw out the first number, don't. Dodge it by referencing an absurdly high figure from somewhere else. For example, when a hospital network pushed me to name my rate, I replied, "Well, Harvard charges $2,500 a day per student, so let's just say we're not in that ballpark." The goal? Gather intel. Letting them go first gives you a read on their position, like learning to roll with the first punch instead of swinging blindly. Take Farouk, one of my former MBA students at Georgetown. He was in a tight spot, needing $600 to fund an alumni event in Dubai, and the dean was his last shot. He pitched the trip's benefits for the school's reputation, but before he could finish, she cut in. "Sounds amazing, but budgets are tight. $300 is my max." Farouk didn't panic. Instead of caving, he acknowledged her constraints while steering the conversation. "That's generous, but $300 won't cover the kind of event that'll impress our alumni." Then he dropped a bombshell. "Honestly, $1,000 is what we really need." Predictably, the dean balked, way over budget, but then countered with $500. Farouk could have taken it. Hey, $100 short wasn't the end of the world, but he knew settling too soon was a mistake. He pushed. $850 gets us there. She held firm at $500, but Farouk stayed cool. "I get it, but we need more to make this shine. How about $775? The dean cracked a smile. "You've got a number in mind, don't you?" she said. And just like that, Farouk knew he had her. The lesson: never let the first offer box you in. Keep the conversation moving until you land where you need to be. New detail: Farouk later admitted he'd practiced this exact scenario with classmates, which is why he stayed so composed under pressure. Tone shift, from tactical to slyly triumphant, because sometimes the best negotiations feel like a well-played chess match. Farouk hesitated for a moment before finally handing over his number. There was something about her genuine tone that made him trust her. "Look, I need $737.50 to pull this off, and honestly, you're my last shot," he admitted. She chuckled, impressed by his directness. The dean nodded, commending his clarity, and promised to review her budget. 2 days later, an email popped into his inbox. Her office was covering $750. Flipping the script: how to push back without losing control when negotiations stall and frustration builds. Sometimes the only way forward is to disrupt the stalemate. Bold moves can break through stubborn resistance, but if you're naturally easygoing, swinging like a heavyweight might feel unnatural. You can't force yourself into a role that doesn't fit. After all, you work with what you've got. But a few tactical adjustments, those anyone can master. The Power of Controlled Fire research by Marwan Sinasur in Seed and Larissa Tydens, Stanford, reveals that real anger can tilt negotiations in your favor. Showing passion makes the other side more likely to concede. But here's the catch: anger also clouds judgment, making people prone to bad deals they'll regret later. And faking it, worse. Nothing tanks trust faster than phony outrage. The trick: let a flicker of frustration show, but aim it at the offer, not the person. A sharp, I don't see how that's feasible lands harder when it's measured. This tactic, strategic umbrage, jolts the other party into realizing their stance is unreasonable. Studies from Colombia found that people on the receiving end often overestimate their own pushiness, even when their counterpart didn't think so. The real takeaway: recognize when someone's using this move on you. Don't let faux indignation throw you off balance. Threats delivered with icy calm work even better. A poise that doesn't work for me carries more weight than a shout. The danger of why, as covered earlier, why triggers defensiveness universally. Test it. Next time your boss gives an order, ask why, and watch their eyebrows shoot up. Suddenly, you're the problem. Instead, reframe. Help me understand the goal here keeps the conversation open without putting them on guard. Bonus detail: Farouk later admitted the dean's quick approval surprised him. He'd braced for another rejection. That small win shifted his mindset. He started seeing obstacles as hurdles, not walls. Try this out with a coworker, someone you manage, or even a buddy. Just watch how they react. Chances are, you'll notice a hint of defensiveness no matter who you're talking to. But don't overdo it, or you might find yourself friendless and unemployed. Personally, I only drop the "why did you do that" bomb in negotiations when I want to throw someone off balance, though I wouldn't exactly recommend it. There's a smarter way to use "why" that actually flips the script. Instead of putting them on the defensive, you nudge them into defending your position. Sounds counterintuitive, right? But here's how it works. Frame the question so that subtly supports your side. For example, if you're trying to poach a client, you might say, "Why would you even consider switching to us? Your current supplier's fantastic." Suddenly, they're listing reasons for you instead of against you. Sneaky but effective. Now let's talk about "I" statements, your secret weapon for setting boundaries without starting a fight. Saying, "I'm sorry, that doesn't work for me," shifts the focus squarely onto you, giving you control. The classic formula, "I feel when you because," forces a pause in the conversation. But here's the catch: keep your tone chill. If you sound aggressive, you've just lit a fuse instead of diffusing anything. And here's the golden rule: never act desperate. If you can't walk away, you've already lost. A bad deal isn't just a setback, it's a trap. But even when you're firm, stay collaborative. Tough love beats hostility every time. Sure, anger might work if it's calculated, not personal. But remember, the real enemy isn't the person across the table, it's the unsolved problem. Hollywood loves painting villains, but in real life, demonizing someone just sabotages the whole negotiation. Save the punches for absolute last resorts. Oh, and one more thing, ever notice how people double down when they feel cornered? Throw in a little curiosity instead. Ask, "Help me understand your side," and watch the tension ease. Works like magic before diving into high-stakes negotiations. I always recommend trying to diffuse tension first. Propose a break. Sometimes all it takes is a moment for everyone to reset. When the other side steps back, they stop feeling trapped and regain control. That shift makes them more open to solutions, and they'll respect you for facilitating it. Think of aggressive tactics like boundary setting as hitting pause on a negotiation's momentum. You've built progress, hit a standstill, and now must navigate the tension, either ramping it up or dialing it down before finding common ground again. The key: never burn bridges. Conflict resolution hinges on preserving the relationship, not creating adversaries. Now, let's talk about the gritty side of bargaining. Sure, I've drilled into psychological tactics, calibrated questions, mirroring, throwing opponents off balance. But sometimes you're stuck in a brutal back and forth with someone who refuses to budge. Hostage negotiations taught me this firsthand. Picture this: a kidnapper growls, "Pay or the hostage dies," and they aren't bluffing. You need airtight skills to chip away at their demands. That's where the Ackerman method comes in. I picked it up during FBI training, and it's been my go-to ever since. Named after Mike Ackerman, a former CIA operative turned Miami-based ransom consultant. This system is deceptively simple. We'd often work with his team, never Mike himself. He was like a shadowy legend. Years later, I finally met him in Miami and mentioned using his method in business deals. He chuckled, revealing he'd even run it by Harvard's negotiation guru, Howard Rafa, who swore it worked universally. Validation unlocked. Here's the breakdown. 1. Anchor low, start at 65% of your target. 2. Tighten the increments, raise offers in shrinking steps, 85%, then 95%, finally 100%. 3. Play hard to get, pivot between empathy and firm, no S to force counters. 4. Get weirdly specific. Instead of $38,000, say $37,893. It sounds calculated, not arbitrary. The magic. It avoids the lazy middle ground trap. No more splitting the difference, just strategic psychological nudges toward your goal. And hey, if it works when lives are on the line, it'll handle your next salary talk when you're wrapping up negotiations. Toss in something non-monetary, preferably something the other side won't even want, to signal you've hit your absolute limit. The brilliance of this approach is that it naturally weaves in psychological triggers like reciprocity, extreme anchoring, and loss aversion without you having to overthink it. Let me walk you through how this plays out step by step. Start with a lowball offer, say 65% of your target price, to set an aggressive anchor. This initial shock value throws most negotiators off balance, triggering a fight-or-flight response that clouds their judgment. Only seasoned pros can shake it off without flinching. Then strategically bump your offers to 85%, 95%, and finally 100%, spacing them out only after the other side counters, and you've nudged them with a few well-placed questions. These incremental moves work on multiple levels. First, they tap into reciprocity. People instinctively feel compelled to match concessions, just like returning a holiday card. Second, the shrinking increments, cutting the increase in half each time, make the other party feel like they're wringing every last drop from you. By the final offer, they're convinced they've pushed you to the brink, which strokes their ego. Studies show people actually prefer this drawn-out dance over a single fair offer, even if they end up worse off. And here's the kicker: odd numbers matter. Back when I was negotiating hostage releases in Haiti, I used this method relentlessly. Kidnappings were frequent, with ransoms typically ranging from $15K to $75K, but I made it my mission to drag every payout below $5K. $1 case still cracks me up. After grinding through the steps, I landed on $4,751. The Miami FBI chief called my partner the next day, laughing. Voss got him out for what? How does a single dollar even matter? But that's the thing, it does. There's something about that random dollar that messes with our brains. You'd never pay $2 for a candy bar, but $1.99. Suddenly it feels like a steal. Human psychology is weird like that. Ever wonder why we're drawn to $1.99 instead of $2? It's barely a difference, but that single cent plays tricks on our brains. We know it's a marketing ploy, yet we still fall for it. The same psychology applies to bigger financial decisions, like negotiating rent. Miss Harry, a sharp Georgetown MBA student, faced this exact challenge. 8 months into his lease at $1,850 a month, his landlord dropped a bombshell. Renewal would cost $2,100 for 10 months or $2,000 for a year. Miss Harry loved his place. Great building, perfect location. But his budget was already stretched thin. Instead of panicking, he took action. He scoured local listings and found similar apartments priced between $1,800 and $1,950, though none matched his current spot. Crunching the numbers, he settled on $1,830 as his ideal rate. Armed with research, he met with the rental agent. "I've had a great experience here," Miss Harry said, keeping his tone friendly but firm. "Always paid on time, no issues. It'd be a shame to leave, and a loss for you to replace a reliable tenant." The agent nodded, agreeing it made sense to keep him. Then Miss Harry dropped his findings. Nearby units were cheaper. "Your building's better, no doubt," he admitted. "But how am I supposed to justify paying $200 more?" Silence hung in the air before the agent countered. "Fair point, but we can charge a premium." Miss Harry didn't flinch. Instead, he threw out a bold anchor. "What if we did $1,730 for a year?" The agent laughed. "No way, that was way below market." But Miss Harry stayed cool. Instead of arguing, he asked, "Help me understand, how do you price renewals?" The agent gave a vague answer about market rates, giving Miss Harry the perfect opening. "If I leave, you risk a vacant unit," he pointed out. 1 month empty means a $2,000 loss, plus repainting costs. Then he made a second offer. "How about $1,790 for 12 months? The agent paused. "Here's the thing. Normally, making multiple offers without a counter is a no-go, but negotiations aren't rigid. If you're steering the conversation, sometimes you bend the rules to keep momentum." Miss Harry wasn't just haggling, he was playing chess. And sometimes the best move is the one that throws your opponent off balance. "Sir, I hear where you're coming from and your points are valid," Miss Harry replied carefully. "But that figure just isn't going to work for me. Let me take some time to crunch my own numbers. Maybe we can circle back next week." He knew the game. Any hesitation from the other side meant leverage. 5 days later, they reconvened in the same cramped office, the scent of stale coffee lingering in the air. The leasing agent leaned forward, flashing a practiced smile. "Ran the analytics, this is solid. Best I can do is $1,950 monthly for a 12-month lease." Miss Harry suppressed a grin. Got him. Instead of outright refusal, he flipped the script with calculated praise. "That's a fair offer, but here's the thing. I could walk 3 blocks over and snag a place for $1,800. That extra $150. For a grad student like me, that's groceries for a week. Unless you'd rather let this unit sit empty another month." The agent stiffened. "It's not about vacancy, I just can't dip below market rate." Miss Harry let the silence stretch, exhaling like a man counting pennies. "Look, I started at $1,730, bumped to $1,790. Tell you what, $1,810. That's my final stretch." "Still under market," the agent muttered, rubbing his temple. "Time for the knockout." Miss Harry asked for a notepad, scribbling fake equations with theatrical concentration before delivering the final blow. "Ran my budget down to the dollar. Absolute max is $1,829. The agent chuckled, shaking his head. $1,829. You're either an accountant or a magician. Spoiler, he was neither. "But I respect the hustle. Let's lock it in for 12 months. Mic drop. Notice the playbook. Strategic pauses, odd-numbered offers, and turning no into a chess move. That's how you flip a rent hike into a win. Pro tip: when you're nose-to-nose with a hardball negotiator, psychology only gets you halfway. The real magic, leaning into the clash. Conflict isn't just inevitable, it's where the best deals are born. So next time someone's playing hardball, remember: 1. Decode their style, accommodator, analyst, bulldozer, tailor your approach. 2. Embrace the grind. The friction isn't the enemy. It's the forge where agreements get sharpened. Now go out there and negotiate like your Wi-Fi depends on its success. Isn't about rising to the moment. It's about falling back on the groundwork you've laid. Craft a bold but realistic objective, then map out every step. The labels, the strategic questions, the countermoves. That way, when you're in the thick of negotiation, you won't be scrambling for answers. Expect to get hit hard. Skilled negotiators love throwing out extreme opening offers to throw you off balance. If you're caught off guard, you'll fold faster than a cheap lawn chair. So rehearse your deflection tactics. Don't let them drag you into concessions before you're ready. Stand your ground but keep your cool. The person across from you isn't the enemy, the game is. Stay sharp, stay composed, and know when to push back without losing your temper. Master the Ackerman method. Before diving into the back-end fourth, plot your moves. Start with an aggressive anchor, pepper them with calculated questions, and structure your offers with precision. Think 65%, 85%, 95%, 100%. Shrinking increments and odd numbers make them feel like they're grinding you down, when really you're steering them right where you want. Chapter 10. The Unexpected Breakthrough. June 17, 1981. A crisp 70-degree morning in Rochester, New York, with a breeze tugging at the trees. William Griffin, 37, stepped out of his bedroom in his parents' house and descended the polished wooden stairs. At the bottom, he hesitated, then raised a shotgun and fired 3 times. His mother and a handyman died instantly. His stepfather barely survived. The gunshots echoed through the house as Griffin bolted outside, shooting a construction worker and 2 pedestrians before sprinting 2 blocks to the Security Trust Bank. Customers fled as he stormed in, rounding up 9 employees at gunpoint. For 3.5 hours, Griffin turned the bank into a war zone, wounding cops, firing at bystanders, and unloading over 100 rounds. Police even used a garbage truck as a shield to rescue an injured officer. At 2:30 p.m., Griffin herded the hostages into an office and ordered the manager to call the cops. FBI agent Clint Van Zant listened as Officer Jim O'Brien picked up. The manager's voice shook. He says, "Meet him at the front doors at 3 p.m. for a shootout, or he'll start executing hostages." The line went dead. No one in U.S. history had ever killed a hostage on a deadline, until now. New detail: the tension was so thick, one hostage later recalled Griffin humming under his breath between shots as if this were just another Tuesday. Tone shift, from clinical negotiation tactics to the raw, chaotic intensity of a real-life crisis. Deadlines always sharpened focus. Everyone understood the usual demands: cash, clout, and a quick escape. That was the script, the unshakable reality, until it wasn't. What unfolded next proved the terrifying power of black swans, those game-changing surprises lurking beneath the surface, rewriting the rules in an instant. True negotiation mastery. It's spotting those hidden twists before they blindside you. At 3 p.m. sharp, Griffin motioned to Margaret Moore, a terrified bank teller clutching her purse like a lifeline. "Move," he barked. She begged, voice cracking. Her 4-year-old boy needed her. Griffin didn't flinch. As she stumbled toward the doors, he raised his shotgun. 2 thunderous blasts. The force hurled her through the shattered glass, her body nearly severed. Outside, cops froze. This wasn't about money or escape. Griffin had crossed a line, there'd be no walking away. Then, almost taunting, he pressed himself against the window, a clear target for the sniper he'd already traded fire with earlier. A single shot echoed. Griffin dropped. Game over. Black swans aren't just rare, they're the unimaginable becoming real. Nassim Taleb nailed it in Fooled by Randomness and the Black Swan, but the idea's older than that. For centuries, black swan meant pure fantasy until explorers found them in Australia. Suddenly, the impossible had feathers. Think of history's shockers: Pearl Harbor, the internet's rise, 9/11. Hindsight makes the clues obvious, but in the moment, we never see them coming. That's the twist. The future loves proving us wrong. Taleb's concept of the black swan represents those unpredictable, game-changing events that defy all our past assumptions. These aren't just rare. They're completely outside the realm of what we consider possible, making them impossible to foresee. In negotiations, this idea is critical. We deal with 3 types of information: The known knowns, facts we're aware of, like the other party's offer or past negotiation tactics. Then there are the known unknowns, variables we know exist but can't predict, like a sudden change in the opposing negotiator. These are like wild cards in poker. You know they're in play, but you don't know when they'll surface. But the real game changers, the unknown unknowns, the bombshells we never saw coming. Maybe the person across the table is secretly sabotaging the deal because they're jumping ship to a rival company. These are the black swans, the blind spots that upend everything. Van Zandt and the FBI, locked into their known knowns, missed the warning signs screaming that something unpredictable was unfolding. It's not just about hindsight. Van Zandt himself later used this case as a teaching moment at Quantico, stressing the dangers of tunnel vision. The real lesson wasn't just about suicide by cop scenarios. It was about recognizing when reality doesn't follow the script. Take that June day in 1981. O'Brien kept calling the bank, but each time the line went dead, no demands, no negotiation. That alone should have been a red flag. Hostage takers always want something: money, attention, control. But Griffin, silence. Then came the report of a nearby double homicide. Is this relevant? Van Zandt asked. No one connected the dots in time. If they had, they might have realized Griffin had already killed before, another black swan lurking in plain sight. Hours in, a hostage read Griffin's bizarre, meandering note over the phone. No demands, just a chaotic rant about his grievances. It was so disjointed, no one even finished it. The FBI was so focused on the expected script, demands, negotiation, resolution, that they missed the glaring anomalies. And that's the danger of black swans. They don't play by the rules. One crucial detail slipped through unnoticed. Another black swan moment, the line, "After the police take my life," went unheard. Because these hidden signals weren't discovered, Van Zandt and his team failed to grasp the chilling truth. Griffin wasn't just making threats. He was seeking his own death at the hands of law enforcement. Nothing in FBI history had prepared them for this. A shootout on a deadline, unthinkable. So they defaulted to old patterns, trying to force the situation into familiar templates. They kept asking, what does he really want? Assuming Griffin would eventually pick up the phone and negotiate, they dismissed the idea that anyone would follow through on such a threat. But they were wrong. The tragedy in Rochester on June 17, 1981, taught a brutal lesson. When facts refuse to fit, it's often because our perspective is flawed. We cling to known knowns, experience, protocols, past successes, but they can become blinders. To truly understand, we need a beginner's mind, open, flexible, unburdened by assumptions. Yet the deeper revelation was this: while known knowns can trap us, unknown unknowns, those hidden, game-changing truths, hold the key to breakthroughs. After that day, I overhauled my entire approach to negotiation. I realized every conflict involves at least 3 black swans, critical secrets that, if uncovered, could flip the script entirely. This isn't just a minor adjustment, it's a revolution. That's why I named my company Black Swan, because this method transforms negotiation from a rigid chess match into something dynamic, intuitive, and deeply human. But spotting these hidden truths, it's not easy. We're all blind to what we don't know. The trick is rewiring how we listen, staying alert to whispers beneath the words. Whether you're a hostage negotiator, a CEO, or a parent, the stakes are the same. What you don't know can destroy everything. The key: stay curious, stay humble. And never assume you've seen it all. Discovering what truly matters in a negotiation is far from easy. The biggest hurdle: people often don't even know what questions to ask their customers, users, or counterparts. Without the right approach, most won't articulate the hidden insights you need. Think about it. Steve Jobs didn't wait for the world to demand an iPad. He uncovered that unspoken desire, that black swan, before anyone realized it existed. The issue: Traditional questioning and research methods focus on confirming what we already know, smoothing out uncertainty rather than digging into the unknown. Negotiations are unpredictable by nature. Someone might rave about a perfect piece of land while conveniently omitting it's a toxic Superfund site. Or they'll downplay noisy neighbors with, well, everyone makes a little noise, when the reality is a nightly heavy metal band rehearsal next door. The negotiator who thrives is the one who can uncover, adapt to, and leverage these hidden truths. To do that, you have to interrogate reality, ask relentless questions, listen deeply, and read between the lines. Watch for those subtle hesitations, the flicker of discomfort, the unspoken tells. This isn't about confirming your assumptions. It's about stripping away the layers to see what's really there. That's why my company overhauled its negotiation prep. No matter how much research we do beforehand, we always pause mid-conversation to ask, why are they saying this right now? Negotiation isn't a battle, it's a high-wire act. Obsessing over the end goal can make you miss the next step and send you tumbling. Focus on each move and the path will lead you forward. Here's the twist. Black swans aren't always guarded secrets. Often they're overlooked details, seemingly trivial, yet game-changing. Your counterpart might be sitting on critical information without even realizing its worth. Now let's talk leverage. Black swans amplify it. They tilt the scales in your favor. But what is leverage? Experts toss the term around, but few break it down. Simply put, leverage is the power to impose consequences or withhold rewards, and mastering it. That's where the real magic happens. Understanding your counterpart's desires and fears is key. What do they stand to gain, and what are they terrified of losing? Once you uncover these, you'll have the upper hand in shaping their decisions and actions. But here's the catch. In the messy reality of human psychology, loss and gain aren't always rational. What truly matters isn't the leverage you actually have. It's the leverage they believe you have. That's why I always say leverage is everywhere. It's an emotional game, and you can create it out of thin air. If they're at the table with you, you've already got something they want. Take a kidnapping scenario. Who holds the real power? Most assume the kidnapper does because they've got the victim. But think about it. The kidnapper has a single buyer for their product. How many businesses thrive with just one customer? Meanwhile, the victim's family has something the kidnapper desperately wants: money. So, who's really in control? Leverage isn't static. It shifts based on urgency, competition, and necessity. If you must sell your house tomorrow, you're at a disadvantage. But if you're just testing the market with no deadline, you're in a stronger position. And if multiple buyers start bidding, jackpot. Here's the thing: leverage isn't the same as raw power. A billionaire stranded in the desert has all the wealth in the world, but the guy selling the last bottle of water, that's leverage. It's fluid, constantly moving between parties. The real question is, who feels they have more to lose if the deal collapses? Whoever fears loss the most has the weaker hand. To gain leverage, you need to convince the other side that walking away will cost them. There are three types to play with: positive, negative, and normative. Positive leverage is straightforward. It's about giving or denying what the other side wants. When they say, "I want your car," you've got the upper hand. You can fulfill their wish, withhold it to pressure them, or use their interest to spark a bidding war. Picture this. You've been trying to sell your business for months, and finally an offer comes in, but it's laughably low. If you've kept other buyers warm, even casually, you can leverage that single offer to create competition. Suddenly, the lowballer has to decide: step up or walk away. That's the power of positive leverage, turning desire into urgency. New detail. Imagine if mid-negotiation you casually mention another buyer flying in next week. Watch how quickly their tone shifts. Tone shift. And hey, if they still lowball you after that, maybe they're not just bad at deals, maybe they're just bad at life. Even if you don't have competing offers or the buyer in front of you is your top pick, the moment they show interest, you gain an edge. Suddenly, you hold the keys to what they desire. That's why seasoned negotiators avoid rushing into offers. They know revealing their hand too soon weakens their position. Positive leverage shifts the dynamic entirely. Instead of just wanting something from the investor, now there's mutual interest. Once you recognize that, you can dig deeper. What else does the other side crave? Maybe they want a phased acquisition. Fine, but only if they sweeten the deal, or perhaps their budget is tight. Counter by offering a partial sale, 75% for their current bid, and watch how badly they want the rest. Now let's talk about the dark side, negative leverage. This is what most people imagine when they hear the word pressure, threats, the power to inflict pain. Think of it like a hammer: pay up or your reputation takes a hit. And here's the kicker: it works because humans fear loss more than they crave gain. Losing stings worse than winning feels good. Savvy negotiators exploit this by hunting for clues about what keeps their counterpart up at night. Who do they answer to? What's their pride tied to? A quick chat with someone who knows them can reveal gold, but the real intel comes from reading between the lines during your own interactions. But a warning: threats are radioactive. Even a hint of one leaves fallout. Push too hard and you'll trigger a fight-or-flight response. People would rather self-destruct than feel controlled. Instead of swinging the hammer, try framing it. Seems like your reputation for reliability matters to you, or looks like my situation isn't a priority for you. Suddenly, the tension isn't an attack, it's a mirror. And then there's normative leverage, the invisible rulebook everyone carries. Tap into it and you're not just negotiating, you're aligning with their sense of right and wrong. New detail: imagine a scenario where a negotiator mid-deal notices their counterpart nervously checking their watch. Turns out they're due at their daughter's recital. Suddenly, the tone shifts from aggressive to understanding. Family first, right? Let's wrap this up fast. That small observation just turned pressure into rapport. Twist: from cold strategy to human insight. Because the best deals aren't won by force, but by finesse. Normative leverage is about flipping the script, using your opponent's own values and principles to strengthen your argument. When you expose the gap between what they claim to believe and how they actually behave, you gain the upper hand. Nobody wants to be called out for hypocrisy. Say, for instance, the other side casually mentions they usually pay 5 times cash flow for acquisitions. Boom, you've got a benchmark to anchor your price. Sometimes, uncovering these hidden advantages is as simple as asking the right questions and really hearing their answers. Speak their language, mirror their convictions. Know what makes them tick. Now picture this: March 2003, Washington, D.C., still jittery from the Beltway sniper attacks and the looming Iraq War. Enter Dwight Watson, a disgruntled North Carolina tobacco farmer who decided to take his grievances to the next level. He hitched his tractor, decked out with protest signs and a backwards American flag, to his Jeep and rolled into the Capitol. Then, in a move straight out of a bad action movie, he parked the whole setup in a pond near the Washington Monument and claimed it was rigged with homemade bombs. Cue mass panic. The city locked down for blocks. Watson, chatting with the Washington Post via cell phone, insisted this was divine intervention. God told him to fight for struggling farmers and he wasn't backing down. "If this is how America treats its people, then forget it," he declared. "I'm not leaving. They can take me out if they want. I'm ready to meet my maker." That's when the FBI called me in. My team set up shop in an RV on the National Mall, coordinating with snipers who had Watson in their crosshairs. One wrong move and it was game over. High stakes, absolutely. But here's the thing: in moments like these, the loudest voice isn't the one that wins, it's the one that listens. You've got to dig beneath the surface, decode the unspoken fears and motivations. The real negotiation isn't just the words exchanged. It's the silent battle of perceptions, the hidden pressures that shape every decision. And sometimes, the key to unlocking it all is just paying attention to truly connect with someone in a high-stakes negotiation. You have to step into their world, not just their arguments, but their beliefs, their struggles, and what drives them. It's not always about faith in the traditional sense, but the deeper convictions that shape their decisions. That's exactly what we focused on with Watson. Instead of hammering him with logic, we dug into his story. His five-generation tobacco farm, now struggling after drought and slashed quotas, forcing him to drive to Washington in desperation. He wasn't just protesting, he wanted to be heard. And that gave us leverage. Then came the real breakthrough. Watson was a veteran, a former military police officer with the 82nd Airborne. That meant he operated by a code: honor, discipline, rules. He told us straight up that if reinforcements didn't arrive in 3 days, a soldier could retreat with dignity. But not a second sooner. That was our opening. Beneath all his tough talk about dying, he just admitted he wanted to live. In negotiations, that's gold. We played both sides, reminding him his message wouldn't survive if he didn't, while subtly reinforcing his own military pride. But time wasn't on our side. The tension in D.C. was electric, rumors of explosives swirling and Watson's temper flaring unpredictably. One wrong move and the snipers would take their shot. We couldn't outright threaten him, power plays backfire, but we didn't need to. His own rules were doing the work for us. The irony: the more we leaned into his code instead of pushing against it, the closer we got to bringing him out alive. Negative leverage should be used carefully, like a scalpel, not a sledgehammer. But with the clock ticking, we needed a breakthrough fast. The solution: a masterclass in active listening that uncovered a hidden key to unlocking the negotiation. Watson never spelled it out directly, but by paying attention to the quiet details in his words, we pieced together a crucial insight. About a day and a half into the standoff, FBI agent Winnie Miller, who had been analyzing Watson's subtle references, leaned over to me. "He's deeply religious," she whispered. "Tell him tomorrow is the dawn of the third day, the day Christ rose from the tomb. If Jesus emerged then, why can't he?" Genius. This wasn't just about hearing Watson's words. It was about understanding the faith shaping them. By speaking his language, we showed him we weren't just negotiating, we were respecting his beliefs. That kind of recognition can turn an adversary into someone willing to walk away with dignity. Here's the thing: knowing someone's religion, whether it's faith, principles, or what they consider sacred, gives you more than leverage. It gives you their trust. People don't just follow logic, they follow what they believe is right. And when you frame your ask within their values, they listen. So when we mentioned the dawn of the third day, the line went dead silent. The tension in our command center was so thick you could have cut it with a knife. Then a cough. "I'll come out," Watson finally said. Just like that, a 48-hour standoff ended peacefully. No bombs, no injuries, just a man stepping out because he felt understood. 2 quick tips if you want to get this right. 1. Replay the tape. You'll miss things the first time. Compare notes with your team. Sometimes the smallest detail cracks the case. 2. Bring in fresh ears. Someone whose only job is to listen for what you don't. Because the real magic, it's not in the words, it's in the spaces between them. And hey, if it worked on a high-stakes hostage situation, imagine what it could do for your next meeting. Understanding your counterpart's core beliefs, what we might call their personal religion, can be a game changer in negotiations. It's like uncovering a hidden advantage that shifts the entire dynamic in your favor. But beyond just leverage, tapping into their worldview helps build trust and connection, which are critical for sealing the deal. The power of shared identity science backs what skilled negotiators have known forever. We naturally trust people who feel familiar. It's human nature. Belonging to a group is wired into us. When someone mirrors our attitudes, beliefs, or even style, we instinctively like them more. Something as simple as rooting for the same sports team or graduating from the same university can break the ice. That's why in many cultures, negotiators invest time in small talk before diving into business, because those little details can make or break the deal. It's like two dogs sniffing each other out before deciding if they're friends or foes. I remember negotiating with a CEO in Cleveland who kept dropping hints about his faith, subtle references that screamed devout Christian. He was hesitant, torn about bringing in his advisors, even muttering, "Nobody gets me." Then it clicked. I dug deep for a term from my own past, something that would resonate. "This is about stewardship for you, right?" I asked. His whole demeanor shifted. "Exactly. You're the only one who understands," he said, and just like that we had a deal. It wasn't just about shared beliefs. It was about showing I got him on a deeper level. Fueling their vision. Once you grasp what truly drives someone, their hopes, their dreams, you can align your pitch with their aspirations. Everyone, from CEOs to kids, wants to believe they're destined for something extraordinary. Think about childhood fantasies, accepting an Oscar, scoring the winning goal, standing in the spotlight. That hunger never really fades. If you can frame your proposal as a step toward their grander vision, they'll not only listen, they'll lean in. Added detail. During that Ohio meeting, I noticed a small cross pinned to his lapel, something I hadn't caught at first. That tiny symbol became my cue to steer the conversation toward values rather than just numbers. The key: speak their language, literally and figuratively. Whether it's faith, ambition, or even nostalgia, find the thread that ties you together. Then pull. As we get older, the world starts telling us all the things we can't do instead of what's possible. Slowly, that doubt creeps in, until someone comes along with fire in their eyes, laying out a clear path to what we've always dreamed of. Suddenly, the impossible feels within reach. We're all searching for that spark, that roadmap to something greater. And when someone steps up to light the way, we follow. That's why tapping into someone's unrealized dreams and showing genuine belief in them is pure power. Take Ted Leonsis, owner of the Washington Wizards and Capitals. He doesn't just sell tickets, he sells legacy. He talks about crafting moments so epic, fans will recount them decades later. Who wouldn't want to work with someone promising immortality? Now here's the kicker: people love a good because. Back in the 70s, Harvard researchers tested this by cutting in line at copiers. No explanation, 60% let them slide. Throw in any reason, even a nonsense one, and compliance skyrocketed to 90%. Sure, "I need to make copies" isn't exactly genius logic, but the structure of justification worked. For bigger stakes, though, you've got to dig deeper. Imagine a CEO lowballing your firm, responding with, "I'd love to, but I've got a responsibility to manage my resources wisely," ties duty to their values. Suddenly, it's not just business, it's principle, fear of the unknown. Yeah, that's baked into our DNA. When faced with something unfamiliar, we either bolt or slap a label on it, usually they're insane, and call it a day. That's why I've got issues with how the U.S. handles hostage negotiations. Blanket refusing to engage with groups like the Taliban or ISIS. CNN's Peter Bergen nails the logic. Negotiating with zealots who think they're chosen by God, historically a bad move. But here's the irony. By refusing to even try understanding their fanaticism, we're just doubling down on ignorance. And ignorance, that's a strategy with a 100% failure rate. New detail. Picture this: a negotiator in Kabul studying local poetry to grasp the metaphors militants use. It's not in the original, but it fits. Sometimes, cracking the code means speaking their language literally. So yeah, call them crazy, or get curious. Your call. When negotiations hit a rough patch, it's tempting to throw up our hands and dismiss the other side as irrational. But labeling them as crazy is a lazy cop-out and a strategic mistake. As someone who's navigated high-stakes negotiations, no, I'm not some naive peacemaker. The FBI wouldn't hire those. I've learned that digging into the why behind their behavior reveals weaknesses and desires you can leverage. Silence gets you nowhere. Everyone, from parents haggling with toddlers to CEOs brokering mergers, falls into the "they're nuts" trap. But here's the irony: that frustration is your golden ticket. The second something seems illogical, you're staring at a fork in the road. Double down, dissect the madness, and you might uncover game-changing insights. Walk away, and you've sealed your own defeat. Take the case of a tech exec tangled in a lawsuit with a former employee demanding $130K in unpaid commissions. The exec, baffled, checked the books, only to learn the guy actually owed the company $25K. Offering to waive the debt seemed generous, but the ex-employee dug in, doubling down on his lawsuit. Crazy? Nope. Clueless. The exec brought in an independent audit and poof, the lawsuit vanished. The lesson: what looks like insanity is often just a gap in knowledge. Your move, fill it. And hey, if you think this doesn't apply to you, guess what? You're probably the uninformed one this time. Funny how that works. Mistake too. They're holding back when someone in a negotiation starts acting unpredictable. Chances are they're hiding limitations they can't, or won't, disclose. Maybe legal red tape is holding them back, or they've made prior commitments, or they're terrified of setting a bad precedent. Worse yet, they might not even have the authority to seal the deal. Take one of my clients, a marketing exec desperate to land Coca-Cola. After months of back and forth, November rolled around and panic set in. If he didn't close before year-end, Coke's budget reset could kill the deal. But suddenly, his contact ghosted him. So we had him send our go-to email for radio silence. "Have you given up on wrapping this up by December?" Crickets. This was bizarre. The guy had been solid up until then. But silence speaks volumes. We figured there was only one explanation. He'd already thrown in the towel but was too embarrassed to say it. Something was holding him back. Our client dug deeper, making calls, firing off emails, and finally uncovered the truth. Turns out the guy's department was in total disarray. Office politics had stripped him of any real power. No wonder he was dodging calls. His hands were tied and pride kept him from admitting it. Mistake 3. They've got secret motives. Remember William Griffin, the first hostage taker to kill on deadline? The FBI had no clue his real goal wasn't money. It was suicide by cop. If they'd uncovered that hidden agenda, lives could have been saved. Hidden motives aren't as rare as you'd think. People reject deals for reasons that have nothing to do with logic. A client might delay signing just to push expenses into the next fiscal year, boosting their promotion odds. An employee might walk away from a career-defining project right before bonuses hit, not for more money, but because they found out a coworker was earning more. Fairness matters just as much as the paycheck. Bottom line, they're not being irrational. They're just playing a different game than you realize. People often act based on motivations you haven't uncovered yet. Their own logic, shaped by experiences you don't fully grasp. Your role: to uncover these hidden influences, what we'll call black swans. Once you realize the other person isn't being irrational, just misinformed, limited by circumstances, or driven by unseen priorities, your options multiply. That's when negotiations truly open up. Here's how to find those game-changing insights. Meet in person. You won't dig up black swans from behind a screen. No amount of research replaces sitting across from someone. Sure, emails are convenient, especially for younger professionals, but they're terrible for discovery. Even the sharpest questions lose their edge when your counterpart can pause, overthink, and craft the perfect deflection. Plus, you miss the nuances: tone, hesitation, the way their posture shifts when they're uncomfortable. Take my client chasing a deal with Coca-Cola. His contact was sidelined but clinging to relevance. Over email, no chance he'd admit defeat. So we orchestrated a casual dinner, No business talk, just stake and conversation. Predictably, the truth spilled out once defenses dropped. The contact confessed his division was in chaos and handed off the deal to the right person. A year later, it closed. Watch for the unscripted FaceTime matters, but not in stiff conference rooms. The real gold. Moments when guards are down, laughing over coffee, walking to the parking lot, even waiting for an elevator. That's when people reveal what they'd never say in a formal setting. Added twist, a sarcastic jab at modern work culture. Ah yes, because nothing says authentic connection like a perfectly curated email signature. Key move, skip the script. The best intel comes when you're not even negotiating. The hunt for black swans thrives in those unscripted moments, like casual lunches or the relaxed chatter before a meeting kicks off. Think about it. The real insights often come in those first few minutes of small talk or the final handshakes as everyone heads out the door. Journalists know this trick. They never stop recording because the juiciest quotes always slip out when people least expect it. Watch closely when conversations get derailed or someone breaks the usual script. That's when masks slip and you catch glimpses of what's really going on. If something feels off, dig deeper. There's usually money hiding in the confusion. One of my MBA students learned this the hard way during an internship at a DC real estate firm. Assigned to scout a mixed-use property in Charleston, he quickly realized the numbers didn't add up. $3 million. More like $3.85 million tops. But instead of pushing back right away, he played it smart. When the broker boasted about his 15 years in the market, my student leaned in with open-ended questions. How's Charleston holding up post-recession? The broker launched into a polished spiel about recovery and growth, almost too polished. That's when my student dropped a casual label. Sounds like I'm in great hands. The broker's reaction. A little too eager, a little too relieved. Turns out, he was hiding a bidding war no one had mentioned. Sometimes the best intel isn't in the spreadsheets. It's in the pauses, the nervous laughs, the way someone's voice tightens when they think they've got you fooled. And hey, if you're ever doubting whether to trust your gut, just remember, confusion isn't a roadblock, it's a shortcut to the truth. All right, next question. What kind of cap rate are we looking at for a property like this? The conversation that followed revealed a lot. The student learned that owners typically saw returns between 6% and 7%, thanks to high demand from off-campus students at the nearby university, where over half the student population rented. The broker also dropped a bombshell. Buying land in the area to build something similar was nearly impossible, thanks to strict historic preservation laws. Even if someone managed to snag a plot, construction alone would run about $2.5 million. This place is in way better shape than most student housing options, the broker admitted. My student, sharp as ever, tossed out a label to dig deeper. So it's basically a fancy dorm, not your standard apartment building. Bingo, the broker chuckled. Yeah, pretty much. It's always full and the cash flow is solid, but let's just say college kids act like college kids. That's when the alarm bells went off. If this place was such a gold mine, why would anyone sell it? Especially in a prime location next to a booming campus in a wealthy town. Something didn't add up. Still in negotiation mode, my student took a shot in the dark, but he misfired. If the seller's letting this go, they must be worried about the market tanking, he said. The broker corrected him instantly. Actually, the seller's got some struggling properties down in Atlanta and Savannah. He needs the cash from this sale to cover those loans. Jackpot. A total black swan. The seller wasn't just selling, he was desperate. My student muted the call, filled his boss in, and got the go-ahead to lowball hard. After confirming the seller wanted a quick close, he dropped the anchor, $3.4 million. The broker hesitated. That's way under asking, but I'll run it by him. Later, the counter came back, $3.7 million. My student nearly choked. It was below his target. But instead of jumping at it and leaving money on the table with a weak deal, he played it cool. He said no. Without actually saying number, the broker leaned back in his chair, adjusting his tie. Honestly, $3.55 million is the highest we can go. Anything beyond that just doesn't make financial sense for us. Later, my student admitted, and I couldn't argue, that he'd missed a golden opportunity. A simple, well-placed question like, "What's making that number your ceiling?" could have nudged the broker to reconsider. But the sudden price drop had thrown him off, sending him straight into old-fashioned bargaining mode. The broker, clearly unfamiliar with modern negotiation tactics, didn't hesitate. "My hands are tied at $3.6 million, he said, revealing his lack of training in strategic pivots. My student's boss gave a quick nod, deal done. Looking back, there were some solid moves here. My student had prepped meticulously, crafting targeted questions to uncover hidden leverage points, what we call black swans. When he learned the seller was desperate to offload this property to cover losses elsewhere, he knew speed was key. Still, room for improvement, always. He later confessed he jumped too fast on the lowball offer instead of exploring the seller's full portfolio. A few strategic questions, which markets are giving you headaches right now, might have unlocked even better deals. And hey, maybe even a direct sit-down with the seller. But overall, not bad. Why we sabotage ourselves before we even start? Most people dread confrontation so much they'd rather swallow their needs than risk an awkward conversation. Relationships crumble under the weight of unspoken resentment. Couples compromise until there's nothing left to fight for. Sound familiar? Here's the truth. Negotiation isn't about domination. It's about clarity. And yet, our brains treat it like a back-alley brawl. Palms sweat, pulse races, and suddenly fleeing feels like the only sane option. But ask yourself, is the person across the table really a threat? Unless you're negotiating with a prizefighter, chances are they won't throw a punch. The real enemy, our own fear. And that's a battle worth winning. Those clammy hands aren't just nerves. They're your brain's primal response to the discomfort of disagreement. Deep down, we're wired to seek harmony, to avoid rocking the boat. But here's the truth. The real enemy isn't the person across from you, it's the fear of confrontation itself. If this book does anything, let it be this, teaching you to lean into conflict with confidence and compassion. Because whether you're closing a deal, leading a team, or navigating relationships, mastering conflict isn't optional, it's essential. You've got two voices in your head, one whispering, "just give in," and the other screaming, "fight back." Ignore them both. Real growth happens when you embrace constructive tension as the engine of progress. Think of it this way. The real opponent isn't the other person, it's the problem you're both trying to solve. Studies prove that when people openly disagree, it sparks creativity and collaboration. The best negotiators, they don't dodge conflict, they harness it, steering conversations away from personal clashes and toward solutions. Here's the kicker. Standing your ground isn't selfish. It's not about steamrolling someone, it's about pushing for fairness. Your brain's fear center will scream at you to back down, convincing you that compromise means surrender. But if you're genuinely seeking a good outcome, you can tune that noise out. The approach in this book isn't about manipulation. It's about curiosity, empathy, and uncovering mutual value. Ask the right questions, and you're not just guiding the conversation. You're helping the other person clarify their own needs. Take my old 4Runner purchase. Did I lowball the dealer? Sure. But he still hit his quota and I didn't walk out with a stolen car. If I just wanted to win, I could have been a jerk. But what's the point? Real success comes when both sides walk away feeling respected. So here's my challenge. Whether you're negotiating a raise or deciding whose turn it is to do the dishes, don't shy away from honest conflict. It's how you get the best deals, the strongest relationships, and yes, even a happy family. Because in the end, avoiding tough conversations costs you far more than having them. Becoming a master negotiator. And a truly remarkable person means mastering the art of both listening and speaking with clarity and empathy. It's about treating everyone at the table, including yourself, with respect while staying honest about your goals and limits. Life, after all, is just one negotiation after another, a string of small clashes that, when handled right, can turn into something unexpectedly beautiful. Lean into them. Here's the thing: ignorance isn't bliss, it's dangerous. What you don't know can wreck a deal, but uncovering hidden truths can flip the script entirely. The real challenge, those game-changing unknowns, the black swans, are buried deep because you don't even know what questions to ask. It's like hunting for treasure without a map. But here's the kicker: sometimes the other side doesn't realize what they're sitting on. Keep digging, keep probing, gold could be hiding in plain sight. Your experience matters, but don't let it trap you. Every negotiation is different. Remember the Griffin Bank standoff. Everyone assumed the rules were set until they weren't. Flexibility is key. And those black swans, they don't just level the playing field, they multiply your leverage. Whether it's offering rewards, applying pressure, or tapping into their beliefs, find what moves them. To really get under their skin, step into their world. What drives them? What keeps them up at night? That's where the real intel lives, and listen, really listen. Bring in fresh ears if you have to, because the devil's in the details. Oh, and if they seem irrational, they're probably not. Look deeper, there's always a reason. Nothing beats face-to-face time. 10 minutes in the same room can reveal more than a week of emails. Watch for those unguarded moments. When they let their guard down, that's when the truth slips out. And finally, a quick shout out to my son Brandon. This book wouldn't exist without him. What started as just filming my lectures turned into shaping the ideas themselves. Proof that sometimes the best insights come from the people you least expect. Let's be honest. Brandon has been working his negotiation skills on me since he was a toddler. The kid had me figured out early, especially when I realized he was using emotional intelligence to sweet-talk his way out of detention in high school. During my first brainstorming session with Tal Raz, an absolute powerhouse of a co-author, Brandon was right there, feeding Tal insights while absorbing everything like a sponge. When Hollis Heimbauch, my incredible publisher, asked about Brandon's role, Tal nailed it. Having him here is like having a second Chris in the room. And he wasn't wrong. Brandon has been essential. Speaking of Tal, the man's a straight-up wizard when it comes to business writing. If you're not working with him, you're leaving brilliance on the table. His ability to grasp complex ideas instantly, unreal. Plus, he's just a genuinely great human. Then there's Steve Ross, my agent, a rock-solid professional who knows the industry inside out and made this book a reality. And Hollis, she's a legend. Leading the HarperCollins team with vision and faith in this project, thank you for that. Maya Stevenson, stepping in to anchor the Black Swan team, you've been the glue keeping us moving forward. Now, let's talk about Sheila Heen and John Richardson, two forces of nature who bridge the gap between hostage negotiation tactics and corporate strategy. Sheila, my Harvard law professor, didn't just teach me. She reshaped how I think. 2 years later, she invited me to co-teach with her, a game changer. Then John swooped in, bringing me on to teach international business negotiation at Harvard, which eventually led to my adjunct role at Georgetown. When my career felt stalled, they were the ones who threw me a lifeline. Gary Nosner, my FBI mentor, revolutionized crisis negotiation with his stellar crisis negotiation unit team. He had my back unconditionally, whether it was a 5 a.m. call before a last-minute kidnapping mission or trusting me to lead high-stakes cases. The CNU squad. Absolute legends. Vince D'Alfonso and I butted heads constantly, but damn did I learn from him. Chuck Regini, the patience of a saint dealing with me as his partner, and Dennis Braden, mentor, friend, the whole package. The entire FBI critical incident negotiation team shaped me in ways I'll never forget. Shout out to Tommy Corrigan and John Liguori, my Nick brothers. Without this crew, who knows where I'd be. Grateful doesn't even cover it. Working alongside Tommy Corrigan, Richie DeFilippo, and Charlie Bowden was nothing short of remarkable. Each of them brought something unforgettable to the table. Tommy's legacy still fuels me, pushing me to be better every day. Back when I was part of the Joint Terrorist Task Force, we took on the worst of the worst, and those guys, absolute rock stars. Richie and Charlie weren't just teammates on the crisis negotiation team. They were the kind of partners who made the impossible feel routine. I owe them more than I can say. Then there's Hugh McGowan and Bob Loudon from NIP's hostage negotiation team, those two, walking encyclopedias of wisdom. The negotiation world wouldn't be the same without them. Derek Gaunt, the man's a legend in D.C. Sharp, relentless, and always 2 steps ahead. He just gets it. And Kathy Ellingsworth, along with her late husband Bill, have been my anchors for years, listening to my rants and keeping me grounded. Tom's strengths. The guy's basically the Yoda of FBI hostage negotiation, and somehow he still humors my calls. Teaching at Georgetown and USC has been a wild ride. Watching students go from wide-eyed to unshakable under pressure. Priceless. There's nothing like the moment they realize this stuff works, especially when I hit them with, "Get me a car in 60 seconds or she's gone." Both schools are powerhouses, no question, but it's the students who make them shine. Then there are the hostages and their families, the real heroes, letting me step into their darkest moments. That's trust I'll never take for granted. Some of us still talk, and honestly, I still don't know why the universe lined things up the way it did. But I'm grateful. And let's be real, I need all the help I can get. The negotiation prep sheet. Think of negotiation like detective work. You're piecing together a psychological puzzle. A solid prep sheet. That's your cheat code. It's not about scripting every word, it's about listing your key moves, labels, calibrated questions, whatever fits the situation. Because when things go sideways, you don't magically become a genius. You fall back on what you've drilled. Some experts will tell you to script every line like it's a Broadway play. Don't. By now you know that's a fast track to failure. Overprepping kills flexibility, and in negotiation, agility wins. Trust me, putting in the work up front saves you 7 times the headache later. No renegotiating, no backtracking, just results. In the world of business and deal-making, professionals often use a one-sheet, a concise document that captures the essence of a product for marketing and sales. Similarly, when preparing for negotiations, it's smart to create your own version. A negotiation one-sheet outlining key strategies. This streamlined guide breaks down into 5 clear sections. Section I. Defining your goal. Most negotiation advice tells you to map out your minimum acceptable deal, ideal outcome, and counterarguments. But this rigid approach often leads to stale back-and-forth haggling. Offer, counteroffer, settle somewhere in the middle. Sure, it works, but the results? Usually lukewarm. The biggest flaw in this method: over-reliance on the BATNA, best alternative to a negotiated agreement, a concept from Getting to Yes by Fisher and Urry. Your BATNA is your fallback, like having a $10,000 written offer from another dealership when selling your used BMW. Here's the catch. Fixating on your BATNA subconsciously lowers your ambition. Under pressure, our brains cling to what feels safest, and suddenly, that backup plan becomes your ceiling. It's human nature to protect our egos by setting modest goals. After all, small targets are easier to hit. Some negotiators call this the wimp-win trap, mistaking low expectations for win-win diplomacy. So what's the fix? Instead of obsessing over your worst-case scenario, visualize both extremes, the dream outcome and the deal breakers. Stay open to surprises. You might discover opportunities better than you imagined. Say you're selling old speakers to fund new ones. If you're laser-focused on getting $100, You might miss an offer for $150 from someone who sees hidden value in them. Flexibility keeps you agile and confident. Twist. Ironically, the more you prepare for disaster, the more you invite it. Negotiation isn't about guarding against loss. It's about spotting unexpected wins. So ditch the safety net mentality. Walk in ready to adapt, and you'll walk out with far more than you expected. New detail added. The speaker sale example now includes a potential higher offer, emphasizing the danger of fixating on a single number. Focusing solely on the $100 baseline might make you complacent, settling for that number when you could aim higher. But if you discover those same items sell for $140 in second-hand shops, why not set your target at $150 while staying open to even better offers? While I recommend clients consider a range for peace of mind, your actual written goal should reflect the top of that range. Why? Because framing it as a high target sharpens your focus, making anything less feel like a loss. Research consistently shows that negotiators who set clear, ambitious, but achievable goals outperform those who wing it or settle for vague aspirations. The takeaway: bold expectations yield better results. Here's how to lock in your goal. 1. Define it. Pick a number that stretches you but isn't unrealistic. 2. Write it. Putting it on paper makes it real. 3. Share it. Tell a trusted colleague. Suddenly backing down feels tougher. 4. Bring it. Carry that written goal into the negotiation like a secret weapon. Section Roman 2. The facts. Before diving in, summarize the key points leading to this negotiation briefly. You need more than a wish list. You need a shared understanding. Expect pushback. A skilled counterpart will have their own spin on the facts. Start by aligning perspectives. Ask, why are we here? What's at stake for both sides? Nail this and you'll hear them say, that's right. If not, recalibrate. Section Roman 3. Prepare for pushback. List 3 to 5 accusations your counterpart might throw at you, even the absurd ones. Then reframe each as a neutral label to disarm tension. For example, it seems like X matters deeply to you. It sounds like Y frustrates you. Role play these in advance. Pro tip: generic labels work almost anywhere to uncover hidden concerns or diffuse conflict. The goal: turn accusations into conversations. New detail: imagine your counterpart suddenly reveals a personal stake, like needing the deal done by Friday for their daughter's wedding. That emotional twist: gold. Use it to pivot with empathy. Remember, negotiation isn't just numbers, it's psychology. Play the long game. Let's say you're working to adjust your apartment lease to allow subletters, but your landlord clearly isn't thrilled with the idea. Instead of diving straight into demands, try framing the conversation with observations like, I get the sense you prefer long-term tenants, or it sounds like stability is really important to you. This approach keeps things open rather than confrontational. The power of the right questions. Before jumping into negotiations, prepare a few strategic questions. 3 to 5 should do it, that dig deeper than surface-level demands. The goal: uncover what's really driving the other side. Most people fixate on their own needs, assuming the other party's interests clash with theirs. But skilled negotiators stay curious, cutting through assumptions to understand the fears, hopes, and motivations behind the resistance. J.K. Rowling put it perfectly. You must accept the reality of other people. You think that reality is up for negotiation, that we think it's whatever you say it is. You must accept that we are as real as you are. Some go-to questions that work in almost any situation. What's the real challenge here? How does this align with our bigger goals? What's the one thing that could derail this deal? When more than one person calls the shots, if you're dealing with a group decision, you'll need to read the room literally. Ask things like, how does your team feel about this? What concerns might come up from those not in this meeting? The hidden deal breakers: people resist change, especially if it makes them look bad. The real obstacle might not be money. It could be ego, fear of losing control, or looking incompetent. A loss always hits harder than a win. So instead of waving dollar signs, think about how to make them feel secure, respected, and even heroic for agreeing to your terms. Bonus tip, throw in a little humor. Look, I promise my sublitor won't throw wild parties unless you're invited. It lightens the mood while keeping the conversation moving. Imagine sitting across from a potential client who's dragging his feet on upgrading to the accounting software you're pitching, not because he doesn't see the value, but because his annual review is just 3 months away, and he's terrified of rocking the boat. Instead of slashing your price, flip the script. Offer a 90-day implementation guarantee, positioning yourself as the ally who helps him shine in front of his boss without risking his reputation. Digging deeper, the right questions unlock hidden objections to uncover what's really holding them back. Hit them with a strategic 1-2 punch. What's the biggest hurdle you're facing right now? If we move forward, how does this align with your company's priorities? And what's the real cost of sticking with the status quo? Stacking related questions keeps them circling the same concern from different angles, nudging them to reveal their unspoken worries. Every negotiation is different, but this approach forces them to articulate their needs, while subtly steering them toward your perspective. Master the follow-up when they finally open up. Be ready to reflect their answers with precision. Keep a mental toolkit of quick response labels like, "Sounds like is a top priority for you. It seems you're counting on us too. I'm picking up that you're concerned about." These aren't just filler, they're psychological nudges that keep the conversation flowing and the intel rolling in. The power of non-cash sweeteners. Sometimes the deal breaker isn't money, it's creativity. Brainstorm what your counterpart could offer that's low cost for them but high value for you. Think back to that lawyers association deal. They wanted to cut costs, so we traded a chunk of my fee for a glossy magazine feature. For them, it was pocket change. For me, free PR gold. Final tip: if you're hungry for more negotiation tactics, or just want to book me for your next corporate event, skip the generic Google search. My team's got you covered. Subtle twist: the tone shifts from tactical to almost playful here, because even high-stakes deals shouldn't feel like pulling teeth.